a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used, and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the four languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community, because it meant that, you know, the terminology could be standardized, and that what people said in Latin text could then be correlated with what was written in Arabic text, and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often for it was commissioned. Wealthy Arabs would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues. Sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him to deal with their various sexual problems. Even a treatise on hemorrhoids. And so all things, right? So Rambam. You know, I looked in all the yeshivas here in Miami. No one could find it. Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but no luck. I have to try Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, you know, for the context of the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings really at the top of this field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Fostat was a bedroom community to Cairo, and he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that, but nevertheless an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken up with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no daf yomi on the donkeys at all, and he makes it all the way back, and then he returns home, and his home is filled with local Fostat individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow, with that small amount of time at night, he wrote these phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity, it's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and yet his work was phenomenally prolific at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments, discussions, debates. Did he ever sleep? Good question. He wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote that when he was insomniac. But no, the Rambam's concept of Jewish law was so all-encompassing that even sleep was included in it. I'll get to that when we talk about his literary very significant. So, look at this right here. This is what. Ms. Abramson, please ask a good question. Not too hard. Yes, he had a wife, and he had one surviving son named Avraham, who left a certain amount of writings as well. I do not believe he had other children. I think he had daughters that did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that. And of course, he was raising the widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his household that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand my mom is his Jewish works, his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript in the Geniza in Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me, Judeo-Arabic that he's written with. The Ben Sira Geniza, I think it is the one I lost that. Yes, I think so. Right. Okay. So he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halachic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halachic works were written in very simple Hebrew. I mean, remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, really like middle school level Hebrew. And they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way that Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within the Talmud and in successive responsa literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Geonim. The Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to index it appropriately because it's even strange to talk about tangents in the Talmud because all of the Talmud is one long tangent. I'm not exaggerating because you may be studying, for example, the tractate Shabbat, which deals with the laws of the Sabbath, but it's very likely some crucial laws will be found in entirely different tractates that are not titled Tractate Shabbat. It's just the nature of the way that the Talmud organized it itself. So one of the things that was really missing was a code that essentially took all of this information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halakha that they were supposed to find. Essentially, like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have, paragraphs that are all organized in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Sadia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago, and the Rambam, although he disagreed with Sadia in many areas, he definitely liked that style of argumentation. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Yad HaChazakah, the strong hand. The word hand, Yad, in Hebrew means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular bestseller on the 12th century, New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsa literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 80 years of study would have. It was a tremendous device. It was not unlike the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones, with access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Naturally, it was very controversial because, if you recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take any money for their services. He essentially put them out of business by saying, "What do you need a rabbi for? I have the Mishnah Torah." Is this going to come back on, Mr.? Or is it? Oh, good. Thank you very much. So that means I'm talking too much. If the screensaver turns on, it means that I'm talking too much. I have to definitely go to the next screen. The Mishnah Torah was very, very controversial, as we shall see shortly. He also wrote Sefer HaMitzvot, which was basically addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, it kind of you think it's a very basic question, right? Everybody talks about we have 613 mitzvot in the Torah, Taryag mitzvot, but no one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So the Rambam set out and combed through the entire Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what those 613 mitzvot were, and single-handedly created yet another industry of rabbinic scholarship, as people disagree about number 247, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, or number that definitely includes two mitzvot, why did you put it together? There's a whole discussion there. But still, these kinds of works, and I should mention also his first work, the commentary on the Mishnah, they represent an entire trend of his thought, saying that the Torah should not belong just to specialists. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced training in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. The Torah should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access, literacy skills, excuse me. So that was a phenomenal achievement in itself, and really he could have rested on his laurels having made this signal contribution to the Jewish people, but in fact that was only when he was starting out. The second major body of his written works, and I am excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds and say a lot about his personality and his leadership style and so on, but now we're talking more about his formal treatises written for the Jewish world, were books that were written for an entirely different audience. Whereas the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer HaMitzvot were written for the common Jew, the books like Guide for the Perplexed, Mora Nevuchim, were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but somewhat ambivalent Arabic-speaking Jew of his age. These are Jews who were, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them, no numerous clauses to keep them out of colleges and so on. So they were learning everything that they could, and they were learning the greatest works of Arabic philosophy at the time. And they were thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? Think about how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all kinds of strange things in it, like anthropomorphisms for God, and certain bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like the mixing of wool and linen, so on and so forth. So looking at that highly, specialized but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote this phenomenal philosophical work, the Mora Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike the Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, giving him the ability to span the entire, breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought, engaging in very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. In fact, one of the more difficult aspects of the Guide for the Perplexed is that most of its students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbon family that, they themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse Arabic philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic. And since in this book, he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, ha-philosoph, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides through Thomas Aquinas that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reached that level of world fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein tremendously famous for his theories of relativity and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay, questions, arguments about these massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Oh, yes, Aaron. Right, so I think you're quite prescient in your question, and you're anticipating a little bit of a lecture. The question that's asked for my friends in the Philippines is, did Maimonides, really cross-reference his Mishnah Torah with the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted all footnotes. There's no question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew. Like a single vav or a hey can change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? And the only way we'll know it is if you go and look at the Talmud and verify the trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that since this is a popular work, he did not want to overburden it with massive numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who would write a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again, right? There we go. Let's go back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticism. Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. Let's go, because really that's what I'm answering right now. And what's going on here? This is anti-Semitism at work here. Okay, here we go. All right, so he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So why was he criticized? I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply and in a straightforward manner because he just wanted to say the halakha the way it was with great self-confidence. He asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do, not like the other opinions, this is what you're supposed to do. But if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did the same kind of research he did. Some critics, and his critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual arrogance in doing so, in simply stating it boldly without offering any kind of justification was an arrogance that was a character flaw, and that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to that the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so. He felt that Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish wisdom, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France and the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Let's give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differs. So, for example, in the third chapter of the Nicomachean Ethics, one of Aristotle's greatest philosophical works, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known through Maimonides as the Shvil HaZahav, the golden path. And Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, if we take and you can look at this character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage. So what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage for your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. not being willing to take reasonable risks for reasonable payoffs, that is cowardice. Courage is exactly the midpoint between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is in Hilchot Deot, the 6th chapter in particular. He says, 3rd chapter in particular, he says this is the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the few midot. He says that humility does not admit of an excess. You can always have more humility. There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you are allowed to feign anger for your children, which we do regularly at home. For your students, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it should be just kas al hapanim v'lo al halev, right? It should be anger just on the face. It's an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now you look puzzled, Ms. Abramson. You have some problems with that? I really was angry with you, by the way, on Sunday morning, so don't not on Maimonides in that one.
No, it's just that we see the differences between Judaism and Christianity is that we don't try to stay instead we recognize the truth and then deal with it and find that balance. How do you say you should?
That's a very well put question, and I am somewhat proud of her. I'm moderately proud, right? Somewhere between excess and efficiency proud. Right? But he says, in fact, that anger does not admit of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a little poison. Right? It's something that you have. It's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study Hilchos Deos together, and we're going to have a look at it and see how he says it. But it's clearly a huge task. Okay, follow-up question. It better be short.
So, is it more that you should strive to actually conquer anger? And I have a feeling that it shouldn't be as if you actually
It's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer Achinoch, the anonymous author. Some say is Rabbi David of Barcelona, that he says what you do on the outside affects your inside. But the Rambam says the opposite. He says you may, and in fact sometimes you must, pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart because it'll just give you an ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy and it's just internally corrosive. Okay, more later. Okay. Do I see another hand? I have to live with her in this house, Yes. Right. Okay, so God is allowed to do so. Li hanakama, vengeance is mine, nobody else's, right? Hashem ge'ud lavesh. Hashem can dress in gava, in arrogance, but we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem ishmel chama, that doesn't mean that we can do those things. Very, very astute observation. And in fact, it's quite apropos because one of the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphisms. We are, okay, I give up. You're right. I don't know how to answer that. We are B'Tselem Elokim, but yeah, let's see what I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that one. That's a tough one. I mean, I can give you sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you ask a question like that. No, come on, leave me alone, Lisa. Okay, give me an answer later. Let's get, This is supposed to be like an organized lecture where one person talks and everybody listens. Okay, right. So one of the arguments was that he dealt with oh my gosh, it's a punishment. He dealt with allegory in a very difficult way because the Torah does speak extensively in allegorical terms. You know, the hand of God, the finger of God. The Talmud says that God wakes in the middle of the night. God experiences emotions, things like that. But Maimonides was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings of the texts. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though. But he was very opposed to. I'm looking. Okay, this is getting out of hand. So opposed to any kind of natural interpretations of Judaism. He had a lot of problems dealing with all these Talmudic passages in the Talmud speaking about demons and like spells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all, complex rabbinic allegories, but they didn't mean straightforward meaning of the text. And in fact, it's a difficult position to hold, and he was going against the mainstream to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And so he goes to a witch, and she performs a seance and brings back the dead prophet Shmuel to tell Shaul what's going to happen. And then there's a whole story there where Shmuel wakes up and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And Shaul says, "I want to know what's going to happen in the war tomorrow." He says, "Why ask me now? Tomorrow you can ask me face to face," which is a way of saying that you're going to die in the battle, which is, of course, what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a straightforward way, it seems like, yeah, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. So Maimonides has a kind of complex and convoluted way to interpret it, saying that, no, it was all smoke and mirrors, and that the witch, an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel, and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched. You get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so those areas, he came into conflict with a lot of the other rabbis, Rashi, for example, who, were predeceased Maimonides, but of the same era, who felt that, this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact valid. Please. He wrote a lot on Agadas, but he wanted to say that the Agadas were all, metaphors for complex philosophical truths. Same thing with the Midrashim. Yeah, he's brutal when it came to those kinds of things. For these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a scholarly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, a non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of Southern France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. The Dominicans were a fairly extreme group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that, there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretical in nature, praying God in an inappropriate fashion and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to the Dominicans? Kind of thing that we have in Jewish history quite often, that when there is an internal Jewish fight, I'm sorry? He's allowed to do what? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, you can learn from. Okay, you want to say Aristotle? Fine, sure, but the citation is "Mikol malamdai hiskalti." From all my teachers, I gained wisdom. But that's just not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, if Rabbi Grunstein were to get up and say, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey. I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said I learned it from. Yeah. I probably would. He could get away with that because he does special things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now, anyways, the lecture. So, for these reasons, they went to the Dominicans. Why would they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality. You could see it echoed in the halachic literature. Those are dissatisfied with a particular dispute. They will go to non-Jewish authorities, hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost always ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and you start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and they said, you guys are interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently, and we really think that they don't belong in our bookshelves. So the Dominicans said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up all the manuscripts of Maimonides they could find, and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history. It would be repeated 10 years later, because once the Dominicans got a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish books, they expanded their options a little bit, and they burned about 12 wagonfuls of Talmuds, precious manuscripts. This is well before the era of printing, in the same spot in Paris as they had burned Maimonides. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own books. Eventually they will come back to haunt. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rabbi, a very important Jewish rabbi of the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased. And the compromise indicated that study books like the Mor and Nevuchim until they were at least 25. They set up certain parameters. These books are kosher. These books are definitely valuable, but they should not be studied except by people who had a certain level of training. By 25, you would think a person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserved Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, Fred. So that's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate it. Authoritative is also another difficult one. I'll put it like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered the definitive one, especially in practical halachic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, the Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. It was 300 years later that the great Yosef Karo code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really the code for today. Now, when Rabbi Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfas, the Rambam, and the Tur. The three very important codes that were written. And if there was dispute between the three of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. In 90 to 95% of issues, it agrees with Maimonides because they're all uniform on a topic. But there's a significant number of things that Maimonides says we should do it this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, rejected opinions. That's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be the odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to practical halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a scale than the Shulchan Aruch. the Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with those laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah of the Rambam, he wrote about the laws that apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that would apply when the Messiah arrives. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the Code of Jewish Law, like how to sleep, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to eat. Incredible of activities that the Shulchan is just way too much for us to get involved with. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what is life going to be like at the time of the Messiah? Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. He is definitely very authoritative in those areas. And that's an excellent question. Okay, yes, last question, and I'll wrap up. Rabbi Schneerzon, the first Rothschild Rabbi? Yeah, I don't know how a Shulchan Aruch called the Shulchan Aruch HaRab definitely relies heavily on the Rambam, but he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority of cases. Yeah. Oh, the 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that. Then I want to wrap up because I want to stay on time. Some of the things that Maimonides did, which were also controversial, I didn't really mention them earlier. He was big in codifying things. So one of the things he codified was what exactly did Jews believe? It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century. The Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another 1,500, 2,000 years before that. And nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down. And he came up with 10 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about religion, though, that we can go so long without ever having to agree on something that's so basic. But principles that say things like, yeah, God exists, God is one, God is non-corporeal, we're waiting for a Jewish Messiah, he hasn't come yet, don't confuse us with that other religion. There is life after death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are basics of Jewish belief that he codified. And of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who disagree with you. So he was also criticized very heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia. As I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying we can reorganize the Talmud. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, is that a real word? Indefatigable. Thank you for saying that correctly. I should get the microphone. Tireless. Work causes, we only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history. But I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They're available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. And I look forward to speaking with you next week. Okay. Tonight's lecture is going to be about one of Israel's greatest military leaders, the famous Shimon Bar Kokhba, who led a courageous and heroic and ultimately successful, albeit on a temporary level, attempt to draw the Romans out of Israel and retake Jerusalem. This rebellion occurred probably around the year 132 of the Common Era. We have some questions about the specific dating, but it's certainly about 60 years after the destruction of the temple, 70 odd years after the destruction of the temple, and he actually succeeded in driving out this massive Roman army, which was incomprehensibly powerful, and the Romans, in order to push the Jews back, had to invest a phenomenal amount of men, perhaps as many as 250,000 troops, to be able to beat down a strange but persistent guerrilla force of the Jews hiding out in the Judean hills. It's a rather amazing and heroic story, but it has a lot of twists and turns regarding his own personality, including the fact that many of the rabbis felt that he was actually Mashiach. They felt that he was the Messiah, the long-awaited Redeemer. None other than Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Akiva, believed that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. Ultimately, however, he himself was killed and his venture failed, and the Romans were able to enforce even a harsher punishment on the Jews and really reinforce the diaspora that had begun with the destruction of the temple in the first century. Anyways, that's the story that we're going to explore tonight. Part of our story revolves around this image, which is not so clear, I'm sorry, but a better one I think for next week. This is the Cave of Letters. It's a remote cave in one of the walled sheer cliffs that are surrounding the Dead Sea. And in 1960, the great Israeli general Yigal Yadin, these caves and discovered a tremendous cache of documents, artifacts, utensils that were hidden there by the Bar Kokhba rebels in one of their last stands. So we'll have occasion to look at the documents that were found there, the artifacts that were found there, and it will lead us as well into next week's topic as well. Okay, let's get started with the material per se. So the tone for the uprising, we should recall that this occurred in the context of Emperor Hadrian's rule over Israel. Not to be confused with Herod, I spoke about last week. Hadrian ruled from the year 117 to the year 138. And initially, his approach to the Jews and to Israel seemed to have been somewhat conciliatory. In fact, there are several legends recorded in the Talmud in which he considered rebuilding the temple, which is an amazing thing. The temple, we should remember, was not only a center of religious significance for the Jews, it was their ultimate national center as well. It was kind of like the White House, the Congress, the Capitol, everything was Washington, D.C. for the Jews. And to have lost the temple meant that their very sense of national self was destroyed. So a concession by allowing them to rebuild the temple would have really meant that he had felt that Judea had been pacified and that the Jews could regain some sense of their identity, and then they could move on. Let us recall what we discussed last week, that the Roman government was one of divide et impera, dividing and ruling. They did not like to invest massive amounts of troops and administrators to directly administer a territory. They much preferred to sort of co-opt the elite and allow them to run their own government, kind of in a Quisling fashion, if you think of World War II with countries like Norway and so on. They wanted them to run their own affairs. They just said, you pay us tribute and you give us the proper obeisances, and we will be very happy to let you run your country. So that made the reasoning behind the legend surrounding his openness initially to rebuilding the temple. I'm going to read you a passage here from the Midrash, and we should understand that, the rabbis who recorded the Midrashim are not trying to record historical data as we understand it today. They're primarily trying to convey religious messages, which they will couch within the context of the historical realities of their time, but they will not necessarily they won't feel hard bound to be completely accurate in every detail, because that's not the message that they're trying to convey. It's kind of like, if you think about the hermeneutics of the ancient text, it's like the difference between a prescription and a love poem. A prescription has to be totally and completely exact. What drug, what dosage, how often take it, all those things are really important, or else, disaster can happen. A love poem, on the other hand, employs hyperbole, can employ, similes, metaphors, all kinds of things. Can you imagine if your doctor said, "Oh, give him something sort of like Xanax," right? You can't do that. It has to be exactly Xanax or whatever it is. So these midrashic texts also are trying to convey the information like a love poem, as it were. We can't read them like prescriptions because that's not the way they were written. Okay, so here we go. In the days of Rabbi Yoshua and Hananiah, the Roman government under Hadrian decreed that the temple should be rebuilt. And Lulianus, these are two important this time, set up tables from Antioch and provided for the Olim from the Galut. And they set up these tables. Principally, it seems, to allow people to start exchanging their local currencies for Israeli shekels, so that they could, because the term tables in Midrashic Hebrew means money changers. Those Kutim then went and said to the emperor, anybody know who the Kutim are? Kutim are the Samaritans. So we're going to get to them in a second, but the Kutim, and that's in the next slide. The Kutim and the Samaritans had a very difficult time with each other. The Kutim, or Samaritans, and the Jews proper had a difficult time with each other. I'll explain who they are in a moment. But anyway, here, they're going to essentially ruin the plan. The Kutim then went and said to the emperor, "Be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls finished," I love this translation, "they will not pay tribute, impost, or toll." Said he, the emperor, to them, to the Samaritans, "What is to be done, seeing I have already issued the decree?" Said they to him, "Send to them and say, either change the site of the temple, or enlarge it by 5 cubits, or diminish it by 5 cubits. Then they will of themselves abandon the venture." Meaning the story in this Midrash is that the Samaritans, who wanted to ruin the possibility of rebuilding the temple, they said to the emperor, Hadrian, can't let them have the temple. He says, "What can I do? I already said I would let them have the temple." So they said to him, "You know what? And do this. Tell him you can have the temple, but you have to put it someplace else. Like the embassy can be in Tel Aviv. It can't be in Jerusalem, for example." That was a joke. So thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So not a joke, but it was like a quip. Can I keep the quips? Maybe the Latvians will stay if I have a quip or two. Okay. The other thing is, or say to them, you can have your temple, but it should be a little bit roomier. Enlarge it by 5 cubits, which is the equivalent of about 9 feet or so. Or shrink it by 5 cubits. Now, why wouldn't the Jews say, "Sure, let's do it"? Because the temple has to be exact, right? The measurements are described in Tanakh exactly the way it is. And so by telling them, you can have the temple, but it has to be a little bit bigger, they won't be able to accept it. And so what will happen, this is the plan of the Kutim, they are Jewish, by the way. I mean, we'll see how Jewish and what context, but they ruined the plot because the Jews would have to refuse, and ultimately Hadrian got his way. A throng of Israel had congregated in the vale of Beth Rimon when the letters of the emperor arrived. The people began to weep, and a spirit of revolt began to sweep through the assemblage. Some said, "Let a sage stand forth and calm people." The sage would have been one of the Pharisees. We talked about him last week. They said, "Let Rabbi Yoshua ben Chaneh stand forth, for he is a great scholar of the Torah." So then Rabbi Yoshua arose and he expounded this parable. It's a good parable. I'm going to use it on my kids. Once a lion ate of his prey, and he got a bone-stuck throat. Said the lion, "If anyone can get the bone out of my throat, he will get a reward." There came an Egyptian heron who stuck his beak into the lion's throat and pulled out the bone. Said the heron, "Give me my reward." Said the lion, "Be off with you. Go and boast that you entered the lion's mouth and got out of there safely." So it is with the Jews. This is Rabbi Yoshua. We ought to be satisfied that even though we got entangled with the Romans, we got disentangled without coming to harm. So the parable of the story is that even though, and some elements of this may be exactly formed to reality, that maybe Hadrian had this policy, he thought it might work, and then because of the internal conflict, specifically with the Samaritans, who was a significant force in Israel at the time, he would come to an end, so he decided to change his mind, and Rabbi Yeshua ben Prachia, representing the Pharisees, said, "You know what? It's fine. Do without the temple as long as we can do with Romans as well." That was, of course, sort of the attitude of the sages in a non-revolting fashion. But you saw that there was a chorus of voices saying we should fight against the Romans for the chutzpah of asking us to change our temple. Okay, so let's just go a little further and try to figure out who are these Samaritans here. I'm sure you've heard the term the Good Samaritan. Does anybody know the meaning of that term? So what is a Good Samaritan? Oh, give me the modern terminology, please. Just what do we mean by it today? Very nice. Okay, and why does that person have to be a Samaritan? What's the pshat in Samaritan? Well, here's the parable. Basically, it occurs in the New Testament. I think it's in Luke. I'm sure a lot of my viewers will probably like me. But what happens is there's a disciple who talks to Jesus, or it may have been actually an opponent, I can't remember. He says to Jesus, how am I supposed to love my neighbor as myself? I mean, come on, am I supposed to really do all these things? I don't see anybody doing those things, right? So Jesus says, let me give you a parable. He says, there's a guy who's like mugged, and he's like lying on the side of the road bleeding. It's this beautiful kind of like, I'm not sure who painted this, but sort of Renaissance feel to it. Guy lying on the side of the road bleeding. And along comes a Kohen, a Jew, and sees him and then passes by. Crosses the street. Then along comes a Levite, a Levi, sees him, doesn't want to deal with him, it's messy, the guy's bleeding across the other street. And along comes a Putin, a Samaritan, and he helps him nevertheless. He bandages him up, he takes him to a hotel, he tells the innkeeper whatever it costs, I'll pay it, I'll come back in a little while to check on him, the whole thing. And that is the Good Samaritan. But the point that we have to understand in the story is that the Samaritans and the Jews hate each other bitterly. The Samaritans were a group of people who had converted to Judaism under duress. And their whole story is described in Tanakh, that they were afraid that if they didn't convert to Judaism, they would be devoured by these lions. And so their conversion to Judaism was sort of suspect for a good 400 years. And a good part of the Talmud tractate, Brachot in particular, goes back and forth. Do we consider them Jews or not Jews? Can we count them a minyan? If we're eating and the waiter is with Samaritans, can the waiter be included in Zimun for the benching? Going back and forth deciding, are they Jews or are they not Jews? And as a result, not surprisingly, the Samaritans did not like the traditional rabbinic Jews in return. Ultimately, they divided very sharply, where the Samaritans set up a temple-like cult on Har Gerizim, on Mount Gerizim, which is, I believe, near Nablus. It's a mountain up near Nablus, and they even to this day, by the way, Samaritans, they still sacrifice on certain holidays, goats and things like that, because it's sort of like the ancient temple cult, but it is a Samaritan version. And so at that point, the rabbi said, that's it, but definitely we're not considering them Jews, they're all. And they had a tremendous fight with each other throughout the entire time. Another example of how they used to fight is the rabbis, when they would announce the new moon, they would signal to far-off communities that the new moon had been there, so people would know when is Rosh Chodesh, when is Pesach, when is all these holidays. And they would do it by, lighting signal fires on mountaintops. And from far away, the fires, you would light a fire and go on. Until the Samaritans started waiting and lighting fires on their own, on the wrong days. So it messed up the whole system, and we had to go to a printed calendar and synagogues made a lot of money as a result because they could print catalogs. So the story, Jesus' story, is only understandable in the context of the fight between the Jews and the Samaritans. It's like saying all the people who should have helped this Jewish guy on the road, they refused to. And of all people, Dafka, it's a Samaritan helps him. It's like saying, you're let's say you're stuck in a really bad neighborhood, and all of the inner city population, rich people are walking by, let's say white middle class Americans are walking by, leaving alone, and then an inner city resident who is dirt poor walks up and takes care of you. It's like Dafka, it's the Samaritan who helps them. Did I make that a little too long? I think so. Okay, thank you, Judith. All right, so anyways, there's three basic groups of Jews who are vying for authority in Israel at this point, and they have different relationships vis-a-vis Rome. The Pharisees we spoke about. The Pharisees are trying to practice this, like Yochanan ben Zakkai that we discussed the other day. They're trying to practice a sort of tactical retreat, disengage from Rome. You leave us alone, we'll leave you alone, and they're trying to stay out of Rome's way and manage their own Torah affairs in closed disciple circles. Christians are being horribly persecuted, and they're being persecuted both by the Romans in a very physical and fatal way, and they're also being persecuted to a degree by the Pharisees by being excluded from the Jewish body politic. Again, remember that when I use the term Christian in the 2nd century, talking about a mixed population of Jews who adopt Christianity as a faith system, and their of Christianity, Jewish Christianity, if you want to call it that, is basically all the mitzvos plus belief in Jesus. And you also have a growing, especially outside of Israel, of Gentiles who adopt Christianity, and they are practicing no mitzvot, but are believing in Jesus. So it's a mixed population. It doesn't make sense. Well, these are Gentiles, meaning they're like Romans, Greeks, from all these places, and they leave essentially paganism to become Christians, but they feel no reason to get to Christianity. They go straight to Christianity, and therefore they don't pick up keeping kosher, keeping Shabbat, things like that. And there's internal struggles within the Christian world, but definitely they are united against the Romans and united against the Jews as well. I mean, the rabbinic Jews. And then finally, you have these Samaritans who are trying to have some kind of engagement with the Romans and trying to betray the Jews, as we saw in that story with Adrian. And there's a lot of conflict as a result. To a certain degree, it will affect the Bar Kokhba revolution, but I didn't include too much of it in this particular lecture. So we have basically two major accounts, non-Jewish accounts of the Bar Kokhba revolution. I'll show you some depictions of the historians there. But there's a broad agreement on the major causes of war. We know that civil society was breaking apart in the third decade, the second decade of the 2nd century. That there was a tremendous amount of hooliganism, there was a tremendous amount of banditry, quite a bit of it actually perpetrated by Jews. We have Jewish bandits on the road throughout Israel, and the Romans are not particularly exercising much control. They're not trying to establish a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law. They're just basically letting it become lawless as long as it doesn't affect authorities. There's some amazing stories of these bandits who are kind of frum in a way. They're kind of like pious in a way. Like the Talmud describes one man who was being led off to execution, and as he is being carried away to being executed, he shouts, "Tell the widow of Shimon that I murdered him on the way to the city of Lord." I can't remember what city it was, but here he is. Why would he reveal that? Why would he say he's off being executed, and a widow of so and so know that he was the one who killed her husband? Yeah, good question. Anyone offer a suggestion? What if the body was never found? Right. So if the body was never found, then she would be an una. She would not be allowed to remarry. Well, if she were to remarry, right, against the rabbinic approval. So by going and shouting, "I killed him," That meant that she was no longer an aguna, she was a widow, and therefore couldn't remarry. So the rabbis got into a big tumult. Oh my gosh, do we accept the testimony of a guy who's being let off the exit? I mean, how reliable is that for testimony? It concluded in the woman's favor, saying that yes, the fact that he admitted to killing this guy, we would accept it in order to render her able to marry another man. But that you get a sense of the kind of confusion of the time. That here's a person who has no problem murdering another Jew, but he's about to execute it. He wants to definitely save this other woman from being an aguna. So the local governing authorities began to really crack down heavily. In particular, one individual named Tineus Rufus, or Rufus Turnus, as he's known in the Talmud, began to impose some really severe measures on the Jewish population, outlawing a lot of basic Jewish practices. There's some debate which specific ones, the observance of the Sabbath, observance of circumcision, and so on. But there are a lot of stories of brutality from this one Turnus Rufus that certainly escalated the conflict. Now, Dio Cassius, or Cassius, a Roman historian from the late 1st century, early 2nd century, late 1st, 2nd century, early 3rd century, who wrote that the flashpoint for the revolt was specifically Hadrian's destruction of Jerusalem and its renaming as Aila Capitolina, meaning that was totally the opposite of his earlier policy of perhaps rebuilding the temple. And most historians follow Cassius Dio in their line of thinking. However, Eusebius, shown here, who is a church historian, is our other major non-Jewish source on this term. He says that actually the temple raised, or the Aila Capitolina was renamed, Jerusalem was raised further after the revolt as kind of a punishment for Bar Kokhba rebellion. So historians at this point did not know exactly what was the flashpoint that caused it. One thing we do know is that Hadrian had just left Israel. He was on this kind of grand tour of the Middle East, and he left Israel, and that's obviously when the Zealots felt, oh, this is the time that we can finally rise up against the Romans. Dio Cassius says that the Jews had a unique strategy for obtaining weapons. They had a certain amount of gun control, as it were, in the ancient world. It wasn't possible for just anybody to just produce weapons. I mean, it made a lot of noise, the banging, the clanging. You had to get the raw materials and so on, and they kept a tight control over the weapons that were circulating. So, according to Cassius Dio, the Jews were forced to produce weapons for the Romans in their own forges, and so Jews would intentionally make poor quality sword. They would have a defective one. They would hand these over to the Romans, and the Romans would say, "What is this garbage?" And they say, "Feh." And they would probably not say "Feh," but they would give the swords back and say, "Give quality swords." And according to Cassius Dio, that's how the Jews were able to accumulate a large amount of metal and a large amount of defective swords, but that they were able to arm themselves. We don't have much evidence for this particular legend, but it's an interesting one. What we do have evidence of, however, is approximately 125 tunnels found to date that they were used by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. Their strategy was to build these underground tunnels throughout, in particular, Judea, but also stretching forward into Galilee. Anyway, they built these and they hid in them, and they used them, when the Romans were approached, they would go out and they would have these guerrilla attacks on the Romans, and eventually they would seize towns one at a time, fortify them. The Romans, unfortunately, had the contrary strategy, which when they finally came in to take care of the rebellion, they besieged these towns terribly, and we have some tremendous massacres as a result. But the underground tunnels were one of the major features of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and many of them are really quite ingenious and extensive in nature. One that I'll show you at the end of this lecture was actually 300 meters in length inside a very room, and it had 3 separate chambers and all kinds of amazing things. Okay, now the star of the rebellion literally was Shimon Bar Kokhba. His name was probably Koseva, which is probably a family name. Koseva, Ziba, we're not exactly sure. But he was known as Bar Kokhba. The word in Hebrew means God. And so there's this homiletic sort of appreciation of his name, the son of a star, because there's a passage in the Bible that refers to star that will emerge from Jacob, meaning the Messiah. Mashiach will come from the line of Jacob, and he will, create this political unity of the Jews. He will be a brilliant military leader, and he will restore sovereignty to the Jews in Israel. And actually, that's what Bar Kokhba was able to achieve in his short. However, his ultimate betrayal of the cause, for various reasons, led to great disillusionment among the rabbis, and they referred to him in a rather derogatory fashion later as Bar Koziba. Kazav in Hebrew means to lie. So what was once son of a star became son of a lie, because it was all for naught. But anyway, as a military leader, he was exceptionally aggressive and demanding. We have quite a few documents written in his name, a letter demanding his officers to move to this place, to move to that place, and so on. But he was extremely abrupt and even cruel to his. He would frequently refer to their punishment if they failed to follow his orders. He was insisting that his underlings are betraying the people if they do not follow his orders exactly, precisely to the letter, and then he was constantly threatening them with different things. He also had an even aggressive style vis-a-vis God, and this is something that the rabbis took him to task for post facto, but apparently when it came to praying for their victories, he said to God, don't help, but don't interfere either. And he said, God, stay out of it, and I will take care of it myself. A tremendous chutzpah, but you get a sense of the kind of personality. At the same time, again, it's a confusing period. It's like the bandits that we spoke about earlier. We have evidence that while they were in hiding, they were specifically sending requests out for the Arba Minim, or the Lulav and Etrog, for the Sukkot holidays. Apparently, they were extremely expensive in the Dead Sea, and they had to import them from Yerushalayim or something. But they're also very attached to traditional religious Judaism, rabbinic Judaism at the same time. There's no question that in terms of his personal character, his midos, he would not be elected chief rabbi of the year. But on the other hand, in terms of his military leadership and his brilliance as a strategist, it was unparalleled. And ultimately, he was successful in driving out the Romans. Now, it was in this context that we should understand his nomination as the Messiah, because there's a lot written about what exactly is the Messiah in the Jewish tradition, but at its fundament, the Mashiach is believed to be, and there was a discussion of two Mashiachim, there were two of them, one. But basically, Mashiach is a human being in the Jewish tradition, a human being, not the Son of God, obviously, who will lead a military victory and bring all the Jews back to the land of Israel and establish a level of secure Jews in the Holy Land. And so everything that Bar Kokhba was doing was in fact leading to these goals. And when he finally conquered Jerusalem, it seemed that the Messianic predictions were all coming true in the person of this one Bar Kokhba. According to Maimonides, who wrote the best synopsis of Jewish philosophy on what Mashiach is, of who Mashiach will be, he wrote that Bar Kokhba could have been Mashiach, but he sinned, and as a result, he was killed for his sins. The sins may have included things like the very, chutzpahdik attitude to God, things like that. Akiva, the great rabbi of his times, was a follower of Bar Kokhba. Some have argued that he lobbied for him actively throughout the Jewish diaspora, but he certainly, argued forcefully that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. He was not. There was multiple voices, however, among the Pharisees, and as I think I mentioned in the bulletin, Rabbi Yochanan ben Tarta said to Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before the Messiah comes, meaning that you're going to be dead and buried and you'll be fertilizing grass, you can't rely on Bar Kokhba to be Mashiach. So it's not one unanimous voice among the rabbis, but Rabbi Akiva was, inter pares, he was one of the greatest of them, so his voice was extremely important. This is, by the way, a document from some of the Bar Kokhba papers or papyri that have served, that have existed, found itself to the present day. So here's a map showing where the revolt was centered. It did eventually spread to the north, but it was essentially in the area of Yehuda. That's around Jerusalem to the east, around the Dead Sea. The revolt started when Hadrian left town about the year 132. As I mentioned, the strategy of Bar Kokhba was to go town by town, village by village, drive out whatever Roman troops were there, immediately take over the entire location, probably had a lot of sympathizers among the local population, dig these tunnels and fortify and get ready for the Romans to counterattack. And ultimately, going in this fashion, town by town, village by village, they were able to conquer the entire area, including Jerusalem, which was really quite an amazing achievement. Here is one of the many coins that was minted by Bar Kokhba. What they used to do is very soft, malleable metals. They would heat up Roman coins until they were kind of soft, and then they would simply stamp over the emperor's face with whatever new symbols they wanted to import. And also, have a look at some of these here. Anyone recognize this structure here? The Mishnah, or I would say it's a little bit later, the Beit HaMikdash. This is the Holy of Holies, right? Which was created by Herod in a kind of a neoclassical style. That's why it has the kind of Greek style columns, things like that. So what does it mean that Bar Kokhba is putting this on his coinage? They're clearly, very national, religious. Let's get back to Jerusalem. Let's get our temple sacrifice going. That was a really important thing. This little item up here, anyone figure out what that is? I'm sorry? I'll get another line. This little thing up here, I'll give you a hint. It twinkles. Star, right. And who's that? Bar Kokhba, right? So the star on top of the temple, the Bar Kokhba, his star is shining there. That's the symbol. Now this is, I believe, this is supposed to be some kind of lulav. Not positive about it. I may be confusing this with another coin. But again, also a religious symbol. The coinage, Mr. Rodriguez was trying to figure out the Phoenician Hebrew. These are actually old-style Hebrew letters, and they say things like Shimon, or Shimon Bar Kokhba, for the freedom of Jerusalem. I haven't been able to actually decipher these myself, but I read about them in other books, so you have to take my word for it. So this is like the high point of the victory was the conquest of Jerusalem, which he held for possibly 3 years. But the Romans counterattacked, obviously, and they brought in troops from all over. The Romans had taken a terrible beating, so much so that in his report to the Senate, the Emperor Hadrian omitted a key phrase. Normally, when they communicate with each other, the Emperor writes, greetings to you, senators. I and my army are well. He omitted the and my army part because they were really taking a beating in Judea, which was, can you imagine from the Roman perspective? They just can't deal with these Jews. I mean, every few generations they're rebelling. And who are tiny little people? The Roman Empire extends from Scotland all the way out basically to Afghanistan, all around the Mediterranean basin, and they just can't deal with these Jews. Keep on fighting back. What's wrong with them? So he sends in 14 legions. How big is a legion? I looked it up. They vary in size, but the minimum size is about 1,000 troops. And a lot of these troops would have secondary troops attached to them, kind of like squires. So when you figure out what 14 legions mean, it's 10,000 troops. 140 to 225,000 troops were brought in to Israel to quell the rebellion. We have inscriptions left by these Roman battalions and legions all over Israel when they were attacking Bar Kokhba. It was really a full court press against them. He even brought generals from Britain all the way across the Mediterranean to deal with the Jewish problem. It was definitely a major military effort by the Romans. You can compare it perhaps to, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, which which was also a doomed effort, that there's no way that the Jews hiding in the Warsaw Ghetto would be able to fight off the bulk of the Nazi army. But nevertheless, they made a very heroic attempt of it and sent a signal to the rest of the world. It's a very comparable kind of comparison in terms of the size of forces. So the war lasted for about 3 years. We have coinage that survives that says, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 1, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 2, and a third that may be read year 3, and then the coinage disappears. So we're thinking that the war lasted approximately 3 years, or at least Jerusalem was held for approximately 3 years, but ultimately it could not be sustained. The last stand was in Beitar, which has become a symbol for Jews throughout the centuries. Beitar was one of the last holdouts of the Bar Kokhba's rebels, and he had a very enthusiastic level of support from the local population. The Talmud says, oh, did we lose this image? We'll come back. Okay. The Talmud says that in Beitar, there were 300 school children who, if they heard the Romans were approaching, would take their styluses, their pens, and they would run out of school to poke the Romans' eyes out. Just as an illustration, the Talmud was trying to say just how deep the support was for the Bar Kokhba revolution in this town, which is, by the way, is located in a place called, I forgot it, Carl Pizza, I think I forgot. I'll have to look it up. I'll make a little thing on the internet. These are, by the way, some of the ruins of Beitar in modern Israel. The Romans, however, besieged the city of Beitar, and they simply weeded out the Jews. They made sure to seal off any tunnels that may have been dug under the fortifications, and they engaged the forces for a long time, and they basically starved them until they were forced to try and make a break for it and to open up the siege, at which point the Romans, who had, of course, been well fed throughout the months and even years of the siege, they simply massacred the fighters of Beitar. The Talmudic descriptions of the carnage are, incredibly hyperbolic. Like, for example, they said that the Romans rode with their horses into blood up to their necks. So it's hard to imagine what life. They said that the fields around Beitar were fertilized with Jewish blood for 3 years afterwards. All kinds of these extensive stories trying to describe how horrible the suffering was. Beitar eventually fell. One of the ironies of Jewish history, on the 9th of Av, which is kind of like the day in which so many tragedies have happened to Jews, the destruction of the temples, actually the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto, the expulsion from Spain. It happens to be a uniquely bad day for Jews, kind of in a sort of like national Jewish bad luck day. It's a really bad time for Jews, but I shouldn't joke about it. And Beitar fell on that day. The Romans, in an act of cruelty, would not allow other Jews to come and to retrieve the bodies, and they insisted on allowing and just leaving them there to rot in the August sun without burial. This lasted for approximately a week until finally the Romans, deciding that the revolution really was at an end, they finally allowed the Jews to come and collect the bodies of the dead and to bring them to burial. At which point the rabbis instituted a blessing in the liturgy, which is read always to remember the Bar Kokhba rebellion and the subsequent burial of the martyrs at Beitar. The blessing reads as follows: Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, the Almighty, our Father, our King, our Sovereign, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Maker, our Holy One of Jacob, our Shepherd, the Shepherd of Israel, the King who is good and who does good for all. For every single day he did good, he does good, and he will do good to us. He was bountiful with us, he is bountiful. He was bountiful with us, he is bountiful with us, and he will forever be bountiful with us, with grace and with kindness and with mercy, with relief, salvation, success, blessing, help, consolation, sustenance, support, mercy, life, peace and all good, and of all good things may he never deprive us. You don't recognize where that comes from? If I read the Hebrew, you probably get it right away. Exactly. It's the fourth blessing and benching, the one that ends Ali Kasrenu. So the grace after meals is specifically, this one paragraph was instituted by the rabbis in memory of the massacre at Beitar and the ultimate burial of the bodies. We actually have a lot of passages like that in the liturgy where the liturgy will not specifically refer to a historical event, but it's supposed to evoke the kind of feelings that the authors wanted. Another example, for example, would be the Al Harachamim prayer that we read on Shabbat, which is in memory of the massacres of 1096 in the Rhineland. I think we'll talk about it later. Rabbi Akiva lived through all of this, but 24,000 of his students famously did not. So there's a lot of discussion among historians. You know, I'm sure you're familiar with the legend that 24,000 of Akiva's students died over one summer. And as a result, we have the period known as Sphira. Well, we call it Sphira because it coincides with a part of counting the Omer, which is Sphira to Omer, the counting of the Omer, which is basically usually, it's between Passover and the holiday of Shavuot, and in that time there's roughly a month of semi-mourning. And the mourning includes, no haircuts, no listening to music, things like that, no bus, and it's supposed to be in memory of Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students who died during that time. Now, the tradition does not state that they died in the Bar Kokhba rebellion, but given Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba, it stands to reason that his students would also support them. And the timing in the summer is exactly right. Some historians have opined that those 24,000 students died in battle with the Romans and not from a plague. The term plague that Zalman uses is kind of like a euphemism of the Romans. They actually died in combat, but that remains speculative. What is not speculative, however, is how the Romans dealt with the last elements of Bar Kokhba's orders, including Rabbi Akiva, at which point we have what's known as the Hadrianic persecutions. Hadrian came back with a vengeance and specifically ordered 10 great rabbis killed in an extremely public and demonstrative fashion. The most infamous of those deaths, of course, was reserved for Rabbi Akiva, whose flesh was raked from his body with iron combs. Kutzbis, the translator, whose head was removed from his body and dragged about the streets of Jerusalem by a pig. There are all these examples which we read actually in the liturgy. In Kela Ezra, we read this on the holiday of Yom Kippur. We go through the story of the so-called Asara Frude Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state, which were, those martyrs lost their lives in the immediate aftermath of the failed Bar Kokhba revolution. So we see that these events have directly affected the liturgical life of the Jew, even to the present day. Now, the last element that I find really fascinating about the whole Bar Kokhba story is one of the discoveries of the caches of materials left behind by the rebels. It's in this thing called the Cave of Letters, which is an extremely inaccessible spot near the Dead Sea, even less accessible than Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. It's in a cliff face where you have to walk across these extremely dangerous little narrow paths with a 600-foot drop 6 inches away, and then you have to make this climb on a 50-foot ladder, which of course was not present back then. They used rope ladders and things like that to get to this cave with 2 entrances and a massive network of tunnels that housed entire families. The kind of materials that were found in these caves indicate that women and children lived with the rebels. I mean, you had entire families and who knows how many, maybe a few hundred people living in these caves for years. They had stocked up on water, which could only be got from about 10 miles away. There's no water otherwise. And they had evidence of ritual implements and had all, a full religious life going on inside these caves as they're hiding from the Romans. What I found absolutely amazing, and I've not heard about this before, was buried in the entrance of that cave of letters was a small packet. This is it here, discovered in 1960 by the Israeli archaeological team led by General Yadin, which contained the personal correspondence of a woman. And in personal correspondence, we have all different letters describing a custody battle she had over one of her sons, her marriage contract, legal affairs that she was involved in. Absolutely fascinating materials. These are documents that were extremely important to her, so buried them before she was ultimately killed, we presume, by the Romans, and they were found. So 2,000 years later. So the change of topic for next week is I'd like to find out everything we can about this woman, Babata, and try to understand what we can learn from this about the life of women in 2nd century Israel. But let me get back to Bar Kokhba and to bring it to a conclusion. Bar Kokhba is profound and confused in some ways. Profound in that this was the last major military attempt by the Jews to regain their land in ancient times, and it would be a long 1,800 years before they would ever dream of doing this again in a real fashion. It was a heroic rebellion, it was a successful rebellion, and it ended, however, badly in a very bloody massacre at Beitar, all of which we remember very profoundly in our liturgical tradition in particular. Perhaps the saddest element for the Jews, however, was the dashing of the messianic hope that Bar Kokhba represented. But at any rate, I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week we'll talk about Babata, and I hope you have a great night.
Well, you made it all the way to the end of the video, so I hope that means that you really enjoyed it, or else perhaps you fell asleep in the terminal. But I just want to say thank you very much for watching. And I'd like to develop more of a relationship with my viewers, and so please feel free to click the like button or to leave a little comment at the bottom. I'll try to respond as much as possible. And if this video was useful to you, then please pass it on to someone else who you might also find this useful. Okay. Thank you very much, and
All right, tonight's topic is a little bit of a stretch for me. When I was putting together the series for this term, I tried very hard to include as many women as possible. And this is a difficult in the ancient period. Once you've talked about Bruria, we talked about Rothschild, the wife of Akiva, you run well-known named women very fast, simply because their voices are largely not recorded in our sources. But it's getting harder and harder as we go through, I think this is our 6th semester of giving lectures, to find women that we can speak about in a meaningful manner. But obviously we're talking an important, huge element of Jewish civilization, of human civilization. I think it would be completely irresponsible to go straight through this period without looking specifically at women's lives and women's realities. So I'll do the best I can with Salome. The second problem I had, though, is that when I really did some more research on who was Salome, I'm not sure it's really the appropriate topic for a shul lecture. It's actually quite a salacious topic, as I've told some of you before the class began. I'll do my best to try and steer myself away from the shoals of titillating references in the context of this talk. So let's try and understand exactly who was Salome, or why are we talking about her. So first of all, she was a Jewish woman, but otherwise her connections to Jewish history are rather tenuous. She did not, contribute to Jewish intellectual history like Bruria did. She wasn't a Jewish leader like some of the queens were. She actually has a really tiny bit part in Jewish history, and in fact, we have no reference to her in any traditional Jewish sources other than Josephus, who is a little bit problematic for reasons that I'll discuss shortly. Nevertheless, there are some really good reasons to talk about her. One is the fact that she was the granddaughter of King Herod gives us an opportunity to speak about Herod's rule, at least briefly, and I would like to definitely dedicate a lecture to Herod in general in another context. And perhaps more significantly for our purposes is not so much who Salome was, but how she has been understood and how she has been manipulated throughout the centuries in a way that casts an unfortunate light on the appreciation of Jews in the broader society. Specifically, we're going to look at a medieval Christian exegesis of the story of Salome and try to understand how she and her figure and how she was understood had an impact on the way in which Jews were perceived in broader society as a whole. So that's why I think we can justify the discussion of Salome in this series of Jewish biographies. And without further ado, let's go straight to the material. So who is this woman, Salome? Basically, I'm going to give you the narrative of her life based on the Gospels, the so that we have from the ancient world. But she has been tremendously popularized in medieval and in modern Christian and secular art. Most specifically, an opera by Richard Strauss made her quite famous in the 19th century, and a play version by Oscar Wilde, we'll see in just a second. She represents so many things to those who appreciated her story throughout the last 2,000 years, but as I mentioned, not all of them are complementary when it comes to Jews. Let me show you just a little bit of an interesting clip. This is from a 1923 art film, arguably one of the first art films ever that portrays Salome, the main scene of Salome's life. Here on the left is her drunken father, Herod II. Herod had about 9 wives and about 16 children, many of whom he named Herod, so it's very confusing trying to keep track of how many Herods we're talking about. This is Herod, his son, and he's at a drunken party with his friends, and he convinces his stepdaughter, Salome, to dance before the assembled guests. She dances his famous dance. This is Anna Nevazimova, I think her name was, a famous dancer from the 1920s who performs his dance of the 7 veils, which arouses Herod II, that is Herod's son, not King Herod, to such a degree that he promises her half the kingdom for any request that she makes. So we'll have to talk about that request. Now, perhaps the most famous version of Salome that we have today is the version authored by the great writer Oscar Wilde, shown in the little inset here in the photograph. The edition that's published has the phenomenal artwork of Aubrey Beardsley as well. You can see the famous peacock dress here in the background. Wilde took the story of Salome, which I have not told you in full yet, and he used it as a metaphor for forbidden love, which of course was very relevant to his own life. As a homosexual at the turn of the 20th century, the metaphor of forbidden love was extremely relevant to him. It was illegal for him to perform this play, in England, so he wrote it in French and then translated his own work back into English, which apparently, according to some loophole in the law, he was allowed to do, and it was performed in English in his own translation from his French original, and it made quite a sensation. But as we shall discuss a little further on in tonight's lecture, it was an example of using the Salome story for his own personal agenda, specifically related to forbidden love, but nevertheless, it made a huge impact on the literary scene of the day. So, what is the narrative? To a short sort of a paraphrase of the account that we have in the Gospels, which comes from William Chester Jordan, who is a professor at Princeton, who's written a fantastic article on the way that Salome has been portrayed in the Middle Ages. So once again, our Salome's life are principally two. We have the Gospels, that is the Christian Bible. There are two specific versions of the story, one which probably from the other. And then we have another reference in Josephus. Josephus is the major Jewish historian of the first century. You will recall perhaps from our lectures last year that he was a Jewish general. He defected to the Roman side, and then he wrote an incredibly detailed account of the first Roman-Jewish war in the 8th century, the 8th decade of the first century, and then was very well read, and Romans read it. He received great accolades, and then he went on to write a massive 20-volume Jewish Antiquities, which is basically the history of Jews from all time. And these were documents that were produced for a Roman imperial audience, so they're not necessarily the most authoritative versions of Jewish history that we would like to perhaps read, but nevertheless, he has a version of the Salome story there. She is named in that story. She's not named in the Gospel, so there's no reason to suspect that this event did not actually happen. So here's the version that Dr. Jordan prepared for us based on the Gospels. Herod the Tetrarch refers to the three sons of Herod that ruled the principle of Judea in the first century. After he died, he divided up into three rulers. Tetra, meaning tetra is three, right? Right. What's four? Quattro. Thank you. And arch means like leader, archos, right? Democracy, right? Herod the Tetrarch ordered the arrest of John the Baptist and had him imprisoned in chains. John the Baptist, of course, is a very important early Christian figure, and we're going to return to him as well. Herod's reason for doing so, for arresting John the Baptist, was the furious complaint of his wife, Herodias, right, also named after Herod, and he likes to name a lot of his kids after himself, at John's public condemnation of their marriage, right? So Herod's wife, Herodias, was angry with John the Baptist, so Herod had him imprisoned. Why was angry with John the Baptist? Herodias was the former wife of Philip, Herod's brother, whom she had left to marry the Tetrarch Herod. So in other words, she was married to one son of Herod. She left him and married the other son of Herod, which was forbidden under Jewish law. By the way, all these people are Jewish. Okay, so we're talking about Jewish kings, corrupt, obviously. Herod himself, as we'll talk about, was actually from an Idumean family, which was Edomites, but that's already 4 generations ago. So these are like really, they're like the rich and famous among the Jews, pick and place that we can imagine. Anyway, so he had married Philip, son of Herod. She left him and married Herod, the son of Herod. And John the Baptist, Jewish guy, criticized her for marrying her brother's brother, which was forbidden in Jewish law. John railed against Herod, saying, "It is against the law to marry your brother's wife." Sounds like a good rabbi would say this. At first, Herod wanted to kill John, but he hesitated because of John's popularity and the widespread belief that the Baptist was a prophet, right? Which is, this is of course a Christian document that we're reading now. The popularity of John is alluded to here. Later, Herod came to hold John in awe. He did not understand all the Baptist's prophetic utterances, but he enjoyed listening to him and came to regard him as a good and upright man. Indeed, he protected him, letting him live despite his wife's loathing and her continued desire to have him killed. An opportunity arose for her to fulfill her desire at Herod's birthday banquet, which his courtiers, military commanders, and various elite male members of society attended, right? So let's get the scene right. The husband, Herod, he has imprisoned John the Baptist at his wife's insistence. The wife is upset because John the Baptist is casting a spare wedding. Casting is right at their marriage. Should say things like that. I'll edit it out, right, Mr. Rodriguez? Right. Because he's giving her a hassle about their wedding. So John the Baptist is sitting in prison, and Herodias gets an idea. Aha, how about this? My husband Herod is going to have a drunken birthday party. It's going to be all men there. I have, says Herodias, a beautiful young daughter from my first marriage. So this would be Herod's niece and stepdaughter. She says, Herodias' daughter by her former husband danced before the assembled company, and so delighted Herod that he swore to give her anything she wanted, even half his realm. Right? So she essentially prostituted her daughter before Herod to convince him to give up anything he wanted, because she knew her husband and that he would like make some kind of sweeping statement in front of all of his friends, and then it would be very difficult for her to retract. After talking to her mother, the girl asked for John the Baptist's head on a dish. And so this is all planned, and once she had achieved this, secured this promise from her father, she went back, or her stepfather, she went to her mother, and mother said, great, you have to ask him for the head of John the Baptist on a platter. Herod's distress was palpable. I want to find out what happened. But he did not wish to lose face before his powerful guests, and he ordered a bodyguard to behead John. After carrying out his task, the guard returned to the banquet with the head on a dish and gave it to the girl, who then gave it to her mother. When John's disciples heard the news, they claimed his body and buried it. So the theme of this young, beautiful girl, sexually alluring, possibly very innocent, possibly so young she's a virgin herself, dealing with the disembodied head of John the Baptist, was so grotesque, it fascinated medieval artists, and we have literally hundreds of examples of this depiction of the young beautiful girl and the decapitated John the Baptist. Here's one from Titian from the 16th century, and here you see a piece of monumental architecture. Lots of these, sometimes with spooky backgrounds. You can see the artists are just loving this whole contrast between the beautiful youth and the decapitated Baptist. We could do this day with tons of these examples if they're having a huge field day with what's going on. Here is an early 20th example from one of these staging of the plays. Now, this is basically all we know from the ancient sources, from Josephus and from the Gospels. There is an apocryphal text that may also be ancient in origin, which describes Salome's death, which perhaps I might as well mention at this point. Apparently, she went on to marry, and she had several children, and then in the year 39, which would mean that she's probably in her 40s by this time, she was traveling to Gaul, which would be, let's say, France, and she, and again, this is in the original text, this is something added much later, and we don't know how truthful it is, but she was walking on a pond, she fell into the water, and as she was falling into the water, her head hit the ice, and she was decapitated in a poetic and ironic manner, and her mother retrieved the body, the head as well. I could not find that the artists don't seem especially interested in that theme, but you know that's how she met her gory end, as the apocryphal text has it. So now to take it a step further, to go back to Oscar Wilde, for example, the bit that Wilde adds, that's not in the story at all, but obviously had a very powerful impact. He also adds a sexual attraction between Salome and John the Baptist, and that she's confused and she wants him, but she can't have him, and so then she gives into her mother's wishes, and she has, and that's a very powerful scene at the end where she says, you know, I could not kiss your lips in life, so now I kiss thee in death. Very powerful. You connect it back to one personal history, it makes a lot more sense, and so on. So the fascinating story that gripped the imagination of much of the medieval Christian exegetes and even the modern mind. And in fact, there are versions of the Salome story in song and in writing. If you have to look at the Wikipedia article, they list about 30 versions of Salome in modern culture in the 20th and 21st century. So it's definitely an enduring kind of myth, if you will, that takes us to the next. Why are we talking about this in the Jewish history class, right? She's Jewish, but where's the Jewish part to this? Okay. So first of all, let's go back in time a little bit to understand her background and Herod in particular. This is a Roman rendition of Herod, may actually be somewhat accurate. I will show you the best rendition we have, a period rendition of Salome a little later. And he's an extremely complex character, deserves an entire lecture easily. He was a client king of the Romans, which meant that when the Romans came into the Middle East, particularly in the first century before the Common Era, they dealt with the remnants of the Hashmonaim, who had already been falling into a certain amount of corruption and palace intrigue that led to their internal weakness and eventual demise. And the Romans were able to take over this very fractured nation without too much difficulty. Herod had gone to Rome and had petitioned successfully to become their client king in Israel. Remind you once again, we're talking now about Salome's grandfather. So now we're in the first century before the Common Era. This term client king is interesting. The Roman strategy of managing all these disparate populations was known as divide et impera, which we have in English, it's a common phrase, divide and rule. And the way they did it was they would take certain elements of society, usually the aristocracy, and actually give them a lot of privileges, give them citizenship, remove from them tax burdens and all kinds of things, and by co-opting key elements in the given societies that they controlled, they were able to essentially manage all these hugely different cultures and political systems with relatively little effort on their part. From time to time, they would have to use force of arms and they have to demonstrate their military might, but really their genius as a civilization was in governance through co-opting the elites of all these societies. So Herod was one of those co-opted elites. These Sadducees in charge of the temple ritual, we talked about them in the previous class, were also one of these co-opted elites. And he came into Israel and he ruled with a maniacal intensity and a ferocious degree of personal viciousness. He was married to a woman named Doris at the time that he received the kingship. When he got back to Israel, he felt that she was not really befitting his role as a leader of a country, as a client king. So he sent her away, married another woman named Mariamne. Actually, according to the Talmud, he later killed her as well. According to the Talmud, he actually preserved her body in honey. He kept her around, and the purpose of the honey was to keep her body supple. For you just have to use your imagination. It's the worst possible thing you can think of. Herod was definitely not going to make it on, the Jewish President of the Year award. That's a stupid thing to say. I'll probably edit that part out too, right? Okay, but some terrible things about Herod. Now, at the same time, had this terrible, crazy king who's murdering his relatives left and right, and doing all kinds of awful things. We also have him as the renovator of the temple. In fact, the rulers of the temple that we associate with holiness and things like that, the western wall, he built the Temple Mount, again, on earlier foundations, Hashmonaim, Hashmonaim stones, and also on the stones in the reign of Solomon. Anyways, here we go. So here he is. This is the main builder of the temple who invested millions upon millions of ancient dollars in this great religious center. Can the same person, be credited with all these horrible things, and at the same time, you'll notice if you read the Talmud that Herod's name is hardly ever mentioned. Like the rabbis just don't want to talk about him. Yeah, the temple, it's nice, we like it, it's great. Don't want to think about who built it. It's just not on the agenda because they're embarrassed by his other activities. He did do some nasty things at the temple as well. Like, for example, at one point he put the Roman eagle, the emblem of the eagle, up in holies, which is a hugely offensive thing. It's a symbol of idolatry, a symbol of his Roman occupation, and things like that. And he got a lot of criticism for it, but nevertheless, he is the builder of the temple. He's also the builder of some of Israel's enduring, beautiful architecture, such as his palaces on Masada, which you can see here are hugely difficult things to construct. Incredible examples of ancient architecture. Various cities were built by Herod, ports, aqueducts, all the things that Romans were good at. That's what he was doing in Israel. So most historians have concluded that for Herod, these huge acts of public works, typical for the Romans, were like his kind of signs of his grandiose beneficence. Thank you. Doing good things, right? Good works. He's like giving to the populace. They were not at all motivated by religious sensibilities. And in fact, in northern Israel, he was constructing beautiful temples to various idols at the same time. He was like a donor who was fair to everybody. He gave to the Jews, he gave to the idolaters, he gave to everybody. And that was part of his self-image as being this kind of, grand leader who could do everything. But he obviously did not take Judaism seriously in any way, even though he was himself descended from the Edomites, but nevertheless a Jew for several generations back. Okay, at this point, I'm going to pause for questions before we get back to Salome. Yes? Taxes. Yeah, heavy tax burden. And in fact, when there was famine, he was noted for generously reducing the tax burden by 1/3, but otherwise it was pulled together by taxes. If you look in Tanakh, you'll see that the relationship of Jewish kings to their subjects often revolves around the degree of the tax burden. In fact, the split between the northern 10 tribes and the southern tribes was largely over a tax revolt. The north was saying, we are spending way too much money on taxes. For Solomon, he built the temple and things like that, a huge tax burden. And when Solomon died, they asked his son, Rehoboam, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to follow your father's practices and taxes this, or are you going to ease up a bit? And he made the terrible decision, saying, no, I'm going to make it even harder for you. And as a result of that, the North revolted, and they created a separate kingdom. Yes, Judith. Yes, very true. The parallel to Ruth, the parallel also, I think, to Esther, right? A parallel also, if you can even include the decapitated head, to Judith and Holofernes, right? In fact, some of their artworks, sometimes the artists have specifically connected them to Judith. And that's a story where there was a Jewish woman, I think she was some kind of princess, and she got the king of the Syrians, I think, drunk, or she fed him lots of dairy products, and he fell asleep, and then she cut off his head. Yeah. That was Sisera, Jael and Sisera, and Yehudit and Holofernes is a similar story. Jael is with the tent peg, right? And Yehudit and Holofernes is with the decapitation, right? So it's a head thing. Let us go on. Okay, so back to, so John the Baptist part. That's an important element that we just kind of, is there any other questions? Okay, John the Baptist part, because he's obviously key. Yeah. What exactly is here? John the Baptist in Christian thought is the functional equivalent of Eliyahu Hanavi in Jewish thought. John the Baptist is, the term baptism is basically taken from the mikvah, right, which is a very old Jewish ritual. The idea of going into a body of living water, either the River Jordan, as John the Baptist used so often, or any other natural body water like the ocean or lake, things like that, or a collected body of rainwater, for example. It symbolizes a transformation, a cleansing, and when one goes into one status, one comes out another status. One goes in ritually impure, one comes out ritually pure. One goes in a potential convert, one comes out a Jew, these kind of things. So John the Baptist was promoting, in particular, the use of the mikvah. He was, one of the early mikvah ladies of his day. He was promoting it for many people, but in Christian thought, he was to be the herald of the Messiah, meaning he was going to be the one who would let everybody know that Mashiach was here. Of course, in Christian tradition, he was predicting the Messiah, similar to the Jewish thought, and it's based only on the idea of Eliyahu HaNavi, of Elijah the prophet, telling the coming of the Jewish Messiah. So a lot of these things are prefigured, and to use a Christian term, or they are modeled on the earlier Jewish models. And he was an unpopular figure with Herodias in particular, because he, like the early Christian movement and the Pharisees, were antithetical to traditional authority. Because, think about it, we're talking about this palace intrigue where you have people who are like marrying the wrong people against Jewish law, and the whole business with a young Jewish girl dancing in front of a bunch of drunken men, that is definitely not kosher practice. This is not the kind of rabbinic vision of modesty, of the way people should comport themselves. And people like John the Baptist and other Pharisees, because they're all in the same kind of intellectual framework and trajectory, are openly criticizing authority and saying, this is not what God wants from us. This is not what the Torah demands of us. And they're like thorns in the side of the authorities. Even though the authorities are all Jewish and they all receive their power from Rome, they are unable to control this popular movement of resentment for the antinomian activities of the ruling authorities. Remember, this is the same kind of intellectual and moral force that will ultimately result in the First Roman-Jewish War, the Second Roman-Jewish War, which we'll talk about next week under Bar Kokhba. There is a growing degree of separation between the common Jews, who were primarily peasants at this time, from their traditional leadership, and they're associating themselves with these charismatic local preachers, be they these early Christians, who basically Jews who are simply promoted, or more traditional Pharisaic leaders. And so for people like Herodias, is shown here, the mother in the 1923 film I showed you earlier, they view these people as do-gooders, holier-than-thou types who are really trying to undermine the base of their authority. And so the conflict between Herod, the Sadducees, and these messianic figures like Jesus, John the Baptist, is really quite palpable, which will eventually result in contributing to not only Jewish sectarianism, but also to ultimately open revolt against the Romans in the year 70. So that's really what this underground work is. Now, looking at Salome in particular, there's really two ways in which her life has been interpreted. And one way, which I don't want to focus on for the next, is the idea of Salome as the innocent. In some cases, like in Oscar Wilde's depiction, I think it was Strauss's depiction, I'm not sure on that. Salome is portrayed as being somewhat dim-witted, of having, no real clue of the moral perfidy that she's involved with, either with the dance or with asking for John the Baptist's head. And in fact, when she goes to ask Herod to have John the Baptist decapitated, she can't remember his name. She says, my mother said, what's his name again? That just shows how distant she is from it. And so there have been depictions, particularly in the late 19th and 20th century, that show her as kind of like being taken advantage of by all these evil forces around her, such as her mother, Herodias in particular. But that's not generally the way that she's understood in much of the medieval literature, where we see her more as a kind of prefigurement of Judaism in the post-Christian era, in the post-Jesus era. This is an image, I've shown you several of these in previous classes, but let's just think about one element that I have not focused on before, but just for those of you who haven't seen it, I'll just give you a quick rundown. This is one version of the famous Ecclesia et Saga painting, which we see in monumental architecture. We see it here in a stained glass window from the German city of Verben, the 14th century, which always contrasts the church as being, morally correct and upright and having power and so on, with the synagogue, which is dark and is immoral and is unfavored by God. So you see, there are certain elements that I'm only going to show you one. We could do this all night too, but I'll just show you one. This is the church always on the left handle, because usually there's, and actually in this image they've cut it out from the middle, but there is like a crucifix in the middle and Jesus on the cross, and his hand is over the right side, the stronger side. And church is represented riding a four-headed beast called a tetramorph, which is like a symbol of authority. It alludes to some passages in the book of Ezekiel. She's got the upright staff with her flag unfurled, blowing in the wind, holding on to the Holy Grail, the chalice here. Her eyes are open and looking straight forward, and everything is a message of like authority, regality. Is that a word, regality? Regalness, maybe? Regalness, like being kingly. And in case you're not sure, not only does she have a halo, but there's a hand descending from heaven, crowning her, indicating divine approval of the church's rule in the temporal world. Now, over here, though, is synagogue, and represented really quite differently. She's riding a donkey, which is nowhere near as interesting an animal as the temple. Her very posture is bent over. She's in an attitude of decline, almost depression, right? She's actually smaller than the church physically. The crown that she used to wear is knocked from her head, indicating the loss of favor from God. Her staff, which indicates her power, is broken. She's no longer in charge. The synagogue is in disfavor. And once again, to contrast with the crown coming from heaven, there is a sword descending from heaven and piercing her through the top of her skull to really get the point across, so to speak, that he's unfavored. Now, what is this bit here which she's holding on to? What is that all about? Open to the floor for analysis. Judith, you must have an idea. What does that ram's head represent? Very good. Yeah, no, there's actually flesh on the bones. The eye is still intact, but I'm going to say it on the microphone so they hear it on the internet audience. That Judith saying that this represents the ram of Abraham, which for Jews, though, is a very positive symbol, right? We like the ram of Abraham. We blow the shofar, it's Rosh Hashanah, all that stuff. Yes, holding it by the horn, which is very significant. Okay. Interesting. Yes, I think all those things are definitely very true. Notice that the contrasting element that the church holds is the chalice, right, which represents you receiving the blood of Jesus, the sacramental wine. So here you've got the bloody ram's head, and you've got the sacrament, which reminds me of another funny story. A friend of ours named Keeney in North Miami Beach, the one year they decided to do the actual ram's head or sheep head for Pesach, and so she did it in the sink before Pesach, and her 3-year-old came and saw it and freaked out and went there and said, "Mom, there's a dinosaur in the kitchen." So the chalice represents like spirituality, represents like, it's intoxicating. It's something that is like takes you to a higher spiritual sphere, things like that. The ram's head represents carnality, represents physicality. And it is correct that the artist here is alluding to the ram, the sacrifice of Abraham, but it is taken in a negative sense, that the church is ethereal, the church is spiritual, the church is above us. The Jews are still stuck on sacrifices. They want blood, they want meat, right? Carnal, from carne, meat. They want these kind of physical things. And so the concept of carnal Israel becomes very significant through many of the medieval readings of Salome's story. That Salome thinking of perhaps her love for John the Baptist, is really obsessed with the physicality of him. That it's all about the blood, it's all about the death, it's all about the physical things. And in fact, a lot of medieval commentators, Christian commentators, looking at Judaism and trying to understand what's going on with Judaism, we have so many details with the milk spoon and the meat pot. You do this on Saturday, you can't do this on Saturday. All these details, which for the medieval Christian mind, I would argue for the modern Christian mind, for the modern secular mind, like, what does God want with all these details? What is all that's all physical? Is that really what God wants? So the criticism is that the Jews are excessively carnal. They're excessively simple, which we'll talk about in a few weeks when we get to the medieval period. They're excessively focused on the physical as opposed to the spiritual. And so the whole Salome metaphor, which is translated primarily through the image of a female as well in the Ecclesian synagogue, is seen as negatively grounded in this world things rather than the spiritual, ethereal vision of Christianity. Okay, but I should point out the blindfold, right? I can't believe I forgot that. The church here is clear-eyed and able to see, whereas the synagogue is always blindfolded, cannot see the truth, cannot see what's going on. This is actually more a generic representation of all Jews, right, as embodied in this female figure of the synagogue. And it's important to note that the artwork is especially important because we're dealing with several hundred years of virtually complete illiteracy. And so for people to understand, if they come to church and say, well, I don't understand, what is Jewish? And don't they come before us? And wasn't Jesus Jewish? I heard that someplace. And then the priest would be able to say, oh, it explains the whole relationship of Judaism and Christianity. It's really important to have this kind of monumental architecture. And it figures very prominently in a lot of cathedrals and illuminated manuscripts, things like that. We should also, we're up to right, that, the overwhelming power of this kind of art compared to our modern sensibilities must have been amazing. Like, it would be like going to an IMAX theater when you've never even seen moving pictures. It would just be tremendous, because what kind of artwork could you have in your village? Someone would scratch something into a piece of wood, maybe. Who has time to paint? Who has any skill and training and so on? You come to the larger village or the big city and you see these cathedrals, stained glass art and color. It's like overwhelming. So it was like institutional education. Here, by the way, this is an actual depiction of Salome herself. The coin, it was recently discovered. I cannot figure out the Latin, but the websites tell me this is saying Salome. That's what she looks like. Hard to tell. She's couldn't tell it between her and Herod, but at any rate, we do know that she was a historical figure. She had some royalty, and she had enough to have coins minted after her. In this context, the legacy. So what do we understand from this story vis-a-vis Jewish history in particular? It's a complicated legacy because she does not even figure in the Jewish sources that I mentioned. She doesn't set a tone or message for Jews. She has no teachings that we can offer for and she's basically invisible to all of Jewish history, except through perhaps one of the most well-read Jewish books, and that would be the Bible. And specifically in this context, I'm talking about the Christian Bible, which does have reference to her there. Unfortunately, for the larger scope of Jewish history, the reading of Salome as a personification of Jews does not sit well the way in which we prefer to be portrayed, because she's associated with carnality, with illicit sexuality, with promiscuity, and so on, and of course with bloodthirstiness and the eventual decapitation of John the Baptist. So she's a little bit of an outlier for most of the topics that we'll be discussing in this series. Next week, God willing, we're going to speak about the Bar Kokhba, fascinating individual who led a revolt against the Romans in the 2nd century, and it was thought by many, including Rabbi Akiva, to actually be the Mashiach. It turned out that he wasn't, but I think we'll have a lot to say in more conventional Jewish time this week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Okay, so I'd like to formally welcome you to the fall 2014 season of Lectures in Jewish History. I'm going to actually do a few things differently this year. As you know, we have a new greeter, Mr. Nick Balcony, who is very pleased. We're very happy to be here. We had a grueling interview process to try and find someone to replace Aliza. And I forgot to mention, Mr. Balcony, you have to ask like really difficult questions. He's the only person who's allowed to ask hard questions, because Aliza was the only person who was. Because I could always tell Aliza, sorry, I'll answer you later. And then, of course, I would find something else to say later. I've decided before I put these videos online, I might actually edit them now. Because thank God we're getting over 12,000 views a month, which is really, it's amazing. And the Latvians are us. Actually, I noticed that I had more people watching from Finland than I did from the United States, which was really bizarre. It happened to be like at about 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning when I woke up to check the statistics. So it was before most of America woke up. But nevertheless, these lectures really are getting quite a global audience, and so I've decided I better make the recorded version a little higher quality. The other thing is we're starting at 8 o'clock now until the clocks change. Hopefully that'll be easier for people, and I imagine we'll get a larger crowd once we get to the season a little more. Finally, I have to let you all know, I think many of you are already aware that unfortunately this is going to be my last season here in the Young Israel Bal Harbor, because I will be taking a job in New York City. Yeah. So that will be, actually last time I tried to fly in the winter time up to New York, I actually was a victim of racial profiling, because they stopped me at the airport because it was very rare to see a Jew traveling north. But at any rate, so we are. So this is going to be the final series. I'm going to try and really do a good job with it so that we can leave with a lot of success. So without any further ado, let's get to tonight's material, which is going to be on Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, an extremely influential figure in the development of Jewish history, and one of the rare leaders that appears at perhaps the darkest moment in Jewish history, at least until the 20th century, takes some very controversial stands, not without opposition, at the highest levels of the Jewish establishment, and nevertheless, through his bold innovations and his decisive leadership, he is able to, in a period of about 15 years, revolutionize the very basis of Jewish identity and set us on a course that brings us even to the present day. We are very much today living in the shadow of Rabbi Yochanan's decisions, and so it is extremely incumbent upon us to understand a little bit about who he was and what exactly did he do that made him such an important character in our national lives. So if you know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, chances of this famous quotation, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha, give me Yavne and its sages. And this is a passage that occurs in Tractate Gittin of the Talmud, which I happen to have with me here from the Young Israel Library. And I won't read it to you in great detail because it is really it's about a page and a half of Talmud. But the version that's recorded in this text basically goes as follows. It's 68th of the Common Era. The Emperor Vespasian is surrounding Jerusalem and is about to destroy it. In fact, within a short period of time, the holy would be razed, the temple would be destroyed, and a whole host of things outside. He is right now a general. There are other versions that tell this story a little differently. Basically, the version that is in he goes like this. Rabbi Yochanan is inside the city, which is being defended by the Biryonim, who are a sect of zealots. These are Jews who are in rebellion against Rome and are trying to, in a very quixotic and somewhat incomprehensible manner, trying to free this tiny country from the incredible might and strength of the Roman Empire, which at this time covers the entire Mediterranean basin, which extends all the way out to Afghanistan. It is going to go over into the British Isles and so on. It's a massive empire, and these zealots believe that somehow they can overthrow them, like a few hundred years earlier, the Hashmonaim, Hasmoneans, had overthrown a much weaker Seleucid kingdom. At any rate, Yochanan ben Zakkai feels that this is an unrealistic approach to the Roman occupation, and it behooves the Jews to surrender and to negotiate a treaty of some sort, because otherwise it will be utterly destroyed. He approaches his nephew, who happens to be the leader of the zealots, and says he wants to leave the city that's under siege, meet with Vespasian, and negotiate. And his nephew says, there's no way they're going to let you do that because, you know, my soldiers are very much against any kind of negotiation with the Romans. But Yochanan ben Zakkai pressures his nephew, and so they come up with this bizarre plan that he should fake his own death. Should take a kind of a potion or something, and it'll make him seem like he is dead, put him in a coffin, and they're going to carry him out of the city walls for burial. The Biryonim they've seen that trick before, and so they want to try and drive iron rods through. But they say, come on, you can't do this to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, that's not appropriate, right? So then they say, well, what if we shake him around a little bit? Rashi says, maybe he'll cry out. Says, no, that's not appropriate to do to the body either. You have to treat him with dignity and let him out. And of course, he manages to get out of the city, and he approaches Vespasian. And as the story in the Talmud goes, he says to him, you know, he greets him as Emperor Vespasian. And Vespasian says, thank you very much, but I'm not an emperor, I'm a general. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, no, you're actually an emperor because someone died in Rome and they're getting a promotion. And in fact, that's exactly what happens right there on the spot. And Vespasian learns he's emperor, he has to go to Rome. He's amazed with this. And by the way, there are other versions of the story in rabbinic literature that have the sequence of events a little differently, but the version of Gittin is like that. And what happens is Vespasian says, wow, fantastic, you must add, I will essentially give you 3 wishes. What do you want? And so these are the 3 wishes that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai negotiates. He says, the first one is, of course, the slide here. Looking for Tain li Yavne v'chapa meha. Give me the city of Yavne and its sages. And then secondly, the Shilta Gamliel, and give me the lineage of Rabban Gamliel. We'll explain who he is in a minute. V'isvata l'dinasayin le Rabbi Tzadok, and a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Rabbi Tzadok had been fasting in repentance to try and save Jerusalem, and he had made himself ill as a result, and so he wanted to get a doctor to come in to help out. It's amazing, you know, the entire city of Jerusalem, you can't find a doctor there. Obviously, we've changed the society dramatically since then. You know, maybe they had a lot of accountants, but no doctors? Surprising. Dentists, right? Here is, by the way, a bust of Vespasian, so you get a sense of what he looks like. All of those 3 requests were granted to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and essentially what he did was he repaired to this little city, and he assembled the yeshiva there, the Keren Yavne, the vineyard of Yavne, and established a kind of a foothold, a piedmont for rabbinic Judaism to continue. That's perhaps the most significant thing. However, there are a lot of really significant questions. First of all, what exactly was Yavne? What is he asking for Yavne? Yavne is a strange kind of place. It does not have a long tradition of Jewish scholarship. It doesn't even have a long history of Jewish settlement. Why is he asking for Yavne? So I'll talk about that in a second. But before I do that, I want to also point out the fact that tremendous difficulty as historians working with Tannaitic literature. Tannaitic literature refers to texts that have been preserved for the following centuries from the era of the Tannaim, or the so-called teachers, which is roughly from about the year 200 before the Common Era to approximately the year 200, maybe 300 of the Common Era. About 500 years of living. The most significant documents include some of the older Midrashic collections, Sifra and Sifri, of course the Mishnah, and many other older texts that way into the Talmud, like the Baraitot. They contain a wealth of information. The problem is the way in which this material was transmitted and recorded make it rife with errors, and there are multiple versions of all kinds of stories with very big differences in salient details, including who said what to whom, for example. And this is because these were oral documents that were handed down from Rabbi to student, for many generations, and all kinds of errors crept in, which the rabbis were very aware of, and that's why the Talmud in particular goes through a refining process of trying to determine which Mishnah is correct, which Tosefta, which Baraisa is correct, and so on. Secondly, and perhaps more significantly even than the errors and the contradictions that are in the Tannaitic literature, is the fact that they weren't trying to write history, not in any medieval or modern sense of the word. Meaning, the rabbis, when they're writing these kinds of texts, they are not trying to teach basic historical information, why this happened on a historical level. They're trying to teach religious information. They're trying to teach, what does God want us to take away from this moment. They're teaching us morals, lessons, interpretations of verses, all kinds of things. They're not specifically interested in preserving the historical record, as the great historians of the 19th century would put it, this eigentlich gewesen war, the way it actually happened. That wasn't so important to them. What was important to them was get across the message of the story. So as historians, 2,000 years later, trying to unpack these texts, we have a lot of great difficulty just trying to understand what exactly they mean. Let us take, for example, what we know about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. I mean, what do we actually know about his life besides that key moment, Tain li Yavne v'Chachameh? So there's some interesting biographical material in Tractate Sukkah, which talks about his life. Let's grab it quickly here. And this I might read a little bit more detail because it's rather amazing in scope. Okay. So first of all, the Talmud says, Amru alav Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They say about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Me'amav lo saf sichas chulin. He never spoke casual speech, meaning every word of his was measured and was spoken for a reason. No schmoozing about the Marlins, no complaining about the Chazan, nothing like that. V'lo halach dalad amos below Torah below tefillin. He never walked 4 cubits, about 6 feet, unless he had his tefillin on Torah. He was constantly involved in this. V'lo kadmo adam b'beit midrash. No one ever came before him to shul. He was always first in shul. V'lo yashan b'beit midrash. He never slept in shul. Lo shein is kebel, lo shein is harai. Not even a little dremel when the rabbi was giving the drasha. Nothing. L'chaderti. That happens to be one of my hardest points to stay away. He had no problem staying away the whole time. Below hard hair proposed to Tufanos, he never had any inappropriate thoughts in ways that were profane, which means like when he was in the bathroom where it's forbidden to think about Torah, he never thought about Torah there. He never left anyone alone in the base medrash and went home, meaning he was always the last guy to go home. And it goes on and on with these kinds of behaviors. So where did this come from? Well, it happens that he was one of the students of Rabbi Hillel, the great Hillel, the sage. We've spoken about him a couple of years ago. Those of you who are watching the internet, you can always go back in text there. But check this out. This is kind of an interesting passage about him. Also on the same page, it says here, Shmonim Talmidim Hayu LeHillel Hazan. There were 80 students that studied under Hillel the Elder. Shloshim mehen ru'im Tishra alav shvina. 30 of these 80 were so great that the divine presence could rest on them. Moshe Rabbeinu, like Moses, our teacher. And another 30 were so great that the sun would stand still for them, like for Joshua ben Nun during the conquest of Israel. And then I love this part. Esrim ben Nun, 20 were so-so, right? Like they were not at the same level. Gadol Shebakulan Yonasan ben Uziel. The greatest of them was Yonasan ben Uziel. That later on it will say that when birds were flying overhead, they would be, and he was learning Torah, they would be burned to a crisp, which the whole family went into the outdoor tree as a result. That was a joke. I'll edit that out. That's one of those things I can do. The least of Hillel's students was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So he was the least of them. I guess that 20, so I'm not sure what to make of that. Anyways, what do they say? I'm going to love Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai just to get a sense what was the least of Hillel's students. Shelo Hiniach, Mikra, Mishnah, Gemara, Halachos, Agaros, Diktuke Torah, Diktuke Sofrim. He learned every aspect of Torah, both the written and the oral Torah. Kalim Chamurim, he learned the Gezerah Shabbos, logic, hermeneutics. Tekufos Gematria, he learned astronomy and numerology. Sichas Malachei Ashares, the language of the angels. The Sichas Shedim, the language of the demons. The Sichas Dekalim, the language of the palm trees. Mishalos Kopsin, the parables of the washerwomen, which is a fascinating thing, which Rashi explains like, this like Aesop's fables, stories that people would say. So he was always well-rounded. These are things that not necessarily in a traditional Jewish canon, but he knew proverbs and he knew sayings, well, surely Davar Gadol with Davar Katan. He knew a great thing and a small thing. Davar Gadol, what is the great thing? Maaseh Merkava, mysticism, Kabbalah, the acts of the chariot. Davar Katan, what's the small thing? Havayos Tabayev Rabbah. The entire Talmud, the questions and answers of Rabbi and Rabbi. So this is Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the least of Hillel's students, and this is the scope of his learning, a fascinating kind of depiction. We have a serious problem, however, with this passage because we're not exactly sure when Hillel died. Perhaps it was in the last quarter of the first century before the Common Era. And we do know that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was active up until the year 85 CE, give or take 5 years. So that would mean that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai would probably be in the neighborhood of 120 years old at the time that he had this encounter with Vespasian, which is like an incredibly old age, even in the context of biblical ages for this particular period of time. So some scholars have discounted the specifics of him actually studying at Hillel's feet. He may have been one of the base Hillel, or certainly was one of the base Hillel, the house of Hillel, one of the disciples, but he may not have necessarily had the direct contact with him. But at any rate, he certainly was an older man towards the end of his life when he met with Vespasian. We don't know a lot about his family life. We do know, however, that he had one son who predeceased him. And this context, this will be, I think, my last citation from the Talmud for now. It describes how he was comforted at the after the funeral of his son by his greatest student, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach. First, I should tell you, because we will have to come back to this earlier, there's a famous Mishnah which describes the 5 greatest students of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They talk about all their characteristics. This one, for example, is a sealed cistern that loses not a drop, meaning he remembers everything. This one, my favorite, Ashrei Gavadato. His mother would be so proud of him. That's a beautiful phrase. I think that's one of the greatest things. His mother would be proud. And about the last one, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach, though, he has a leiv tov. He has a good heart. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, if you put all the sages of Israel in one side of a scale, and you put Elazar ben Arak on the other side, he would outweigh them all. Now, when he unfortunately lost his son, so his student came console him. Here it is. Students and others to console him over the loss of his son. So one rabbi came forward and said, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, may I console you? He says, sure. So he says, don't you know that Adam buried one of his sons and he was nevertheless consoled? And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, I'm sitting here mourning and you want to add to me the sorrows that Adam Arishon suffered? And then he says, get away from me. And then another rabbi comes and says essentially the same thing with another biblical figure, one after another, saying, look, Kasser Meshugai money, do I need more people? This is the kind of comfort I have. Until finally, Rabbi Elazar ben Arak comes and says, Rabbi Elazar, you have consoled me, and then he gets up and goes on with his life. But you get a sense of his sense of humor as well, that even in a dark moment, he can say, here I am mourning my son, and you're giving me one source. We don't know much about his wife, about the rest of his family. Now, what we know about his major teachings in general is that he was, as I mentioned, a student of Hillel's. He was a great populist, meaning he believed in the value of the Jewish masses. He did not, kowtow to the established authorities among the Jews, including the high priests and especially the Sadducees, with whom he had tremendous conflict, as I will explain shortly. And he emphasized out of kindness as a new way to reach out to God in the absence of the temple. We will also return to that point towards the end of this class. A major proponent of Torah study as an activity. You may think of that as, well, that's obvious, isn't it? We're talking about Judaism, but in fact, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really directed Judaism in that particular path, arguing that in the absence of the temple and the animal sacrifices, the way that Jews can express their devotion to God is through study. And he said famous things like, credit for your study because that is the purpose for which you were created. These kinds of things endeared him to the masses, but I think what I'd like to do now is turn to some of the political background of his life and works. Maybe I'll pause for a couple of questions. We have no record of his debates with early Christians that I'm aware of. Occasionally, you will see certain rabbinical figures speak with so-called philosophers, philosophes, which may be an allusion to early Jewish Christians. But we don't have any record that I'm aware of any sustained debate. Next week, actually, when we talk about Salome, we will talk about Jews and the early Christian movement. But again, it's important to recall that, even in the immediate wake of the destruction, the year 70, Christianity was still such a tiny movement. We're not even sure how much intercourse they would have had with each other. Small groups of Jews who choose to follow Jesus in the context of, they're still Jews, and it's just another kind of. And don't forget, this is a period, as we'll talk about next week, of incredible messianism. There were several figures during this period who were claiming messianic status, and in fact, Jews were following them and fighting and dying for them against the Romans. And within just a short period of time, we would have Bar Kokhba, that will be 2 weeks from now, of whom Eva thought that he was Mashiach. It's a period where Mashiach was a dime a dozen. A doctor, on the other hand, was very hard to find, but Mashiach easy. Well, what does that mean in the first century, a Torah Jew? Well, let me answer that question in a few slides, because I'm going to give you a sense of Jewish sectarianism, and we'll try to understand what that means to be Torah observant. What we understand by Torah observant today is largely a result of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's formulation of Torah study, which we could say, for example, is basically the Pharisaic ideal of having small disciple groups who are all committed specifically to tithing their produce and of leading lives of Torah study, as opposed to sacrificial activity. But we'll get back to that. Last question, Ms. Abramson. Probably, yeah, Zakai, which means like pure or innocent. No. In Jacob Neusner's biography, he has a longer discussion of that. That's a nice name. I don't know anyone named Zakai today. Certainly don't know anyone named Chayev. That would be a really bad name. Guilty. But anyways, let's go on. So let's look at Israel in destruction. So we have to really put ourselves in the mindset of Jews at this really terrible time in Jewish history. Israel has been going through a tremendous amount of sectarian dispute. We'll through several of the groups in a couple of slides. And ultimately, the Romans have decided enough with this. The immediate precursors to the Roman-Jewish War were some radical elements who decided to deny the Romans the right to bring sacrificial offerings, which had long been afforded to them, along with other Jewish nations who just celebrated the holiday of Sukkot. And when that was withdrawn, this was considered an act of great, chutzpah to the Romans to not allow them to bring sacrifices at certain times of the year. And it sparked a revolt because the Romans really had enough of this fractious people insistent on maintaining their stubborn individualism, am kashe oref, stiff-necked people, when just about every other nation that they conquered, they were able to effectively manage. And the war was bitter, brutal, and incredibly bloody, with possibly hundreds of thousands of Jews losing their lives and being sent into exile. The numbers that we have from the classical sources may be as high as 600,000 Jews. That's most likely an exaggeration because that population figure for this era is inflated, and it is the way of ancient sources to kind of use numbers poetically. But there's no question that it was an overwhelming demographic loss. When we look at the mood of the nation, we can look at one of the greatest historians of this period, Gedalia Alon, shown here, an Israeli scholar, originally from Poland, I believe, who died very young in the 1850s, I believe. And he had a very important work which was translated later on, published by Harvard, called The Jews and Their Land. And he identifies 6 basic attributes for a sense of national independence, all of which were basically missing at the time of the destruction. Specifically, one of the things that helps assert national independence is the existence of a state, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans. And the Romans actually put a tremendous amount of effort in trying to root out the entire memory of the Jewish state at this point. The region known as Judea was downgraded from a governorate to a section of another part of the kingdom. It wasn't even given an individual status. The name Judea was wiped out, and it was replaced with the Palestina, which was intended as an insult to the Jews, because it's named after the Philistines, the traditional biblical enemy of the Jews. So they renamed the land of the Philistines Palestina. And of course, today, the debate over names continues with that particular term. So there's no saving it. Secondly, it's quite likely that as a result of the deportations and the wars, Jews no longer constituted a majority of the population of the land of Israel by the end of the first century. They did constitute a plurality, meaning they were most likely the largest minority of all the peoples in Israel, but they definitely did not have majority population anymore. The money is always essential, and you have to have a contiguous population with a stable economy, which is in the ancient world essentially agrarian, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans with tremendously onerous tax burdens, which were not only difficult to bear in terms of their quantity, but also in terms of their quality. For example, the traditional Machatzis shekel award, which was given to the temple in Jerusalem, the Romans had allowed the Jews to continue collecting it and sending it to the temple for the upkeep. And as a result of the Roman-Jewish wars, the Jews were ordered to send that money to Rome to the upkeep of the temple of Jupiter, which was, still a tax burden and an insult on top of it. Leadership. Now, this is especially interesting. Who were the leaders of the Jewish people at this time. We have traditional status groups such as the high priesthood, the leader of the Sanhedrin, which may have been the same people, meaning there are certain periods of Jewish history where the Kohen Gadol would be the head of the court, the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin at this point, by the way, seems to have been disappeared for a short period of time, and it is largely due to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity that it eventually finds its home in Yaveh. But in the immediate aftermath of the war and the destruction of Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin is not functioning, the priesthood is not functioning. All that's left are the Pharisees. These are the so-called Perushim, those who separate, who were establishing these little disciple circles of Jews who would get together to study the oral law. And membership essentially meant taking an oath before a group of other Pharisees saying that you would promise to maintain the laws of the Torah, and in particular, the tithing system, the Meiser system. And that would create a chaver status, meaning an associate status that would allow you to be among these kinds of like charismatic groups, which who had no official authority. They had no administration. They had no hierarchy. It was simply a group of Jews who were like-minded and organizing on their own without any official sanction. They had no tax base. They had no revenue source. And nevertheless, they were still emerging as the popular leadership of the Jewish people. This is primarily where Yochanan ben Zakkai comes out, because he is essentially a Pharisee. Control of the diaspora. There is a Jewish diaspora which predated by several hundred years the destruction of the First Temple, and really for at least another 400 or 500 years, Israel would remain the center of the Jewish people on a leadership level, whereas the rest of the Jewish world would look to Jerusalem, or at least to Israel. Jerusalem, of course, was emptied of Jews. It was declared Judenrein by the Romans. No Jews were allowed to live in the environs of Jerusalem. But Israel as a whole would be considered the spiritual homeland of the Jews, and issues would come forth out of Jerusalem. Decisions would come forth from there. Ki mitzion teitzei Torah, right from Zion, Torah would extend. So this is still in effect, but again, there's no leadership to exercise that authority. And finally, statehood could still be existent, says Alon, if there is an active resistance to the occupation. But after the temple was destroyed, and especially 3 years later when Masada fell, that was it for the resistance. It was completely broken. It would amazingly rise up 5 decades later under the Bar Kokhba rebellion, with similarly disastrous results for the Jewish people. But at this point, the Jews were literally at their lowest point in history. And it's amazing, and it's mind-boggling to think that they could survive this kind of national assault and still emerge victorious on a spiritual and ultimately even today on a national level. We shall see. So this is the context in which we have to see Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity. Who were the various groups? We've been dancing around this question a couple times. Who were the various groups that were active at this time? So you have the so-called Sadducees, the Tzaddukim, who were associated primarily with the temple, and that was their locus of authority. They had a revenue flow because Jews were always bringing in their sacrifices and so on, and they had a level of significance because they controlled the ritual activity of Judaism, which centered around temple activity. Again, let me take us back a second and just imagine for yourself, we live in an era where, Jewish activity probably centers on the home more than anywhere else. And a close second would be the synagogue. We have a tremendous amount of rituals that are involved in the kitchen, in the bedroom, in the study, and then of course in the synagogue with all of its regular prayers and so on. But this is an era in which that was not true. Judaism was practiced in one place, in the temple. And you had all kinds of laws that you could observe on your own in your communities. And if you had a Beit Knesset, which means simply a house of gathering, you would get together perhaps to study texts if you were literate, which was probably not likely, to discuss prayers, which were then very new. The Anshe Knesset Gedola had just begun really producing these things shortly before the Roman Jewish Wars, a little earlier, maybe 100 years earlier. Really, if you were a Jew, you thought of yourself as belonging to the great temple in Jerusalem and nowhere else. So when all that was removed, it's as if the horizon had disappeared, and the defining elements of your religion were totally gone. So what would you do with that? Second group were the Zealots. We discussed the Virionim, which are a group of the Zealots earlier, who believed that the correct way to deal with the Romans was to rebel against them, to throw off the hated yoke of occupation, the yoke of the so-called evil kingdom. The Sadducees, by the way, believed in complete capitulation to the Romans and collaboration with the Romans. Finally, the Pharisees, which we discussed a minute ago, and then there are a whole host of other groups. Not only the early Jewish Christians that we mentioned earlier, but there are also Jews like the Essenes who went and lived in caves and practiced celibacy, which meant that they had to have a recruitment drive every 20 years or so. And these are all various groups who are neo-messianic and so on. So to return to your question, what does it mean to be a Torah Jew? Undoubtedly, all of these groups consider themselves Torah Jews, but the definition of what a Torah Jew was so wrapped up with the temple that when the temple was removed from the scene, no one exactly knew what it meant to be a Torah Jew. Of all these groups, the ones that had the clearest and most coherent definition of that would be the Pharisees. Because they said, look, the reality is we can no longer rely on the Kohanim to be the experts in Judaism. We can't just bring our cows to them and expect atonement once a year. We can't do that kind of thing, Mark. We must ourselves become expert in Jewish texts, Jewish law, Jewish thought, and that formed the basis of the intellectual meritocracy, which is rabbinic Judaism. So that's really one of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's major achievements. So of the Pharisees, there were three distinct groups. There were the so-called Pharisee zealots, and you can see this in the Talmudic literature. There are some Pharisees who have such tremendous contempt for the Romans and are more than willing to take up arms, even though they are still, within the Pharisaic camp, they still feel they lean towards, aggressive confrontation with the enemy. Then you have the so-called moderates, which Dalia Alon calls the so-called national realists. I hesitate to use the term realists because, everybody considers themselves a realist. No matter how fanatical they are, they consider everyone else living in a dream world. But me, of course, I'm realistic. Everyone else, I'm not a pessimist, I'm not an optimist, I'm a realist, and so on. And then who believed in some level of accommodation with the Romans because defeating them was impossible. And then there were the so-called peace party who were simply out for a complete surrender without any conditions whatsoever. Where exactly Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai fits into these three groupings is not entirely clear, but it appears that he fit within the moderate group more than anyone else. He believed in some accommodation with the Romans for a strategic retreat, meaning or a tactical retreat would be a better term, by simply allowing the Romans certain things that they wanted, the Jews could retain other things that were crucial to their development. So let's go to the three enduring questions that we began with our lecture with. First of all, what exactly was Yavne? You recall I asked, why would he ask for Yavne and its sages? There really were no sages in Yavne before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And secondly, what kind of a place is Yavne? It's like Yehudatzville. It doesn't occur in Tanakh. Nobody ever talks about Yavne. Maybe you could say, I don't know, Hebron or Shechem or some other biblical place. What is going on with Yavne? So the Roman term for Yavne is Yamnia, sometimes spelled with a J, pronounced Jamnia, but really it's Yamnia. And it appears that even though Yav did not have a majority population and had no yeshiva to speak of before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Romans used Yavne primarily to control displaced populations in their rule. Meaning, when they had a population, and they were big into moving large people, numbers of people around, when they had a population that they wanted to keep tabs on, not quite a jail, but kind of like a supervised environment, where they knew what was going on. It was not like the great city, New York or Warsaw or something like that. It was like, look, yes, you can come over here, and there's lots of Gentiles here who will, be aware of your comings and goings. In other words, it was kind of like not exactly a ghetto, because it was like a mixed population, but it was kind of like a place where the Romans could keep an eye on what was going on. So in other words, perhaps Yochanan ben Zakkai, I'm sorry, Mr. Weiser? Exactly. It's maybe a colony, a control point. It's very good. In other words, perhaps Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had asked for a place that he knew the Romans would be inclined to grant. Meaning, we're not asking to, occupy a traditional Jewish center where maybe we could foment revolution. We'll live right in your backyard where you want. Or, as Alon has suggested, not in keeping with the text that we have in the Talmud of Gittin, perhaps it was Vespasian's idea, saying, "Oh, okay, look, you're flattering me. You're telling me I'm going to be the emperor. It turns out that you're right. So, fine. What do you want? He says, well, give me the sages. Okay, all right. You can have some of your sages, but they have to live in Yavne. They have to live here where I keep an eye on them," which is a radical rereading of the text and alters the understanding of it. But at the same time, it makes much more sense with the nature of the confrontation between the Romans and the Jews at that point. So it could be, according to Alon, that Vespasian offered Yavne, and Yochanan ben Zakkai accepted it. Other readings of this story elsewhere seem to support that interpretation as well. Secondly, what exactly was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's role? We note that he is referred to usually as Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and not as I erroneously thought, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. But Rabban means simply our teacher, but it is a term that is reserved for a particular position known as the Nasi, or the president. For most of this period, the Jews were led by two distinct individuals, and the Zukot, the partners or the heirs. One was called the Nasi, or the president, and the other was the Al Beit Din, the head of the Jewish court. However, according to Sharira Gaon, a medieval commentator on Jewish history, he thinks that this term Rabban is reserved for people who are the Nasi, or the presidents, which doesn't make sense because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not of the lineage that would allow him to be Rabban. There was always, a Hillel, a Shimon, or a Gamliel, Shimon ben Gamliel, and so on, that were the Nasiim. How did Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai suddenly get to be Nasi? And secondly, in the various decrees that he passed during the time he was acting in Yavne, he was always signing documents second after probably absent Rabban Gamliel, who was the Nasi. So it appears like he was behaving as if he was the Nasi, the president, with the right to execute orders and to demand Jews to conform to use takat. But he doesn't have the right to deposition. You add to that the fact that there seems to be no other person acting like that until about the year 85, and you wonder what exactly is going on. So the way Alon reads this particular period, he takes it in such a way that he believes Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai into the breach at a moment when the existing leadership, the existing Nasiim, were paralyzed with indecision. How do we deal with the loss of the temple? How do we deal with this overwhelming loss of statehood? And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said, look, let me just escape from Jerusalem, and I'm going to take a place, I don't care what it is, Yavne, who cares what it is, and in Yavne, with a few sages, I will set up a yeshiva, and that's going to be the future of the Jewish people, which was an incredibly audacious thing to do, flying in the face of all of the authorized time. And in fact, after 15 years of this activity, it appeared that he was successful, and then he was removed from that position, and the traditional leadership reasserted itself. And he stepped back from national politics. He established another yeshiva, Idam Yasna, and allow the Sanhedrin to go on functioning in Yavne and so on. So, in other words, to try and bring this down into a sentence or two, Alon's analysis, which seems quite convincing to me, is that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai essentially boldly and audaciously asserted a leadership position when he did not have it by any rights in a traditional Jewish constitutional sense. And ultimately, the rest of the Jewish leadership that failed to act appropriately at that time came around to his way of thinking. He was then displaced, possibly in an amenable way, in an amicable way, to allow the traditional leadership to reassert itself. But it was those crucial 15 years that he was active in Yavne that he allowed Judaism to continue in a form that we would understand it. And the problem with this whole discussion, however, is that it relies very heavily on a logical tool, which is very weak. It's called the argumentum ex silentio, an argument from silence. Meaning, we have no documents to prove this. We have no text that prove this. All we have is, for example, the troubling question, wait a minute, if the whole story is about what happens at Yavne, then where is the Nasi? Why is the Nasi not there with him? We know he's elsewhere in the country. I think he's in Galileo at this point, and he's not doing anything. And more significantly, where are, for example, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's students? A whole bunch of his students do not follow him to Yavne. As great as he was, he did not have his primary student, for example, Rabbi Elazar ben Arak. When you recall, we mentioned that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said that if all the sages were on one side and Elazar ben Arak were on the other side, he would have weighed them up. He abandoned his teacher, and he's off at a different place for those crucial 15 years. And he returns to Yavne when Rabbi Yochanan is teaching elsewhere. And even the great Rabbi Tzadok, who you recall when Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai went out there and he asked for three things: give me Yavne, give me the lineage of the Nasi, which he took for himself, and then later gave it back. He says, give me a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Even Rabbi Tzadok did not follow Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai to Yavne initially. And these kinds of arguments from silence indicate that those 15 years were really ones in which the established Jewish leadership were not aware of what can we possibly do to accommodate ourselves and to forward from this colossal crisis. But it was Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai who determined that path. So this is Alon's basic thesis. There's a great amount of opposition for Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, but ultimately he was victorious in that kind of decision. Okay, I'll pause for a couple of questions. I've given you some tough things here. Yes, Mr. Moore.
Where was where was Scott? You have like separate people like they
So that's a good question. I'll repeat it for the internet audience might not hear on it, especially like where was God during all this picture? And so first of all, I have to give full disclosure. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not allowed to dispense theological information because I'm not a card-carrying member of the rabbinical club, so to speak. But you can certainly ask that kind of question to Rabbi Grunstein, who will, I'm sure, give you a very profound answer. The sources that analyze this material, like Gedalia Alon, for example, so on, they won't ask that question. It's just not part of the mechanics of the tools that historians use to figure out what's going on here. But on the other hand, and I'm not going to step into a rabbinical role, I'll speak as a Poshet Yid, a simple Jew at this point. Obviously, God was all over the place there. And just because some of the established leadership may have a temporary lapse in the ability to make the right decision, shall we say, that doesn't mean that God isn't with the Jewish people with a new leader. And here's Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who is taking control. And if it were not for his chutzpah, we wouldn't be here in a synagogue today. So where was God? I think it's pretty clear that God is right in there the whole time. Again, apologies to Rabbi Rothschild, not here, so I'll call. Okay, so let's understand something about his legacy and then we'll conclude for the evening. One of the more interesting passages about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is a discussion that he actually reinstituted smicha, that he was the person who really created the rabbinate as we understand it today. And there's some interesting passages that support this in the rabbinic literature. But basically, this idea is really quite appealing because, once again, if we think of who were the authority figures of Judaism before the destruction of the temple, it was certainly the Kohanim, the priests, who had largely, by joining Sadducees, capitulated to the Romans and were bereft of any, shred of authority among the common population. The Sanhedrin, the judges, many of whom were unfortunately also co-opted into the Roman regime because this, after all, a position of great authority and potential for abuse. And these lone scholars who had no official authority, no kind of dispensation from heaven to act as leaders, but nevertheless devoted themselves entirely to the study of the Torah. These were people that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai designated as Rabbis, as Rabbi, as teachers. And these were the people who did not have, once again, any kind of formal stamp of approval other than the endorsement of a great figure like Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And they ultimately became the popular leaders of the Jewish people through the next 2,000 years of statelessness. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai innovation here, which I admit I still have some historical problems with, but I'm giving over excuses now anyways, is essentially the model of Jewish leadership that Jews have followed since the destruction of the temple. Kohanim, for example, are no longer the leaders of the Jewish people. Even administrative heads like chief rabbis do not really claim the same kind of authority because Jews are free to simply, give their authority to their local rabbi. And in many ways, in halakhic terms, they may be obligated to give the authority to the local rabbi over the chief rabbi. We don't have a pope in Judaism. This is the kind of structure that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really created. Another major legacy point was his teachings firmly established the moderate or national realist approach of Pharisaism to the present day. I'll just quote two passages which I think are really quite telling of this approach. First of all, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, "Do not hurry to knock down idolatrous altars, because perhaps you will have to build them better than they were before," which the commentators explain. In Israel, there are various commands regarding the establishment of idolatrous places of worship. And say you are a zealot and you can't stand seeing that particular statue of Mercury, Mercurius, as is mentioned in the Talmud, in your backyard, your neighbor's backyard, something like that. So you want to go over there and you want to destroy that statue. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, don't do that. Why? Because right now he has a statue up there that's made out of plaster. If you go over and you knock it down, given the reality of the governing authority in Israel right now, the Romans might make you go back and build it out of bronze or maybe even silver. So what's the point? You will have just created another altar and a more enduring one at that. So this is kind of like a moderate realist, national realist approach saying, yeah, sure, it makes sense on a purely ideological and you should get rid of all idolatry, but let's be smart about this because it may be that it'll come back to haunt you and you will it'll backfire and you'll reinforce that. So this is kind of an interesting approach that sort of step from the ideological demands of the Torah and says, let's be real about the political situation we're living in. Similar to his negotiation in the first place. And they're a beautiful teaching, one that is recorded in a variant text of the Avos D'Oreno of Rabbi Nassim, which I found absolutely fascinating. I was thinking about it all week. The text reads, you are holding a seedling in your hand, right? You have like a tree seedling. You're about to plant it. And someone comes to tell you that Mashiach has arrived. The Messiah is here. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, plant the tree first, then go see Mashiach, which is an amazing statement, because you'd think that if Mashiach is really here, oh my gosh, drop everything, right? Because this is the end of times, it's the apocalypse. So Rabbi ben Yochanan ben Zakkai, who says, no, look, you got to take care of business that's going on right now. Take care of the future. You're planting a small tree. If he really is here, Mashiach is here, then it'll be irrelevant whether you have the tree or not. But, be smart. Plant the tree first. So this is the national realist approach that we see throughout his entire lifespan, and ultimately it is the strategy that allowed the Jews to survive the tremendous crisis of the destruction of the temple. So with that, we're right on time. I want to thank you once again for your support and your attention. I'm really happy you could come, and I wish you an amazing week. Thank you very much. Why don't we get started for tonight? Tonight is the penultimate class of the season. We're going to have an extraordinary individual, one of the most influential Jews of the 20th century, to be sure. They're signaling, and I should step this way. Yeah, so you can see the screen later. They're very good. But you're going to see Leon. It's the first time you're here. I always walk around like this. I walk back like this. It'll be okay. Anyways, first up, tell a joke. The joke goes like this. We are going to talk about a really unusual individual, one of the most influential Jews, influential thinkers of the 20th century, and he comes from a line that really is Jewish royalty. I mean, there are certain surnames in the Jewish tradition. Oh, welcome back. Certain surnames in the Jewish tradition, like Rothschild, Ibn Tibbon, maybe. Now, there's certain names that really, go through many generations. Names you might not be so familiar with, Rodriguez, for example, that really, resonate for many generations, and Soloveitchik is one of them. And one of his forebears, we'll speak briefly about this in the first slide, but he was known as the Brisker Rav. And so the joke, the introductory joke for tonight, is actually a true story about the Brisker Rav. This is the middle of the 19th century in Eastern Europe, and the students are learning with the Brisker Rav, and a shochet comes in, a ritual slaughterer, and says, Rabbi, I just shechted a cow, worth 500 rubles, and I'm concerned that perhaps I didn't do something right. Would you please go inspect the carcass to make sure that it's kosher? So the Brisker Rav goes out, the students follow him, and he inspects the cow. It's not kosher. This animal is treif, not kosher. And it's a huge loss, because now it's no longer fit for Jewish consumption. He has to sell it at regular rates, which are like 1/10 of the rates you get for kosher meat. And the shochet says, okay, well, what can I do? They go back to studying, and then as they're in the middle of their Talmudic section of the middle of their Talmudic study, a woman bursts in the room and says, Rabbi, I don't know what to do. I'm very upset. I had this chicken slaughtered, and I brought it home, and I saw it wasn't kosher. I brought it back to the shochet to give me back my money. He insists that the chicken is kosher. What am I going to do? So he says, okay, let's go have a look at the chicken. And so the woman takes him back to the shochet, and they have the chicken there. And it's the same shochet, of course, the same slaughterer. And the shochet is furious, and he is angry. He's livid. His face is like a thermometer. He's all red with anger, and they're arguing over this chicken. And the Brisker Rav looks at it and says, unfortunately, once again, the chicken is treif. And the shochet gets furious. He stops in anger and he says terrible things to the Brisker Rav, impugns his honor and his integrity and his intelligence, and he orders them out of the store. So the students, they say to the rabbi, what's going on? I mean, first, the guy made a mistake, large cow, 500 rubles, and, he was like accepting the Gezeras HaMelech. So God speaks, and that's the way it is. And now here, over 25 kopecks for a chicken, he's furious and disrespectful. What happened? So the Brisker Rav apparently said, see, there are two totally different situations. In the case of the cow, it was between him and God, and he was prepared to let it go. But in the case of the chicken, it was between him and another human being. That he wouldn't be prepared to let go. There's a lot of musser in that little story, a lot of wisdom. I'm not going to spell it out for you, but Rabbi Rothschild can do those kinds of things. But it's a story about the Brisker Rav and Steve the Grown. You're waiting for the punchline. Not really a joke. I always thought it was funny. Okay. I can tell this lecture is going to go downhill from this point. Okay, so good and well for news. First of all, it is the penultimate class of the season. Today we're going to look at someone, ironically, who is very much associated with a great institution of Jewish higher learning, Yeshiva University. Next, our last lecture, we'll look at someone who's associated with another great institution of learning, Touro College, as we will study the life of Dr. Bernard Lander, the founder of Touro College, also a fascinating figure that cast a wide and long shadow over American Jewish history. One last good and welfare thing, that's kind of shameless self-promotion. I want to thank you. Many of you have sponsored my son to go to Israel, and he is participating in this learn-a-thon now for one more week. He's raised so far $713 to get him out of our hair. Get him to Israel for 5 weeks. If you are interested, it's an NCSY. The URL is learnathon.ncsy.org, and he would appreciate it. Maybe a little bio of him and things like that. Meanwhile, let's go straight to our material. Okay, let's go full screen. Great. Okay. So, as I mentioned in the introductory story/joke, our topic tonight is one of the 20th century members of the great Soloveitchik dynasty. This is one of those names that resonates throughout Jewish history for the last really 300 years. And this name, as Rothschild is to wealth, Soloveitchik is to learning. The Soloveitchiks were especially associated with the Lithuanian yeshiva movement, which we've discussed in previous classes, and specifically with the heritage of the Vilna Gaon, as expressed in the greatest institution of learning established by the Vilna Gaon study student, Rabbi of Rothschild, who was one of the forebears of the. So eventually, the reason why Rabbi Chaim, we don't have a surname attached to him, is because the 18th and 19th century is when Jews began to take surnames in large numbers. There are some exceptions. Italian Jewry, for example, you find surnames that go back to the Middle Ages, things like that. But in Europe, surnames were kind of like the equivalent of social security numbers. As states became more sophisticated, as they moved towards direct taxation of individuals from the medieval corporate structure to a citizen-based nation state, it was necessary to identify individuals rather than communities. So many states like Austria-Hungary, the Russian Empire, began to impose the requirement that Jews and other peoples take surnames. In fact, there's a lot of fascinating stories about what surnames mean and how people get them. I'm not sure if all of them are true, but for example, they say that names like in certain parts of Austria-Hungary, you could bribe the official to get a really beautiful name, like Rosenkrantz or Rosenberg. These are names in the field of roses, things like that. And if you ticked off the clerk who was recording names, he would give you a name like Zwiebel, which means like onion. Or it's a good one, Katzenellenbogen, famous Jews, Zwiebel and Katzenellenbogen. Katzenellenbogen means cat's elbow. So it's hard to imagine you're going to come up to the authorities and say, I'd like to register my surname as cat's elbow. But that's why so many Jews have surnames that are related to professions like Schneider for tailor, or they're related to the traditional son of the father's given name, like my name, Abram's son of. I have probably had an ancestor named Avram, and so his son was the first one to take the name, and so on. So Rabbi Chaim is just known simply as Rabbi Chaim of Voloshin, but shortly thereafter you have the Soloveitchik line that descends from him. There's a whole line of rabbis, one after another, who are really towering figures, not only in terms of their fame and erudition, but also in their highly original, creative approach to study. And it's through the Soloveitchiks that we get the so-called Brisker Derech, the way of Brisk. They were attached especially to the city of Brest-Litovsk, which is in Poland, Belarus, Ukraine region. The boundaries were really quite fluid during most of the 19th and early 20th century. And so the name of the town was taken from Rabbi Chaim Soloveitchik, known as the Brisker, who lived in the middle of the 19th century. The Brisker Derech, or the Brisker way of studying the Talmud, is a highly analytical method. Takes the text and using what would be considered, in my humble opinion, very postmodern techniques, breaks it down into its component elements without looking at its content. So rather than looking at the subject that the Talmud is discussing, the Brisker Derech will analyze, well, what is the question? What is the response? What is the refutation? And they can map out a sugya or a section of the Talmud simply by its structural form rather than the content. It was highly influential, and there are many, many modern yeshivot who study the Talmud in this manner. There is, of course, a Brisker yeshiva in Israel, and the Yeshiva University in many ways inherits this similar method and was highly influential in the university-style academic study of the Talmud as well. So there's a whole line of Rosh Yeshiva, heads of these yeshivas, like the Netziv, Rav Naftali Tzvi Berlin, and on his mother's side as well, another famous dynasty, almost as well known as Soloveitchik, the Feinstein family. Of course, we have the great Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, who hopefully in another class we will discuss. That was a relative of our protagonist today. Okay, Ms. Abrams, you have a question?
Yes. Such emphasis on the social aspect, but is that really something that should be so focused on? I don't understand why you're so much. Yes, no, people just think that's really
I think you're asking a brilliant question, which is probably too much for us to get into tonight. The question, for those of you who are in Latvia and watching us on the internet, you might not be able to hear, as a brilliant student who attends every week, who asks, if we are focused, if I can paraphrase it, if the Brisker Derech focuses on the structure, the form, aren't we missing that for the content? And just to give you a short answer, though, the content is truly revealed by. So, for example, if you can identify whether a given statement, which might be 2 or 3 words in the text, if you can identify whether a given statement is an answer, or if it is a question, or if it is a refutation, or if it is an exception, all these things make a difference to what exactly does the text mean. And I remind you that Talmud, Jews, brilliant people, they couldn't invent punctuation. There's no periods, commas, question marks, exclamation marks, quotation marks. The Talmud is just like a mass of words, and it's to the student to figure out where an individual clause begins, the next one ends. It ends, and the next one begins. So this structuralist approach is actually, quite revealing to the meaning of the text. Similar to, if you will, the way the trunk, the cantillation of the Torah text reveals the inner meaning of the verses themselves. The trunk is only the musical notation of the sounds, but with the musical notation, you know where the phrases begin and end, and what's emphasized, what's a question, things like that. Okay, good question. Yes, please. The Chafetz Chaim, I don't think the Chafetz Chaim is within 2 or 3 relations to the Soloveitchiks. They're definitely Lithuanians. It's the same tradition, correct? In the sense, you mean the Chafetz Chaim in terms of the yeshiva movement? The people or the movement? The people. I don't think they are related, although they do come from the same region of Europe. In terms of the thinking, certainly the yeshiva in Radin, which was the Chavetz yeshiva, was influenced by the Brisker Derek. But they have their own sort of spin on how to study the Talmud as well, which we looked at a couple of weeks ago. We looked at the Chavetz Chaim. Okay, let me go on. Here we are. Now, his youth, he was born in 1903 in Prujana, Poland, which was a part of Eastern Europe that had about 70, border changes between, really during his lifetime. Therefore, his father was a rabbi who served as a communal rabbi, and early on in their youth, he was about 10 years old. They moved to Belarus in 1913. There, interestingly enough, he was influenced by the large number of Rothschild Hasidim that lived in the town. And this is kind of a fascinating thing that all biographers of the Rav, by the way, he is known affectionately simply as the Rav, meaning the Rabbi. So then there are very, very few people in Jewish history who received that designation. The late medieval Italian commentator on the Mishnah, Rabbi Ovadia Bartanura, is called the Rav. There is a rabbi in the Talmud who's called simply Rav, but really only a handful of people are called the Rav, as they're well known. So I'll just probably use that designation. As a young boy, the Rav was exposed to a tradition which is also Lithuanian in origin, but miles apart in terms of its trajectory to the traditional emphasis on Talmud. He spent about a year in deep study of the Tanya. As a very young man, we're talking about an early adolescent. So much so that his parents began to notice that his traditional grasp of the Talmud, which was precocious, as would be expected from a Soloveitchik scion, and so they actually pulled him out of his close association with one particular Baruch Reisberg and said, "Thank you very much, Rabbi Reisberg, but we really got to get him back to Tosfos." And he, ventured back to the traditional areas of Lithuanian non-Hasidic thoughts. Nevertheless, the Tanya, and if you'll recall, go back a few lectures, we talked about the author of this book, the Alter Rebbe, is an extremely deep philosophical work that plumbs the depths of Jewish mysticism, that seeks to understand the structure of the soul, the nature of the universe, the theurgic value of our everyday actions, and it's an absolutely amazing work with a tremendous range of depth and quite different in feeling than the Talmud. And so he was very early on influenced by the Lubavitch movement. He, by the way, maintained a very close personal relationship with the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. They say of him that when they studied together in Europe, at one point they were, I believe, at the University of Berlin together, or perhaps it was in Paris. Paris, thank you. He never missed a day of going to the mikveh when he was in a close association with the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who would go to the mikveh every day. And there's no question that he had a very warm feeling for that movement. That you see that even though their intellectual activities diverged significantly, they had a few kind of interesting convergences. Like, for example, with regards to the education of women, the Rav was a controversial study of Talmud by women, sometimes in co-educational groups. And the Lubavitcher Rebbe held a position that also was very favorable to women studying Talmud for similar reasons, even though their worldviews were quite different. At any rate, he developed this intense love for the philosophical orientation of the Tanya, and by the time he was 18, they had to leave that region. They fled from the Bolshevik Revolution, and when all of this settled down, 1914, of course, you have World War I, 1917, the Russian Revolution, the entire region is thrown into chaos with the German army moving over the front lines and then being pushed back by certain elements of the Red Army, and ultimately this created the state of Poland, which is where they settled in 1920 in the city of Warsaw. Warsaw, in the interwar period, was an absolutely fascinating place for Jews. It was, I believe it was probably the city with the largest Jewish population. I can check the demographics, but it certainly had a very high proportion. We're talking about 1/3 of the population of Warsaw was Jewish, and it represented tremendous diversity of thought. Warsaw was a very cosmopolitan city where you had Jews who were Talmudists, Lithuanian-style Talmudists. You had Jews who were Hasidim. You had Jews who were Zionists of all stripes. You had Jews who were communists. You had a tremendous, and you have Jews, of course, who were secular and openly assimilating. Jews who were Polonophiles and seeking to identify themselves completely with the Polish, which had just gone through its heroic renaissance after being destroyed in the 18th century. It was reborn in the 20th century. So it was a really very exciting place to live for everyone, but especially for Jews who suddenly saw new potentials in this young state. This was the time when Jews first began exercising their political might in Eastern Europe. They organized themselves into political parties and actually won Polish Sejm, the Polish parliament. So Jews were organizing themselves communally and exercising their desire for change within the state. In Warsaw, he was especially into mother's love of poetry, especially Russian poetry and literature, Pushkin, Turgenev, and others. And he was reading very widely and deeply in secular studies, primarily through his mother's influence. He went to several traditional Polish gymnasia, that is like high schools, but with a very wide curriculum. My own grandmother, Alasham, she also went to these kinds of schools, although she went to that had a more Zionist bent. But you would come out of these high schools with a working knowledge of several languages, and not only several languages, several language families. Like, it's understandable to have a couple of Romance languages and a couple of Slavic languages, but they would come out of these places with 3 or 4 different language families represented. Very high level education. He attended the university, the Free Polish University in Warsaw, and later he went on to the University of Berlin. And in 1933, he completed his dissertation on the philosopher Hermann Cohen. Hermann Cohen, as you probably guessed, is a Jewish thinker. His thought is not specifically Jewish, but widely admired by Jews in the 19th century, primarily because he was the preeminent spokesperson for the Neo-Kantian movement. If you recall, way back at the beginning of this semester, I think we spoke about Immanuel Kant's influence on Jewish thought, his relationship with Moses Mendelssohn in particular. Kant created a kind of moral system that was independent of religious texts. In fact, one of his lesser known but very influential works was, I think I remember the German title, Die Religion in Grenzen für Bloßen Vernunft. I memorized that because I love the way the sound Bloßen Vernunft sounds. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. And so there are many Jews who were looking to kind of create their identities in modern Europe, and they wanted that morality that was so soaked in the Torah, but they wanted to find a way to anchor that morality to some philosophical system that did not require religious text. That's what Kant provided them. Hermann Cohen was one of the Jews who really discovered it and expanded on it. And I think it's instructive that of the philosophers that Soloveitchik was attracted to was this Hermann Cohen, who was kind of the entree to the wider world of enlightenment. Okay, pause for questions. Is Abelson, no question? Emmanuel Kant? Fine. Emmanuel Kant. Okay, well, that's definitely something we should talk about later, the categorical imperative and stuff like that. And in fact, like many of these philosophers, he said, but when you really look at it carefully, doesn't it look like a perfectly rational religion? Geez, it looks a lot like German Lutheranism, doesn't it? We should all be Protestant Christians because that's the way it works out. But another story. I don't want to take much time. Let's go further then, okay? All right. And it was at this time that he met his Rebbitzin, Tanya Levitt, who was also a rather brilliant student. She received her PhD in education from the University of Vienna. Here's a picture of them when they were a little bit older. She predeceased him by some 30 years, but she was also a very heavy influence on his thought later on in his life. Let us move to the more significant life where most people associate him. The 1920s was a period of tremendous potential in Poland for Jews, but that came to the end of that decade as the entire Eastern European region took a turn to the right. Country after country began to develop stronger integral nationalist movements, the most famous of which, of course, is the notorious Nazi Party of Germany. The country began to develop that same kind of ideology. There was Germany for the Poland for the Poles, Romania for the Romanians, Latvia for the Latvians. Goes on and on like this, and so Poland became for Jews. And Jews, I think, were a prime target because they were so concentrated in the urban areas. You can walk down the streets in Poland and there will be all the Yiddish signage everywhere. Poles felt, especially these strong nationalist Poles, they felt that their capital city, so many nationalities, Ukrainians were also a popular term, and Jews as well. So they were steadily instituting more and more measures to try and restrict Jewish activity, freedom of movement, and so on. One of the most notorious, at least in the academic environment, was the institution of the so-called ghetto benches, where Jews were allowed to register. There wasn't numerous classes where only a certain number of Jews could take a place in the university, but they were forced to sit at the back of every auditorium. They were not allowed to sit in the front rows. The Jews had to sit in the back and so on. It's kind of like the Rosa Parks situation, but for Jews. I use that term ghetto benches when people ever ask if they want to audit my classes. I say, okay, fine, but nobody gets it, but I like it anyways. These kinds of restrictions just made Poland less and less tolerant a place, and those Jews who were prescient realized that things were looking very dark on the horizon. One of those Jews, for example, was the right-wing thinker Vladimir Jabotinsky, who actually quite accurately predicted something like the Holocaust in the 1930s, but he predicted it would not start in Germany. He thought that Poland would be the epicenter of hatred. At any rate, the Soloveitchik family found a way to move out of that inhospitable environment. Our protagonist's father, Meir, was invited to serve as the head of faculty. They never actually used the term Rosh Yeshiva, but the head of faculty of the Rabbi Isaac Elkanah Theological Seminary in New York City, which would in the 40s be renamed or made part of the new university status, Yeshiva University. So the father was given this position, and in the late 20s, and a few years later, the young married couple made their way over to be with his father. This is a picture, by the way, of the northern campus of YU. I should mention, I meant to say this at the beginning of the lecture, I approach this subject in particular with considerable trepidation. First of all, I'm usually not afraid to speak without preparation. Those of you who've been here before know that happens all the time. But I never really, in my own life, spent time working with the ideas of the Rav. I always found them very difficult. I did dip into the Lonely Man of Faith a few times, but I never really could get through it because it's a very hard book to understand. And so he was always on the periphery of my thought. Of course, I'm aware of his work, but never really delved into it deeply. And here in this audience, there's so many people who met the Rav, who worked with the Rav, who knew him personally, and were deeply influenced by his thought and his philosophy that I'm a little afraid to speak. So if you've been watching this lecture for the last 20 minutes expecting some brilliant insights into the life of the Rav, forget it. I'm sorry to have wasted your time this far. This is going to be very basic, biographical kind of approach, and I will leave the experts to speak about the significance of thought. But that said, I do have a personal connection with YU because my wife is a graduate of their social work school, and we spent several years living in New York City. We lived actually not too far from this building in the faculty housing for a while, and I learned in their base measures, and I enjoyed it tremendously, met some fantastic people, but that's the extent of my personal connection to it. Washington Heights is a very frightening place to live once you're out of the little safe zone of Yeshiva University, and I have lots of adventures there too. But let's get off the personal. Oh, so he went to YU, but immediately after landing in the country, within a very short period of time, he made his way to Boston, where he would spend the rest of his life. He would commute to New York for his classes at YU when he later took a position there, but it is in Boston where he was really able to make his mark. He first accepted a rabbinic position there, but we should remember that Boston is, of course, famous as the intellectual capital of North America. New York is, in many ways, the capital of the world, but Boston, with Harvard, MIT, tremendous institutions of higher learning, this is a place where a Soloveitchik really belongs. And he fit in there tremendously. One of the things that he is most famous for in Boston is the establishment of a remarkable Jewish day school, the first in New England, known as the Maimonides School. The name Maimonides is very significant because obviously Maimonides is one of the greatest thinkers of the Jewish people, but also extremely important to the Brisker Derech. Maimonides was also a highly, uncharacteristically, even among Jews, systematic thinker, and so Maimonides thought even when his opinions are rejected, was subject to the same kind of searing analysis of the Talmud that was characteristic of the Brisker. So it makes sense that this young PhD rabbi would spend time thinking about Maimonides and name a school after him, because Maimonides exemplifies both the world of Talmudic learning and the world of secular knowledge. Maimonides being a very well-known medical doctor at the time, well published, as it were, for the 12th century. And so that's what the school is named after. There's a lot of controversial elements to the Maimonides school, such as, for example, gender-neutral study of the Talmud, boys and girls studying the Talmud together in the same room. Just the idea of women studying Talmud even separately was quite radical, and we're talking about the 1930s, not 1970s. But this is the kind of thing that Soloveitchik was very proud to be a bold thinker, and as he grew in prominence, his authority was such that few could challenge him. He also, though, was sensitive to the sort of traditional mindset of the yeshiva world. In fact, this was a major preoccupation of his thought, the kind of idealization of the traditional yeshiva world. And so when many refugees began coming to New York in the 1930s, and especially after the Holocaust, he organized several different programs that were more geared to their sensibilities, various yeshiva movements, and so on. So Boston is where he began to make his mark. But he is associated with, more than any other institution, Yeshiva University. He was appointed professor of Talmud in 1941 and also professor of philosophy at the graduate school. Now, we have to talk a little bit about what this institution is. I'm just going to ask my daughter, Elisa, could you give me another one of these, please? I'm finding myself a little thirsty. That must be because I'm nervous talking about the Rabbi. Thank you so much. His father had unfortunately passed away, and he was Mamale Makom. He filled his father's shoes, so to speak, by taking over this position. And note that it is, of course, a dual professorship, and also two institutions, because Yeshiva University is precisely as the name sounds. It is a yeshiva. It has a branch, which is a traditional rabbinical seminary, modeled very much on the Lithuanian-style yeshiva, which is the quintessential model of Talmudic study. Thank you so much. And at the same time, it's also a university, which is really at the crux matter of who was the Rav and what did he stand for. He lectured there for 40-odd years. He was hugely influential. Did not publish much until later in his life. He wrote quite a bit, but he was highly hesitant to actually render it into printed form to be circulated. We'll talk about that more in a little minute. But through these 4 decades of activity, he ordained approximately 2,000 American rabbis. And so his specific influence on American Orthodoxy was signal. It was extremely important because his worldview was stamped upon such a large number of highly influential communal leaders throughout this country. It's ironic. I was talking to a colleague of mine yesterday that I wanted to give this lecture, and he said to me an interesting thing. He said, if you look at the span of people who claim the Rav as their personal Rebbe, as their main teacher, they represent such a wide spectrum of ideas, from the extreme right wing, kind of black cat, we'll talk about the spectrum in a second, to much more liberal approaches, which are gender neutral, egalitarian, and so on, and they all find a home in the thought of the Rav. And it's very hard to kind of encapsulate what is it that you believe when you look at such a wide range of students, but it gives you an indication of simply how influential he was. But we have to get an idea of what is Yeshiva University and what is one core element of his philosophy. So to do that, let's do that first, and we'll come back to the public affairs. I'll go past this slide. This is out of order. Okay. So he is associated with a movement that is often called the modern orthodoxy. I apologize for those of you here for whom this will be extremely redundant, but we have a lot of people in Latvia who don't exactly know much about the Orthodox spectrum, so forgive me for a minute while I kind of lay this out. Orthodoxy, as you know, is not monolithic by any means. There is a huge range of ideas, beliefs, and practices that all go under the moniker Orthodox. So what exactly does it mean? So if we lay out a spectrum here, a so-called denominational spectrum of American Jews, we get a sense of what Orthodoxy is and what modern Orthodoxy is. If we take on the left, openness. So this arrow here, it points to increasing degrees of openness to society, willingness to engage in the wider world, whether it be through non-Jewish culture, through sporting events, through music, art, ideas. I mean, how open are Jews to the larger trends of the human condition outside of the shtetl of Yiddishkeit, so to speak, outside of the small definition that we hold for our own community. If we put a spectrum that goes out this way to openness, and we put on the other side of the spectrum is insularity. To what degree do we regard the outside world as toxic? These things are going to pollute our pure ideologies. They're going to influence us to pursue paths of activity that are contradictory to our core values. So if we have this kind of left-right spectrum, what we'll find is on the right wing here, we'll have the so-called Charedim. It's a Hebrew term, an Israeli term, meaning the tremblers, those who tremble at the word of God, a verse taken from the book of Isaiah. Sometimes in English they're referred to as the ultra-Orthodox. And you can often recognize them by certain costumes, certain types of headgear, what a friend of mine likes to call yarmulke culture. This way I always thought that was funny, but no one else laughs at it. Sometimes they're called yeshivish because they tend to be associated with the traditional yeshiva world, or Hasidic. They tend to be over here. Chabad, by the way, does not conform to any of this. They're totally different. We'll get to that maybe at that point. Then if we look on the other end of the spectrum, here where you have Reform Judaism, which is perhaps the most open of all movements. In a joking way, we're not talking about the 10 Commandments, we're talking about the 10 suggestions. Okay, it's just not working. But Reform is much more open to the idea of, embracing the totality of the human experience and every expression and so on. And it's quite different from the insular Hasidic movement. We have to put the conservative movement somewhere over here, definitely towards the open end of the spectrum, not nearly as much as Reform. And then, but the problem is there's a barrier, there's a big leap between anything that's over here and over here. And that is this idea of the 6 and 13 commandments. One of the major ideological separators between the Orthodox as a whole and the non-Orthodox is this concept of Torah Sinai. Does the Torah come from God in the form that we have it now? And, very important implication, are all of the traditional commandments binding? Or do we say, this particular commandment is not human in origin, it's not divine in origin, it's human in origin, it's no longer relevant, we do say that if some things are related to particular circumstances. For example, a lot of the commandments are related to the practices in the temple. The temple is no longer standing, so those commandments are no longer practiced. But it's not that they are abandoned; they're simply no longer applicable until the temple is recreated, so to speak. They're saying existentially impossible. But for example, the prohibition against homosexuality, which is a very difficult problem in a society that is growing very permissive of homosexual behavior. The Orthodox have a very difficult time saying, well, this is no longer applicable, whereas in the conservative reform movement, it is easier, and I'm not going to generalize about them, but it's easier to say, well, this is an expression of a particular time and age in a human document and so on. If you accept that all of the commandments are binding, then you will likely be in the Orthodox camp. Regardless of how well you observe them, you will be in the Orthodox camp. If you don't necessarily accept that number 613 as binding, then you're probably going to find yourself in this camp. The modern Orthodox world is right about here. So they are just on the right side of the 613 barrier, but their sense of openness is the furthest left that's possible within that spectrum. So in other words, there's still within the ideological patterns and purview of traditional Judaism, believing that all the commandments are binding, but they are not afraid of engaging in modern culture, politics, art, and so on. That's kind of like a very quick and dirty view of how the denominational spectrum works. Modern Orthodoxy is sometimes called, as one of the heads of Yeshiva University called it, centrist Orthodoxy, because it is more or less in the center of that spectrum. Anyways, it's one of the most moderate approaches. The middle is the easiest to attack because there are extremes on either side that will disagree. Okay. Any questions or arguments about this very sketchy approach to denominationalism? It makes perfect sense. Okay, great. So let's go on. So now that's where modern Orthodoxy, traditional is kind of an interesting word. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but I've usually heard it applied to Jews who, well, actually, let's pick it up, because one of the most interesting terms that's circulating in among the cognoscenti now is this term open orthodoxy, or a related term, social orthodoxy. So open orthodoxy is a kind of an orthodoxy that wants to get right to the very edge of this line and still try and see through the lattice work to the other side. And they're associated with a lot of interesting movements like the ordination of women as rabbis, for example. So that's the open orthodoxy is kind of pushing that barrier even further to the left. Social orthodoxy is a fascinating term that refers to Jews who observe the patterns of Orthodox life, the lifestyle, the diet, and so on, but they don't really believe that any of it is actually valid. They do it because they like their friends, they like the gatherings, they just that's just what we do. We are Jedi, as the Wall Street article or New York Times article said about it. That's what Jedis do, like from the Star Wars references. And they don't necessarily buy it, but it's fun, so they do it. And you wonder how large a phenomenon that is, worthy of further consideration. But that's not modern Orthodoxy, really. Modern Orthodoxy it's a shita. It's a learned opinion saying that we value traditional Judaism and its mores. We also value secular culture, and we find that there is a place where both of these can coexist to some level. Yes, Rabbi. Flexodoxy. Yeah, I like that one. I like that flexodoxy. Dati light, right. It's like religious, right? Conservadox, right? Well, Conservadox sort of makes sense because that's kind of crossing the border there. Anyways, let's go on. This is let's go straight to that now. Where does this ideology come from? So the basic intellectual roots of modern Orthodoxy can be traced most prominently to Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who we spoke about last year. Very, very important 19th century thinker who felt that the way modern Europe was headed was impossible for Jews to try and retain the closed mentality that was endemic of, let's say, northern Hungary or parts of Poland. The idea that Jews would soon be politically emancipated, the idea and the reality that Jews were slowly being admitted to universities to, act in Gustav Mahler and the symphony and so on. They're finding all kinds of new advances. Hirsch felt that the horses are already escaping the barn. If we try to close the door, they're never going to be able to come in. So what we have to do, this is such a weird metaphor. What he tried to do was he said, look, we have to find a way that Jews can access modernity without totally abandoning Judaism. They should not feel it is an either-or choice. We can exist in the modern world, and we can be traditional Jews at the same time. And so he advocated a very careful look at what is Judaism and a pruning of those accretions of behavior that are not grounded in the sources, but are simply like things that Jews do, and to see what could be jettisoned without sacrificing core values and what had to be retained. And so he articulated an identity for Jews that sort of traverse that narrow bridge between outright assimilation and outright rejection of modernity to create a kind of Jewish identity that was viable. And that has kind of like gone through the stages to develop into modern Orthodoxy. The Hebrew term that he's often associated with is this phrase from Pirkei Avot, from the chapters of Fathers, that reads, Yafa Talmud Torah im derech eretz. Beautiful is the study of Torah with, quote unquote, the way of the world. Now that phrase, derech eretz, can mean, in different contexts, common courtesy. It can mean making a living. It can mean making love. It has all kinds of different connotations and contexts, but he took it for its literal meaning. It's beautiful to learn Torah and be in the way of the whole world, meaning appreciate German culture, art, society, music, and so on. And this was the origins of what was called Neo-Orthodoxy, New Orthodoxy, later evolving into modern Orthodoxy. Judith.
I see the basis of strong reflective and developing
Definitely. There's a very, very close relationship between the conservative movement in general used to be much further to the right. In Schechter's day, it was almost, impossible to really see the difference between a traditional conservative synagogue and an Orthodox synagogue at the turn of the century, or even discussions of a potential merger in the first 2 days of the 20th century.
so that they could make this world that was a mess.
Right. America is sui generis, and there is a special impetus to participate in this world as much as possible. Okay, let's hear from Seth. Well, yeah, that's a funny question, actually. One of your sisters who shall remain nameless, I probably should say this on internet, but she tried out a dating service. I'm Latvian, so don't get excited. But she tried out this online dating service called YU Connects, which comes from Yeshiva University, right? And you can meet guys who might be appropriate to marry. And the questionnaire to join is hilarious. She asked me questions. What do I do here? What do I do there? And then the question about, defining your Judaism, they have about 15 different categories. It's hilarious. This spectrum is broken down into so many different. I think she decided that she liked, what did she say? She called herself modern machmir, which means modern Orthodox, but strict, right? Like, she dresses in a certain way. Right, the modern Orthodox machmir, the strict version. They have like so many different shadings of identity. Yeah. Okay, last question. A little bit later, they asked for actual behavioral markers. Like, do you go to movies? Do you watch television? Do you, those are more useful. By the way, I can tell you a fascinating study. You reminded me. I recently heard of a research done at YU by a professor that we just hired here at Touro College. When she was a graduate student, she studied the relationship of religiosity to academic irregularity and cheating. Like, if you were religious, were you more or less likely to cheat? Okay, so this is what she found. Fascinating. I'm just summarizing quickly because we have to go on. But she found that religious students, those who reported religious values, were less likely to cheat, not surprising, in their first semester. In the second semester, there seemed to be no correlation between religious values and cheating. It was more highly correlated with the atmosphere of the school. Right? They feel that cheating was tolerated and so on. The other fascinating thing that she discovered was she measured religiosity in two ways. One was a self-reporting, yes, I am religious. Yes, I believe in God. Yes, I do these things. And she also measured things like, do you light Sabbath candles every week? Do you attend synagogue 3 times a day? Do you, whatever? Like, she actually measured if they walk the walk. There she noted that there was no correlation between the ones who said they were religious and they just dropped the panel. It meant nothing to them. I should say that. They cheated just as much as everybody else in the second semester. But the Jews who reported actual religious behaviors, it took them several semesters to start cheating. Right? So in other words, if you actually walk the walk, that's what counts. Talking the talk means almost nothing. But if you actually do things, then it actually makes you much more likely to. Okay, so let's go back on. Rabbi, for a while, right? So much sense. Rabbi Hirsch gets his philosophy of Torah in Derech Eretz. Now, that's the usual understanding of Yeshiva University, kind of flowing from its intellectual origin. On many occasions, however, Reb Soloveitchik was asked about this. He disagreed. He had a different personal take on it. It may not have resonated with the students as well, but he felt that rather than creating a synthesis, he felt that it should be a symbiosis. He felt that you could have a kind of a bifurcated personality where on one hand, you're completely engaged in Torah the whole time, all Torah all the time, and at the same time, you could also be completely engaged in secular studies with no boundaries whatsoever. As he did, right. I mean, he is an exceptional individual, but he felt that you could absolutely, totally participate in secular society to the nth degree. Nothing was off limits. And at the same time, you could also be a complete Talmid Chacham, a Torah scholar simultaneously. It's a very tall order to fulfill, but nevertheless, that's how we personally divide it. He also liked the way that the YU was actually structured, because on the one hand, they had a completely separate institution, which was the Rabbinical Seminary, which was a male-only traditional rabbinical seminary that produced rabbis. And at the same time, it also had a university, which I know from my wife's experience doing her master's degree there, was really a top-notch, research-oriented secular university with traditional secular values that are, typical of the university world. Okay, let's go back to the one that I skipped over. Right. Torah Umada is the kind of slogan of the school. It means Torah and sort of secular knowledge. Umada is right. Fascinating. He might be associated specifically. In public affairs, also very important leader. In 1953, he was the head of the Halacha Commission of the Rabbinical Council of America, and he was perhaps most known for his rather strong stance, not typical for the era, on traditional Orthodox seating patterns. He very much went against the trend. Many Orthodox synagogues had done away with the mechitza, the separation between men and women during prayer, but he maintained a very, very strict position on this and advocated all kinds of harsh censure against rabbis who were produced by Yeshiva University, who were forced by the congregation to sort of compromise. He said, absolutely, they have to maintain that kind of thing. But at the same time, even while he was very strict with regards to these kind of doctrinal issues, he was much more in favor of associating with conservative and reform movements on an organizational level, which set him apart and often under heavy criticism from the right wing, who felt that any kind of formal association with conservative reform rabbis would lend legitimacy to these movements that the right-wing Orthodox felt were completely illegitimate and were taking people away from Torah study. Similarly, he was a strong supporter of interfaith dialogue with Christians, and his most famous writing, The Lonely Man of Faith, was actually delivered first to a Christian college as a special address there. He had some early association with the right wing. He was actually the part of the Council of Torah Sages when it was established in 1941. But after World War II, the movement kind of moved in a direction separate from his ideology, and they went their separate ways. He remained very staunchly associated with religious Zionism, however, in the Mizrahi movement, where he was the honorary president. In fact, he was actually considered for the chief rabbi of Israel several times. He declined several times, and although he did apply in 1935 to be the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv and was not able to actually get that position, ironically. Okay, we're going to jump ahead to where we were supposed to be. We're going to go through all this stuff again. Okay, it's a late night when we start late. Okay, now, so the controversy associated with it is quite significant. The Orthodox right wing felt that he's too infatuated with modernity to be taken seriously. Despite the Soloveitchik name, despite his incredible and unlimited brilliance, they felt that his love affair with secular culture was intolerable, and therefore he was excoriated by the right wing. One area in particular that was kind of like a flashpoint in the controversy over it was the Synagogue Council of America, which was a formal institution that had membership from all denominations of various Jewish streams. The right wing had all united pretty strongly behind a ban on participation in this kind of communal involvement, but the Rabbi felt that it was worthwhile and nevertheless maintained his membership in the movement. He did justify his opposition to the mainstream primarily because he made a distinction between what he considered very internal concerns and external concerns. The internal concerns were things like whether or not you have a mechitza in the synagogue. That for sure he was going to lay down on the tracks for. But on the other hand, when there's an external threat, such as Soviet Jewry not being released, things like that, then he felt that Jews should present a united front. And so in those areas, he felt that it was appropriate to participate, and in fact, he maintained his membership there. However, the large bulk of Orthodox Jewry, the right wing in particular, moved away from him on that position. At the same time, the Orthodox, the very left wing, and the non-Orthodox felt that he was too strict about halakha because he was really, quite, attached to traditional halakhic mores in so many different ways. So his insistence on the mechitza, as an example that we turn to again and again, is something that made him distinctly unpopular on the left wing. That's primarily because he occupied that middle position that gives him two flanks to be criticized. It's much easier to be a radical than you can only be criticized from one flank, but he is criticized from both ends. His major publications, there are two in particular that I'll just touch on right now because we are running a little bit late. They were actually both written in the same era. He wrote them in 1944, but would not allow them to be published for many years later. The first one was known as Halachic Man, Ish HaHalakha, which was, it's an interesting work. On the one hand, it is kind of like a tribute, a commemoration written in the depths of the Holocaust to the yeshiva world that once existed in Eastern Europe. It's kind of like a family memoir because of all the names of the yeshiva world. Soloveitchik stands above them all. But he describes the beauty of the Lithuanian Talmudic tradition. And his emphasis was on the incredible religious and unusual religious experience of the submission to the intellectual exercise of determining the halakha and then binding oneself to it. The halakha, of course, means the law, the Jewish law as determined by the Talmud. The process of analyzing the Talmud, getting to the bottom line, and then once you know what the bottom line is, completely giving yourself over to it. He described that as an unusual act of religious ecstasy. He referred to it, actually one of his students referred to it as the symbiosis of the homo religiosus, meaning the man or human being as a religious agent, and a scientist, because the application of scientific methodology or scientific methodology-like thinking to traditional Talmudic study. It's a fascinating insight into it. He also expanded on this a little bit with the halakhic mind a little later. The second major work is The Lonely Man of Faith, which is what I've dipped into a couple times and always find difficult to get past the first chapter. But it is heavily existentialist thinking. He first really spoke about it in the 1960s. I'm not sure, maybe I misspoke. I'm not sure if he wrote this in the 1940s. But this is kind of like a deeply existential meditation on the fundamental loneliness of the human condition, the inescapable gap, the unbridgeable gap that exists between human beings that can only be partially assuaged by religion, by divine intervention. And through the engagement in intellectual activities such as the study of the Talmud, you can slowly develop a loss of alienation, a chibur, or a connection with another human being, and ultimately into a community. That's a paraphrase based on some of the West. I read the entire book, so check Wikipedia, you'll probably have a much better account of it than I just gave you. His legacy is deeply profound. His legacy, of course, is felt in the institution that supports this class. This institution, Israel is definitely very much an outgrowth of the Rab's philosophy. And so many other movements were highly influenced by the thousands of leaders that he and his school produced. On a more personal level, you can see his legacy in his family, where they are certainly worthy bearers of the solar basic name. He had 3 children. His daughter Atara went on to head the Maimonides school. You'll forgive me for the typo up there, I'm sorry. And her husband was Rabbi Isidore Twersky, a Hasidic rabbi, the Talmud Rebbe, and also professor of philosophy at Harvard University. Very unusual kind of individual, but that's the kind of person you would expect to marry into the Soloveitchik family. His daughter Tova earned a doctorate, went on to teach at Bar Ilan, and also married a very important contemporary Shiva, Rabbi Dr. Aaron Lichtenstein. And finally, his youngest son, Rabbi Dr. Chaim Soloveitchik, became a professor of Jewish history, extremely influential thinker. I myself have enjoyed so much of his work as well. So with that, I thank you very much for your patience, and I look forward to speaking with you next week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the camera is rolling. I'm sorry I started a couple minutes late, so I will speak faster to make up for it as usual. So the joke goes like this. A guy goes into a diner and he orders his usual. He's been going to this diner for many, many years. I always joke to Eshi, thank you very much for... Oh, wait a minute, I went off camera for that. Sorry, back on camera. Thank you. I just got a couple of these. Anyways, thank you for the joke. It goes like this. Guy goes into a diner. He's been going there for years, and he always orders exactly the same thing. So he orders the chicken soup with matzo balls. And the waiter comes and brings it to him, and then the waiter goes away. A few minutes later, the waiter's walking by. He sees, the customer is indicating he should come over. So he comes over, and the waiter says, something wrong? He says, I want you should taste the soup. Stephen, well, you know this joke, right? And the waiter says, is something wrong with the soup? You have the same soup every day. You come here all the time. He says, I want you should taste the soup. And he says, look, I'll bring you another one. He says, I want you should taste the soup. So he says, okay, all right, I'll taste the soup. Where's the spoon? He says, okay. All right, everybody. So many people know that one, but it's a good one to forget and then remember to. Okay, that's a big hand to Heshi for giving me that joke. Thank you very much. Okay, so tonight's topic is actually one that's very close to my heart that I'm glad that we're finally going to have the opportunity to discuss. We're going to look at one of the most influential rabbis of the late 19th and early 20th century, Israel Meir Kahan, known better by his first work, the Chafetz Chaim, which is transliterated in a number of ways. If you're looking for him on the web, you may have to spell it with an H instead of a CH, and you might have to change the vowels, the O to the A. This is perhaps the most popular transliteration of the name of his book by which he is known. He's significant in many ways. First of all, his life spanned almost a century, from 1938 to 1936. But on a more significant way, he is one of the last of the great scholar leaders of the Jewish people. But very rarely do we have such individuals who stand out far above the crowd as the pious kind of eyes of the nation, with a vision that stretches backwards millennia, encompassing the entire arc of Jewish history and thought since its origins, and looking deeply into the future and anticipating the kind of challenges growth would face. All of these things he was quite prescient in, although he never held like an official formal office. In fact, one of my favorite stories, he did not even become a rabbi until his 70s, and he only did that because he had to fill out a passport form and needed an occupation, and he was simply a teacher. He was a Rosh Yeshiva. He had a school, but he didn't really have like a designated profession other than people like to study Talmud with him. So he called up his student, one of the most famous rabbis in the day as well, Rabbi Chaim Ozer Gordetzky, and he said, would you please come and ordain me, give me smicha, so I can write something down on a Polish government document. This is the kind of person he was, even though he was widely recognized as the Gadol Hador, or the great one of the generation, the unique individual who really, able to span so many different worlds within the otherwise fractious, very Jewish community, a very fractious Jewish community. Although it's also true to say fractious, a very Jewish community. I think those two terms go together very well. And there's a lot to say about his life and leadership. So let's start with, first of all, his dates. Now, this picture is iconic. If you have ever seen an image of the Chafetz Chaim, you will probably have seen this one. This one's a little bit more airbrushed and so on. And it does kind of have a glowing face of piety and so on. It's widely reputed not to be a likeness of the Chafetz Chaim, but rather apparently of a butcher in the town of Radin, who just had that kind of shame upon him that people really like. So whether or not this is true, I don't actually know. There is an Israeli website that is dedicated to debunking images of rabbis that circulate as icons, like the one with the Maimonides with the turban and things like that. I have no idea what Maimonides actually look like, but this is kind of like the trademark image of the Chafetz Chaim. There are only a handful of photographs that exist of the Chafetz Chaim himself. He was very, something, you see beard, right? Head covering, right? Like most people, Well, anyways, people sometimes when I call them up and they don't recognize my voice on the phone, I like to say, Hill Abramson, his beard, glasses, funny looking. And they say, oh yeah, right. Yeah, that covers just about all Jews of my generation. Nail it. Most, anyways, so here's an actual known photograph of him. He was hesitant to be photographed, and this goes along with his general personality trait of actually being quite receding and running away from honor whenever possible, even though he was widely acclaimed throughout the Jewish world, really, as one of the greatest scholars of his era. And I think by the end of tonight's, hopefully you'll appreciate a little bit more of the unique nature of his genius, which was not only intellectual, but was moral and spiritual on a very profound level that crosses, all denominations, Jewish, non-Jewish, and so on. He's nevertheless receded from all honors and accolades whenever possible. There are a lot of beautiful stories about his life, but I'll get into the life story itself, and then those stories will reveal themselves in due course. So his family background is an illustration of a very important principle that my own Rabbi used to teach very often. Rabbi Rothschild, one of the Margaret Bakume, they would say in the Talmud, the pearls in his mouth that he would regularly teach over and over again, was that you should never look askance at anyone's family. Never look askance at anyone's yichus. Because when you look, said my Rebbe, at the yichus of Mashiach, when you look at the family background of our Messiah, there's a lot of patent place kind of X-rated material going on there. There's a whole story of Yehuda and Tamar, and we have David and Bathsheba, of course, and coming up to the holiday of Shavuot, the whole story with Boaz and Ruth. There are a lot of people who said that Ruth should not be converted to Judaism. Whenever you look at the lineage of Mashiach, because these are all his forebears, there are always some, kind of untoward elements, distasteful elements, and nevertheless that is the Messiah of the Jewish people comes from such family. Before I tell you the family background of the Chavetz Chaim, I'll tell you quickly that my son Boaz, some of you met him, he was here doing his bar mitzvah lessons a few minutes ago. So I found that here in South Florida, African-American women really know their Bible. When you talk with African-American women of a certain generation, they really know their Bible. So I happened to be in the post office, and I was friendly with one of the clerks there, and I had Boaz with me, and I introduced them, and the clerk looks at Boaz and says, "So Boaz, let me ask you a question. Why was Boaz so angry?" And Boaz says, "I don't know." And she says, "Because he was ruthless." Yeah, she said it better than I did. Anyways, so here's the Chavetz background is interesting. His father, unfortunately, passed away when the Chavetz Chaim was 10. Sorry, got to go back with that. His father married his aunt, who unfortunately died after having several children. And so the Chavetz Chaim's father married his aunt's younger sister. And the Chavetz Chaim's mother was the sister of his father's first wife. So the Chavetz Chaim was actually his own uncle. And that in itself, okay, it's a little weird, but it happens. But then later, his father passed away when the Chavetz Chaim was 10. And so his mother remarried, again, a blended family, because his second father, his stepfather, had already married and had children. He was a widower. And when the Chavetz Chaim came of age, his adopted father, his stepfather, wanted him to marry the adopted father's daughter from the first marriage. Or in other words, his stepsister by marriage. And in fact, his mother was opposed to it, but they worked it out, and the Chavetz Chaim married his own stepsister. So when you think about Mashiach, it's the same kind of family story. It's an illustration of Rabbi Rothschild's teachings on family background. He came from the small shtetl of Zhetel in Belarus, and he made his fame largely in another very small shtetl called Radin, or in modern Lithuanian Radom, which is an entirely unremarkable place, which ironically became really the center of Jewish scholarship for the entire world during the Chofetz Chaim's lifetime. The area surrounding it includes places that are famous in the Jewish geographical imagination, cities like Mir, or towns like Mir, Slobodka, Kovno, places like that that have huge yeshivas. He was recognized from his youth as having two characteristics which were highly valued. One was an incomparable genius. He had a phenomenal memory and phenomenal patience in study, which is uniquely captured by the Yiddish word Sitzfleisch. I'm sure most of you have heard this term Sitzfleisch, but it captures uniquely. It means literally sitting flesh. You have to have a little bit of a cushion to be able to sit and study many periods, many hours a day. So he had phenomenal Sitzfleisch. He was a masmid, a perpetual student, and this is later expressed in his life. He was also known, and this is that was perhaps one of his greatest reputations for the rest of his life. I'll focus on a little bit later as well, for his word, or tzidkut, meaning piety. He had an unusually well-refined sense of morality, and he applied it courageously and with humility whenever possible. Some of the famous stories about his childhood, for example, include the fact that, probably lowest on the social scale in the shtetl was the Wasserträger, the water carrier. There's no running water in the shtetls, and somebody has to have the job of going to the river, filling up the buckets, bringing them back to the homes. It's menial labor, very low pay, and so on. So it's really low on the status symbol chart of the shtetl. So the young boys in shtetl used to like to play a trick on the Wasserträger. In the winter, what he would do is he would bring his buckets at the end of the day, and he would leave them by the river, and then he would go home to sleep. And the next morning, he would go walk down, carry the buckets all the way back down, and fill up the buckets and start his rounds. And so what the boys used to like to do is they would go at night, fill up his buckets with water, and leave them to freeze overnight. So the Wasserträger, the poor guy, would have to get up in the morning and laboriously chip out the ice to be able to do his job. And they got a kick out of this. But when the Chofetz Chaim, young Yisrael Meir, heard of this, he would go out secretly later than the other boys and pour out the water from the Wasserträger without even knowing, until of course he was eventually caught, without even knowing that he was in fact doing him a favor, without insulting the boys who were playing this terrible trick. And in fact, there's so many of these stories of his phenomenal piety. Some of them have a kind of a humorous tone to them, it's believed. Like a famous story, again, it may be very apocryphal, but apparently a burglar once broke into his house for his silver candlesticks. And as the burglar was leaving, he woke up a couple of times, so the Chofetz Chaim ran out of the house after him, saying, "I forgive you, I forgive you. You can keep the candlesticks." He didn't want to even have any sense of an obligation for another thief. He figured if he was stealing it for a reason, he must need it, and he didn't want this other person to be liable for the terrible crime of theft. How we put it in Les Mis? Really? The Chofetz Chaim? I didn't even know that. No. So I'll tell you the story that goes with that. Apparently, he was once called to be some kind of expert witness. And the lawyer who presented him said, "Listen, Your Honor, the Chofetz Chaim, or Israel Meir Cohen, is going to present now. I want to tell you a few stories about him." And apparently the judge, as the story goes, who knows how true it is, but the judge says, those are all very nice stories, but I find them very hard to believe. And the lawyer apparently said, "Well, they may not entirely be true, but one thing's for sure, they don't say them about me and you. They say them about the Chofetz Chaim. So there must be an element of credibility to it if there's so many of these kinds of stories." Hopefully I'll tell you a couple more that are more verified. At any rate, what I'd like to focus on, there are three areas in which his reputation was made. His piety, his scholarship, and his leadership. And so these are the areas that I'd like to focus on for the rest of our time, basically. The piety, I've already mentioned a couple of stories from his youth, but in many ways his piety made him a great failure. he was an incredibly, obtuse businessman. And in fact, his efforts in business, while well-meaning, ironically failed him on several levels. And until he finally found his métier as a Rosh Yeshiva, with a small group of young men studying under him, he really was not succeeding in business. And this is ironically because of his piety. For example, one of the areas that he really insisted on from his youth, and he began with very meager means. He was supposed to get a dowry of 300 rubles when he married his sister, but things didn't work out. He only got a fraction of that. But with the small money that he got, they opened up a small food store, like a food stand, but he was extremely meticulous about every possible aspect of the business to make sure that no theft whatsoever would occur. So, for example, he was famous for measuring his scales every single day. The Torah, requires that all scales, weights, and measurements be accurate, and he would check them every day. So things would happen, like, for example, it once happened that they sold some salt, and when the Chofetz Chaim checked the scales, there was a little bit of salt that was kind of stuck to some moisture or something on the bottom of the pan, a tiny little amount. And he felt terrible because, someone had been shortchanged. Someone did not get the proper amount of salt. And he could not figure out which person it was. It was market day. All kinds of peasants come in from the countryside to buy in the market. So he gave out the next market day, small packets of salt to every customer, hoping that he would be able to return it to the person who had actually lost it. And another occasion, they once shortchanged a non-Jewish customer from a faraway village a herring, and so in the same kind of thing, he brought a herring to every single person in that village to try and return the herring to them. They received a small inheritance from an uncle of his wife's that passed away to buy a cow, and they thought they'd live off. Before I tell you the cow story, their business nevertheless flourished because people respected his honesty and his diligence. The prices were really low, and he was very, very particular about honesty and so on. So he began to worry that he was driving his competitors out of business. So he started, shortening the hours of his business to try to just make enough money to keep his family alive and to let the other people have some business. And then when that didn't work, because people would say word out and make sure they shop by him, he would close the front entrance, and you had to go in the back entrance. It was the only way that it was open. You would know it if you went around to the back alley. None of these things worked, and so finally they just closed that business when they got the milk cow. The milk cow was another tire situation. You can imagine that in a kind of a funny way, the Chofetz Chaim being so fascinated because all of a sudden now he has all of the laws regarding animal husbandry to deal with. It took him a long time to buy a cow because he wanted to find one with the smallest, most blunt horns possible, just in case it should get angry and hurt someone. He wanted to make sure that it wouldn't harm them. And he was exceptionally careful about every little detail about how the cow was locked up at night so that it shouldn't go out and graze in someone else's field and all kinds of things. Eventually, all of these things led to near bankruptcy until he ended up, beginning to collect students for his yeshiva. But these are the kind of stories that dogged the Chofetz Chaim throughout his life, and it really speaks to the nature of his character. This in itself, however, would not grant him more than regional fame at most. What really cemented his reputation was his incomparable scholarship. And in this regard, I'd like to speak about two of his greatest works. He was quite prolific, but there are two that are absolute classics in the Jewish corpus of rabbinic literature, and they stand the kind of test of time that make them millennial in quality. These are not works that will last for a few decades or even a few centuries. These are works that tower as achievements of spirituality and thought that, in many ways, I don't think there are any comparable works in other traditions as far as I'm aware. The first one is the work by which he got his name. He wrote it in his early 30s. It's called Sefer Chafetz Chaim. This is the title page of that work, published in 1873. The title is taken from a verse in Psalms that says, who is he who desires life? Mi ha'isha chafetz chaim. And then after the psalmist asks that question, he answers it by saying, one who guards his tongue from speaking evil, lashon hara. And so this is a highly creative, innovative work that points to an area of Jewish thought that, until he really uncovered as being central to Judaism, was simply thought as being a kind of a secondary element. But really, it is a vein that runs deep and true throughout all of Jewish morality. Specifically, it is a book on the laws of appropriate speech and the prohibition of, for lack of a better translation, gossip. Gossip is not understood in Jewish law. Well, let me just back up for a second. There, you know how they say that Eskimos have 27 words for snow because snow is such an important part of their reality? Well, we have about 8 different words for gossip in the Jewish tradition. And that said something about us. We're very big into speech. And in fact, you don't have to look very far. If you look, for example, at the Vigili, the confession that we read on Yom Kippur about all the sins, good proportion of them, maybe half, have to do with speech, how we speak to each other, how we speak about each other, and so on. So there are 3 terms in particular that stand out. One, which is often used as a collective term, is lashon hara, which means literally evil speech or evil tongue. Lashon is tongue, and hara is evil. And that refers to the communication of correct derogatory information. So it's not exactly gossip, because gossip in English tends to imply that there's something false about what people are talking about. Lashon hara speaks about things which are true. If Reuven did something reprehensible, and Shimon tells Levi about it, that is lashon hara, and it is strictly prohibited in Judaism. One may not relate negative information about another person, period. Yes, of course, there are exceptions. I'll get to those in a second, but that's the basic rule. And this book, it took millennia before someone could come out and say it outright and produce a book which was totally dedicated to it. The other 2 terms, which we'll just touch on right now, one is motzi shemra, which is literally the dissemination of a false word, and that refers to gossip, which is untrue. Well, I guess we would call that libel, perhaps, in legal terms today. If that's correct. Is that correct, Judith? Libel or slander? Something like that. Okay, good. So they both qualify under that. 2 words in the English language. And then the third one is the chilut, which is it's kind of like lashon hara, but it has to do with relating information on the third hand. I won't go into the details for now. Then, what this essentially is, it's a guidebook for how to speak like a Jew, how a Jew should speak. And it's a phenomenal work, a towering genius. The first part of it is rather amazing. He spends the first, say, 20 pages that it really is forbidden in Judaism to gossip. And he is convincing people who are highly learned. It's a very, very erudite treatise, answering all kinds of objections that Talmudists would have. Saying, oh, it doesn't mean that, these are the exceptions, people already know it, it's public knowledge. And he goes very methodically through the whole thing, and by the time you get through, let's say, the first 20 pages, it's absolutely terrifying. Because you say, oh my gosh, I can't say anything. That's it for dinner conversation. You know, if you think of the New York Times, all the news that's fit to print, it would be like a little advertising circular. There'd be nothing in there because so much of it is forbidden. Nevertheless, the Chavetz Chaim, through the next 180 odd pages, he explains the parameters under which speech is permitted. And in fact, by the time you master this book, and I can't say I'm a master of it all, but when you master this book, every communication you have is elevated. It is spiritually meaningful. It is energizing. It is something that builds relationships rather than tears them down. It's truly a heroic work of Jewish thought. Now, one misconception about the Chavetz Chaim is, if you look at this title page, his name doesn't appear anywhere in the Hebrew section. And for many researchers, including some of his crime biographers, I'm kind of surprised to say, they emphasize how the Klein's Crime wrote this book completely anonymously. And he was a nobody. Nobody knew of him outside of this tiny little shtetl. It's not exactly true, because one of the requirements of publication in the Russian Empire was you had to have a censor's approval, and there was like a Library of Congress kind of formality that you had to put some bibliographic information on the title page. So it may be that in the section here where he talks about the contents of the book, he doesn't have his name, but when you look at the bibliographic citation down here, it's in black and white. If you read Russian, it says here, Sefer Chotayim, to jest Zheliushe Zhiznie, like how to speak properly, Sochenya im Kagana. It says his name in black and white. So it's not like he did it totally anonymously, and everyone in the Eastern European world could read his name there in black and white, but he certainly didn't emphasize it. Okay, let me pause and just take a sip of tea, and let me ask for questions. Yes, please.
On this portion of that, did it take so much that stuff?
Yes. Yes, this is a stamp. This particular copy was owned by the Rabbi, and so the owner's letter says, Ohel Yosef Yitzhak Lubavitch. Read to the USA, it came from the Friedrich Rebbe, and I'm sorry he stamped it because, librarian's perspective, it's not nice to stamp books like that, but nevertheless it does give us a sense of the provenance of it, and it also shows how the Friedrich Rebbe valued this particular work. That's the prior Rebbe who died in 1950 or so. Okay. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Yeah, he had several Rebbeim who taught him Torah, but no one, like they say about geniuses like this in the Jewish tradition, at a certain age, they outgrow all their teachers. They say that of the Vilna Gaon, he outgrew all his teachers by age 7, which is amazingly difficult to believe, but they say those stories about the Vilna Gaon. The biographers do not cite anyone at the time considered his Rebbe in tzidkus, in piety. We do know that he spent a lot of time, like many of these spiritual giants, in seclusion, and several people who may have come across him used to like to go into the women's section of the shul when, not during times of prayer. They would find him berating himself and being hard on himself and really giving himself musar, and they would come out afterwards always radiant and smiling and cheerful. So he perhaps was his own Rebbe in tzidkus. Could be. Okay, let me talk about Lashon Hara. You're all wondering, oh my gosh, how am I going to say anything productive if I can't say anything negative about people? At least I was wondering. So the truth is, there are 7 preconditions for relating Lashon Hara, as he explains very thoroughly in his book. The 7 preconditions can be easily remembered by this acronym, which I'm very happy to supply for you. It took me a long time to figure out how to translate this into English, so I take credit for it. It's what I call the rule of silence. He provides a similar rule in Hebrew in his time. And so these are the 7 preconditions that you must fill before you say anything negative. So let me give you an example. I can send this to you on the internet. You don't have to take a picture of it. So the rule goes like this. So let's say, Richard is going on vacation. He has a little one of those Maltese poodles, right? And he happens to say to me, before I tell you that, I'm sure I see Judith walking by. I hope you're going to use it for an example here, Judith. I see Judith on the street, and she's walking over here, and she sees a little tiny dog, and I scream, give that dog a vicious kick. I'm like, wow, where did that come from? That's like a character. I don't even know what to make of it. I come upstairs, I see Richard says, Richard, oh, hello, I got to tell you something. It's so nice that people who come to your class. I'm going on vacation for a few days. I have no idea what I was going to do with my Maltese poodle. And guess what? Judith offered to dog sit my poodle for a few days. So now I'm faced with a conundrum because I know something negative about Judith, about her behavior towards this small poodle. And now I see that Richard is going to entrust his poodle to Judith. What should I do? So the Chofetz Chaim says, if I can follow these rules, then I can tell Richard about Judith's dog-hating behavior. So these are 7 rules. First of all, S, search for alternatives to Lashon Hara. The Chofetz Chaim says that rather than say anything bad about Judith, what I should say to Richard is I should say find another person for him to have dog sit. I should say, Richard, why are you bothering Judith? She's so busy. She has so much going on. My daughter Elisa would gladly do it for you, right? And if I could avoid the whole problem of saying Lashon Hara without saying anything bad about it, that's great. But let's say I can't. Judith is the only licensed dog sitter in South Florida, so I lost that one. Second, I have to intend a positive, practical result. This is really the first one. If I had a choice, if I could think of an acronym, I would make this one the first one. It's really most important. Is there an actual benefit to my telling Richard? Will the world be better if I tell Richard? It depends on how you like Maltese poodles. Right? So if there is a to'eles, is the Hebrew word to'eles, something positive, then I am allowed to say it. But just for entertainment value, absolutely not. There has to be some real good reason why I write this information. Thirdly, I have to look for exonerating factors. Like perhaps, maybe Judith slipped. Maybe I didn't interpret what I saw properly. Maybe that dog was rabid and was about to attack her and she was just defending herself. Maybe I can find some way that maybe her behavior was acceptable. Let's say I can't do any of those things, so I'm not running out of things. E, when I do, exaggeration is forbidden. I have to say exactly what I saw, no more, no less. I can't add. And then she smiled, and then she said, take that. I can't add anything. It has to be exactly what I saw, and I can't, presume to know more. And no hearsay is permitted. Also a very big one. I can only tell Richard this if I saw it myself. I cannot tell him that someone else, even someone I really trust, told me that. I can go to the person who told me that and say, listen, you better talk to Richard about Judith's behavior, but I can't say it because it's hearsay for me. Did I spell that right? I did, right? E-R, right? See, this is a big one, actually. Consequences should be proportionate. This is something that comes up all the time. Let's say I do tell Richard, what would be the impact on Judith? Maybe, but if she's a parnasa and I would cause her a huge loss, maybe she shouldn't be in that parnasa. But maybe let's say, for example, she's, after a lifetime of work, she's being nominated as the Woman of the Year by the SPCA, right? And now, one moment of temporary insanity is going to ruin all of that. Would those, and a tremendous shame for herself, her family, who knows? Should I do it? I don't know. To be contemporary from it, and I'm not, by the way, stating my own opinion about this because I don't follow news and sports very much, but to get a lifetime ban for a private conversation, that was egregious and awful by anyone who listened to it. It calls to question this thing. Are the consequences proportionate? Because people do make mistakes. There's a lifetime ban, right? Not exerting a value judgment here. One could also look to, for example, the whole Clinton-Monica Lewinsky episode. It was the dragging the entire nation through the mud in the eyes of the world over a despicable incident. Was that a consequence of proportionate? I don't know. Can you put that on pause for a second? Yeah. Sorry, we have some technical difficulties there for this second. Okay, all right. So consequences should be proportionate. It has to be that whatever harm she would suffer of my relating to Lashon Hara, it may be that I should just swallow it, and because otherwise it would be too much of a punishment for her. And finally, let's say the Chofetz Chaim says you go through all these 6 things and you can't get satisfactory answers. So then before I tell Richard, I have to engage the subject first. I have to go to Judith and I have to say to her, listen, I saw what you did to the puppy. I heard what you're doing for Richard's dog. why is this so, and give her a chance to make it home. And these are all very humane, rational, and morally heroic laws that really, if they're applied well, they regulate one's speech and transform one's character. So when this book came out, it had phenomenal shifts took place as a result of the impact of this work. Because people have been studying, there's scattered passages in the Talmud, in the Maimonides, and different places, and people would say, yeah, Lashon Hara, but no one really sat down and said, Lashon Hara, oh my gosh, this is really the whole thing. Everything is Biyad HaLashon. Chaim B'Malas B'Biyad HaLashon, says the Proverbs, life and death are in the hands of the tongue, so to speak, by the means of the tongue. And there was the Chafetz Chaim who really drew attention to this in a way that had never been done before. And within moments of the publication of this work, he became incredibly famous for this great achievement. Yes, Ms. Abelson. Right. Some jobs, to repeat the question for those of you who are in Latvia, how does this affect people whose professions deal with Lashon Hara? So I would say that some professions are completely forbidden. Being a gossip reporter, there's no justification for that. In fact, there is a column in one of the Israeli newspapers that's called in Hebrew Lashon Hara. This is it. If you want to read it, this is it. Where can you do it? But let's say, for example, in the field of psychology, for which you have interest, there are modern commentaries on Lashon Hara, and actually the Chafetz Chaim says it too. Like, for example, let's say you have a really hard day at work, and you just, people are tough on you at work, so when you come home, are you allowed to tell your spouse about it? So according to these strict laws, no. But the Chafetz Chaim says, this one here, intend a positive practical result. If you're so burdened by your problems and you need an answer, you need advice, as long as you can be absolutely certain that the person you're talking to will not repeat these things, and you say in advance, I'm only telling you these things because I really have to unburden them and hear your advice, then you are allowed to say it because it does have a positive practical result. So there are spaces for mental health professionals and so on to engage in this activity. But when we get home, I think I have a copy of my very first publication was on these laws and the field of history. Because history is hard to write history without writing Lashon Hara. That's why the books are so short. Because that's how I'd say. Aaron, yes. So I'm just wondering when you say that Chafetz Chaim sort of work is focus, it seems like Lashon Hara wasn't very easy to well, he definitely has all kinds of sources. But before we live in an era that has been transformed by this book already. You can't go to any yeshiva without feeling the reverberations of this, shockwave that affected the Jewish world. But my impression of reading pre-Chafetz Chaim sources is that, you have the sins of sexual immorality, and you have theft, this, and you also have Lashon Hara. That's another one. Sure, and one of the punishments for that is to be sent outside of the camp, and you can have skin disease and things like that. But it was the Chafetz Chaim who really brought these together and said, hey, everybody pay attention. This is one of the really big ones. Just because it's not part of the Ten Commandments doesn't mean it's not central to our thoughts. Incidentally, he followed this up with another equally amazing book, and many ways I like it even better. The Chafetz Chaim is primarily a book of law, right? How to speak properly. He followed up with a book called Shmirat HaLashon, Guarding the Tongue, which is often printed as a companion volume, which is all about the sources, why these things are true. He was also a Kabbalist. He says what happens according to the Kabbalah if you speak Lashon Hara. All kinds of martial, phenomenal sources to bring these things together. And Shmirat HaLashon is perhaps even more motivational than the Chafetz Chaim is. Okay, I'll take more questions shortly. I've got to get through some of the other materials. So this is his first work, and really if that's the only thing he did in his life, he would still be a giant among giants in Jewish history. But the truth is, he went on to write many other works, and perhaps the most significant, besides the Chafetz Chaim, was the massive Mishnah Berurah, which is a book that took several decades to write. You can see this is the Hebrew English edition, which takes up about 20 feet of space. Well, maybe not that much, but the Hebrew English, it takes up a good, 3 or 4 feet of shelf space. We have a copy in our library. And this is a massive contemporary commentary on 1/4 of the Code of Jewish Law, the section of the code called Orach Chaim that deals with daily life. And his scholarship was unparalleled. He brought to bear all of the commentary that had been written over the past 400 years, scattered among many different publications and even manuscripts, and he rendered decisions that were relevant for the 20th century. And it is, without a doubt, one of the most important commentaries in the Code of Jewish Law ever to be written, and it is predominant today. Chances are people quote the Code of Jewish Law, they are quoting the Mishnah Berurah for his views on it. There are others who disagreed. There are many other commentaries as well that still take issue with his decisions, but nevertheless, it is one of the great works of rabbinic scholarship. Okay, that's primarily his scholarship. I want to touch on a very important aspect of his leadership, but before we go too far, I want to focus on one particular element, and that is he was not just a closet scholar who thought about these morality ideas like how you speak or about the laws of Shabbat and things like that. He was very, very intimately concerned with the requirements of the Jews of his day. So 2 populations in particular deserve our discussion. The first is the plight of the Cantonists. So we've talked about in previous classes. The Cantonists were Jewish children who were kidnapped as young as 8 or 9 years old, legally 12 years old, and then sent to conscription in the Russian army for a period of approximately 36 years. Which means that once these Jews were sent out to the army as children, they were gone from the Jewish community. And he cried over them incessantly. He worried about them tremendously. So much so that he wrote a book for them called Machane Yisrael, which was all about how to survive the army, how to retain the Jewish identity under those incredibly painful and difficult conditions. I'll tell you one quick story. There's a story that he was once in an inn. Most of the inns on the crossroads and the Stedlock were run by Jews. And he was in there, and a huge man, about 6.5 feet tall, came in. For Jews, 6 feet is giant. Came in, and about 6 feet wide as well. He was very rude and brusque, and head uncovered, ate without blessings, of course. All those things. Treated the waitresses very rudely, and the Chafetz Chaim said, "Why is this person behaving so badly? I should go over there and speak to him." And the innkeeper said, "No, don't. He's incorrigible. He may strike you. He has a lot of difficult time with it." So he was taken away as a young child, and he came back after his tour of duty. He's learning about Judaism, and he has very rough, poor manners as a result of his experience. So the Chafetz Chaim went over to him against the innkeeper's wishes, and he said to him, "It must have been terrible for you to be torn away when you were 7, 8 years old, to lose your brothers, your sisters, your mother, your father, your family, the people you played with, your cheder." He talked about the pain that he must have experienced. And as he empathized with him, the story is that this man just broke down in tears. And this horrible, hard exterior of this great warrior who had, was so rough around the edges, he had this little man, he was apparently less than 5 feet tall, who identified with him completely. And they cried together, and this soldier ended up becoming one of the Chafetz Chaim's greatest disciples afterward. Completely turned over because he's had a person who related to him and the pain that he must have suffered. Now, in that context, it's very important. We have an important person here today that I want to specifically honor in this context because of the military connection. Many of you know that Mr. Rodriguez is my student from Torah College, and he's a graduate, and he recently went on, he's completing a master's degree now in religious studies, but he has a strong commitment to our men and women in uniforms. And he most recently was promoted to become Lieutenant Rodriguez, and he is a chaplain in the United States Armed Forces. So we have a small gift from Mr. Rodriguez. Come on out, Lieutenant Rodriguez. Come on up here. Thank you very much. Thank you, my assistant. Okay, here, present and say hello to everybody in Latvia. Come on over here. Okay, all right. Thank you, Lieutenant Rodriguez. So I know you're very curious what's in the box, but it is a collection of the works of the Chafetz Chaim, including a beautiful printing of this book, Machane Yisrael, which is the camp of Israel, which is all about how to be a Jew in the army. And we think that as you serve people of all faiths in your profession, hopefully that will guide you spiritually and morally to make the right decision for these people in extreme circumstances. Okay, let's applaud one more time. Okay, so that was Machane Yisrael. It's a book that deals specifically with how to manage the challenges of, yes, Elisa? No, I thought you were going to say something. How to manage the challenges of being in uniform, or these conditions, the difficulties, and so on. And it's a masterful work. Another work that demonstrates his concern for Jews all around the world was a book written for the Jews of America. Because again, you have to remember this, we're talking about the late 20s, the early 30s, when the vast majority of Jews considered America to be a land of great opportunity, the golden Medina, the golden country, the country where people can make tremendous wealth. But it was also called in Yiddish the Treifa Medina, the non-kosher land, because of the dearth of traditional institutions of Jewish learning, of synagogues, Chinese restaurants, you name it. It's very difficult to make ends meet in Israel. So he wrote a book called Nidchei Yisrael, which means the dispersed of Israel. That is just a simple Yiddish language primer on how to be a Jew living far away from Jewish centers. So you think about the Jews in San Francisco, Kansas City, Des Moines, small Jewish towns. Getting a copy of Nidchei Yisrael meant a lot, because it was not like the massive 20-volume work on the Mishnah Berurah. It was a short 1-volume work in the Yiddish vernacular, how to observe Shabbat, how to keep kosher, and so on. Because he really cared about them. Now the story goes, it's probably not true, but the story goes that he had a student who came from America to study with him in the little town of Rodin. And he asked me, well, what was like in the town of Rodin? He says, how many hours of Talmud do the Jews study a day there? And when he said, not much, maybe the most learned study 3 hours a day. So they only study 3 hours a day? Oh my gosh, they can't know very much. And that's why he sat down to write the book. I somehow doubt that story is true, but his concern for the Jews of America was marked. His leadership was exercised in so many other ways. For example, he was deeply concerned with the education of women, and was an early backer of Sarah Schneerer's Beis Yaakov movement to formalize Jewish education. He was deeply concerned, for example, with the need for Jews to politically mobilize. And as a result, he was one of the individuals who was behind one of the first, overarching political organization of the Jews known as the Agudas Yisrael, feeling that they needed some kind of vehicle in which to express their opinions in independent Poland. Even at the end of his, actually later in his life, he dealt with tremendous privation. This is a period of great change let's go to the next slide, because that's where I talk about it. Poland was recreated out of thin air, as it were, immediately after World War II. Spent too much time talking about the politics, World War I, excuse me. I haven't spent too much time talking about the politics, but we should realize that this man's life that spanned almost a century began in Russia, and then went through World War I, when the region of Belarus was briefly independent, then under German control, then under Russian control, and then once again under Poland, not as an independent country, but nevertheless within a very dramatically new environment politically. And throughout all of this, you realize that one of the most important things that Jews must do to cope with these new realities, which included, for example, the exercise of the franchise, which meant that Jews actually ended up having members sitting in the Polish parliament, known as the Sejm. And he felt that Jews needed to have their place in the Sejm along with the other minorities, and as a result, he participated in the establishment of organizations like the Agudas Yisrael. But he was very big into campaigns of all types. He would regularly, and you'll see Lieutenant Rodriguez, I should say, you'll see in his collected writings all kinds of letters calling for, greater adherence to the laws of Shabbat, greater adherence to the laws of Lashon Hara, and so on. And he participated in many of these campaigns to try and mobilize Jews throughout the period. Towards the end of his life, there are some rather ominous moments where he would lapse at public events into moments of deep silence and reverie, almost as if he was anticipating the devastation that was just around the corner. But with his death in 1936, he did not live to see the worst of days for Polish Jewry. Nevertheless, his legacy lives on in many institutions besides the general pervasive nature of his thought, particularly in the Mishnah Berurah and in the Chofetz Chaim. One yeshiva in particular models itself on his thought, and that is the yeshiva Chofetz Chaim, named after him, that was started by one of his nephews, and now has its headquarters in this building in Kew Garden Hills, New York. Actually, I was there last Shabbat, and I happened to daven in the main sanctuary there. Here in South Florida, we feel his legacy on an institutional level through the local yeshivas Toras Chaim and Toras Emes, which are largely staffed by faculty that emerged from the Chofetz Chaim yeshiva movement, which is somewhat different from most of the other yeshivas in that they are known for their remarkably long process of rabbinic ordination. Rabbinic ordination at the Chofetz Chaim takes about 14 years of post-high school study. It's a PhD and a half to get smicha from the Chofetz Chaim, and they tend to be fairly reliable smichot as opposed to other rabbinic ordinations. Sometimes in some places, if a guy gets engaged, they it wouldn't look right if you're not a rabbi, and they get smicha just for having a girl agree to marry them. Chofetz Chaim is not like that. It's really a long haul of friendship. They also proceed studying in the Talmud at a remarkably slow pace. They're criticized for that in some quarters. And one of the jokes I once heard the Rosh Yeshiva of the local yeshiva here say, in Hebrew we have this Aramaic, we have this acronym, Shas stands for Shisha Sidre, the 6 orders of the Talmud. But they say in Chofetz Chaim, that's too much. They say Shas stands for Shtei Sidre, 2 orders. That's enough because you're not going to make it through all 6. But that's a joke. And that's the next slide. Here he is. Rabbi Gutstein, our own Rav here in the Young Israel Bell Harbor, is also a Chofetz Chaim product, heavily influenced by the teaching of Chofetz Chaim. Those of you who are here on Shabbat and you hear him speak, you can hear the Chofetz Chaim's teachings really embodied in his own emphasis on personal morality and on the nature of speech and on the way in which we must be very careful in how we encourage others to speech and not tear them down. We really see those ideas alive in the heart of us. So that's a summary of a very brief summary of the life and achievements of Rabbi Yisrael Meir Kahan, the Chofetz Chaim. I hope you found it useful. Just a quick note about what's going to happen over the next few weeks. We have 4 weeks left in this academic year, or 3 weeks left after tonight. So we're in the 20th century, and I think I'm going to talk about rabbis. It's going to be a cavalcade of rabbis. Next week, I'd like to speak about the Piaseczna Rebbe, Rabbi Kolonis Kalman Shapira, who was the Rebbe of the Warsaw Ghetto, who continued to minister to the needs of a wide variety of people in the middle of the Holocaust. And amazingly, we have his sermons from that period published in a book called Eish Kodesh. And they are a very unique source on the Holocaust as viewed from the inside by the Jewish community, and there's a lot to say about that. And then after that, I'd like to speak about the Rav Soloveitchik, the most important figure involved in the contemporary Yeshiva University and his tremendous influence on American Jewry in particular. And then finally, I'd like to conclude by going to the other side of the university spectrum by looking at the life of Dr. Bernard Lander, the founder of Touro College, who I think has a lot to say about the nature of American Jewry as well. So thank you very much for your attention and your engagement, and look forward to speaking to you next week.
Well, so much for playing hard to guess. I won't have to drug your drink. Good evening, everyone. So Alyssa Farah Griffin has revealed that she's cried multiple times while being on The View. Some say it's stress, but others believe it's from the onions they slice for their daily pig roast. More than half of the beaches on the East Coast tested positive for fecal contamination. But they traced it back to a single source. Tim Walz is charging taxpayers $430,000 in legal fees that went to help him prepare to testify before Congress. Yeah, he may not be able to define a woman, but he can sure spend like one. Chicks, am I right? According to a new book, Kamala Harris went with her guts when she picked Tim Walz as her running mate. And here's what was in her guts. To promote their upcoming series, Human, the BBC has released new images that show 3 early human species. Here's one from 50,000 years ago. And here's another from 100,000 years ago. Here's one from 500,000 years ago. Didn't see that one coming. Joe Biden's former doctor refused to answer a single question about the ex-president's poor health. Wow, he seems like the perfect doctor to treat my secret warts. True. When asked about Biden's decline, he simply referred them to the coroner's report. To promote inclusion, Mattel has introduced its first Barbie with type 1 diabetes. I know, and they laughed at me when I tried to pitch AIDS 10. In a college newspaper article, Zoran Mamdani wrote that he grew a beard as a symbolic middle finger. Oh, that's why I grew mine too, said one woman. So, Joe Biden's former doctor appeared before Congress this week, but when asked if he lied about the ex-president's decline, he was quieter than a Milli Vanilli reunion.
Dr. O'Connor, have you ever told somebody about the president's health?
The advice of counsel is respectfully compliant with physician-patient privilege to realize the 5th Amendment of the Constitution.
Yep, he pled the fifth to all questions claiming doctor-patient privilege, which I get. It's the only thing stopping my doctor from telling the world about my birthmark, like Rick Hume. Now, obviously, the doctor's protecting himself. Being Biden's physician is a tough gig. Every day it's something. He's shattered his kneecap, checking his reflexes. He's got wet bones and sweaty teeth. It's like being a veterinarian. One day you're popping back in his shoulder, then you're removing limbs from the burrow in his leg, right out of his butt. It's like being the groundskeeper for a golf course. There's 18 holes you need to take care of. But the doctor wasn't alone in his defense of all liver spots. He got help from a stupid person from Texas. So, do you have the right to confidentiality?
You have the right to confidentiality when it comes to your health care. It's kind of astounding to hear someone say, if you invoke the Fifth Amendment, that is only because you are guilty. The country is off the rails right now. People have concerns about the current occupant, that he is mentally fit to serve in this moment.
Now, this moron is not completely wrong. Normal people do have the right to medical privacy, but they also have a right not to be lied to. You know, that the person in charge of the nuclear codes doesn't have a brain more shattered than a chair on The View. And she shouldn't be talking about mental fitness when her brain hasn't hit the gym in years. Every time I hear her talk, I ask myself, hey, I wonder if Lenny from Mice and Men finds her as stupid as we do. But did you see Joe Biden every single day?
I didn't see Joe Biden every single day, but I did have an opportunity to interact with the president. I never had, we know that this is someone that was born with a stutter, but ultimately had to get over it.
Yeah. I remember when I had a stutter, it was so bad it caused me to wander into the rainforest. Thank you. So Joe only had a stutter. Yeah, and Stephen Hawking's feet were just asleep. But to this day, Dems pretend its decline was shocking, something they're just learning about now, which is like just finding out that John Travolta is gay made weight. Former CNN analyst Chris Saliza is still shocked Joe could be trusted outside of a non-staged event. This dope's eternally surprised by stuff, including basic info everyone who isn't Chris Saliza already knew. Remember, in 2021, this guy claimed Republicans were trying to make Biden's mental capacity an issue. But now, with Biden gone, the truth is safe to tell. Like when the statute of limitations expires and Steve Doocy can finally admit he's the Zodiac killer. Look, we don't want this doctor in jail. I mean, look at the poor guy. 30 minutes in Rikers and he passed around like P. Diddy's girlfriend at a freak-off. All we want is the real story. Like, how did the diagnosis of Biden's prostate cancer go unnoticed for so long? What, did Joe's butthole have its own secret service? Why did a Parkinson's expert visit the White House 8 times in 8 months? That's once a month, far more often than I floss. But maybe there's a solution. Give the doc immunity, he can beans without incriminating himself. And while you're at it, pardon the doc for that terrible haircut. Trump would do it if I asked him. After all, I got Geraldo on the no-fly list. But let's be honest, O'Connor, the doctor, was just taking orders. And not from Joe, but from people around him. And I want those scalps. I want them to be scorned like my assistants when they don't pick up the clippings after shaving my back. Let's welcome tonight's guest. God help your soul if you piss off this hole. Author of Not Sick of Winning, Michael Malice. She's been on Fox News longer than Super Beats. Fox News anchor Julie Banderas. At his restaurant, the dessert menu is a picture of his ass. Chef and restaurant owner Andrew Rule. And when this libertarian reads the three little pigs to her son, she replaces the wolf with the IRS. New York Times bestselling author. Michael, great to see you, as always.
I wish I could say the same.
Are you surprised the doctor pled the fifth?
Maybe this is my anarchist hat talking, but there's no reason to ever talk to the authorities if you can get away with it. If the cops stop you, you can talk your way into the arrest and not out of one. So if I'm just facing that firing squad, which is the House of the Senate, I should keep my damn mouth shut, and why wouldn't I? And I also would remind people of Trump's Dr. Ronnie Jackson. because when he opened his mouth, his office got raided. By Trump's guys, and he died not long after. So he's doing a smart thing. He knows he was covering things up. But if you're the president's doctor, that's your job. Keep your mouth shut. You should just know those people.
You're supposed to keep your mouth shut and supply him with the best drugs.
And also, I don't think if Biden was coaching his administration would be run all that differently. That's the thing. I don't get it. That's a huge scandal. You know, it's the deep state running it all anyway.
That is true. It's like it's like to think that a normal brain Biden would be any more effective is kind of foolish.
Right, exactly.
What about the media? You're part of the media. What say you? Isn't it really about like we can expect the Democrats to play cover up and lie, but the media is supposed to uncover the cover up.
Right. Well, the media is supposed to be asking tough questions, but the media doesn't ask tough questions. Although one of our reporters at Fox did try to talk to him and ask him a question, and of course he refused to answer the same he did in Congress. I think if he's going to invoke the Fifth Amendment, the question presented to him by Congress should be like, "Who's your barber?" That would be a great way to save somebody's career. Just like Dumb and Dumber, blood veins don't work. But I do want to say this. Regarding the Fifth Amendment, and I understand the doctor confidentiality agreement, I do understand it, but the question was not, did he have a hemorrhoid, or did he have Parkinson's, or did he have cancer? The question was simply, did you lie to the president? And that's a question that his lawyers advised him not to answer. And we all know the answer. He lied. He lied for the president as well as the entire administration lied for the president.
You know, good point, Julie.
Wow. Really?
You know, the thing is, I do feel that the media is getting away with this. This is a cover-up that makes, Watergate look like a parking ticket. I've said it before. But how can you have the media investigate the media? That's like giving your own prostate exam. You got to be really limber to do that.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah, that's a good call. You know, I sued myself once. Yeah, made out pretty good. It's the same idea.
Yeah.
This is a scandal wrapped in a scandal, layers and layers. It's like the turducken of scandals. But the funniest thing, you're right, is not just the fact that the media is trying to cover it up, but that they're also placing themselves as the heroes in this story, right? Jake Tapper is like, look at all of this stuff that happened. Everyone's like, wow, you were so clear and concise on recognizing that. The entire country knew that Biden was not running the show. And the fact that we're still playing the game that he's okay and we're using the stutter, it's the stutterfly effect, right? Yeah, like the butterfly effect is that a simple stutter can lead to record-breaking consumer price index increases, inflation, a crashing economy. My stutter's done so much for you guys. Probably don't hear it, but it's I'm repeating everything I'm saying. Just different words.
Yeah. There's a joke in there. I just can't think of it. Kat, would it be your worst nightmare for your doctor to appear in some kind of hearing? Be asked questions, I guess.
No. I think I'm pretty open. I don't know. I feel like the most upset person in all of this should be Kamala, if she was aware enough.
Yeah.
Because think about the huge lengths that the government, the media, went so far to do everything they could to cover this up, that he was severely cognitively impaired because as bad as it was, they thought that he would still do better.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch the hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else. All right. Let's do a monologue. So it appears the grown-ups are back. Suddenly Washington has rediscovered what an actual boss looks like. And what happens when you have a great boss? The bossness trickles down. Now we finally got cabinet members who aren't just confident, they're kicking ass. Take Marco Rubio, whose transformation reminds us of when the Incredible Hulk gets angry, or when Judge Janine loses. Here's Marco taking Chris Van Allen to the short bus.
I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker,
And that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear. And the day you're going to come, you're going to see who you want to do it.
Secretary Rubio has the floor.
Chairman, you can't make unsubstantiated
Senator,
comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor.
Secretary Rubio should take that testimony to the federal court of the United States because he hasn't done it under oath.
Here's another point, okay? There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge in the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy.
I haven't seen a mismatch like that since Randy Weingarten sat on a chair. And it's only possible when you got the wind of Trump at your back and no fear of the wind coming from the flatulent left-wing mob. And Rubio's not alone. The entire cast of unintimidated ass kickers is growing real fast. Just take a look at this murderer's row.
If I offend anybody today, I don't care what you think about me.
Well, I am seriously,
Mr. Secretary, you don't care about wasting tax dollars. Senator Ricketts does. And the problem you on job because the American public and the cares about us not wasting tax dollars.
If you want to talk about someone who was attacked by weaponized bureaus, you're looking at it. And now he's the director of the FBI and he's cleaning it up.
I don't really care, Morgan. I don't want that person in my country, and I think most Americans agree.
No more pronouns, no more climate change obsession, no more emergency vaccine mandates, no more dudes in dresses. We're done with that.
Yeah.
huh?
Tell you what, I haven't seen so many bad asses since Kudlow had his 80th birthday at a nude beach. But all of them are energized because they know something changed. Trump's back, and he has your back, so they showed up to fight. And let's contrast that with Team Biden, the island of misfit DEI hires. Last year's starting lineup, Kamala Harris, the border czar who managed to make the border worse. But by losing to Trump, she proved drinking does make your problems go away. Remember Mayorkas? The guy threw his own agents under the bus, lied about having control over her, and on top of that, looks like a ball sack after a fresh waxing. Pete Buttigieg went on a 3-month paternity leave before they even knew he was gone, let alone pregnant. This guy was as useless as crowd control at a Jesse Waters book signing. Secretary of State Blinken became a Nero in mom jeans, playing guitar while our foreign policy burned. 13 service members died under his watch. Luckily, his boss totally forgot about it. Lloyd Austin, our defense secretary, hid that he had prostate cancer. Where have we heard that before? Do you realize that means at one point our military had no commander-in-chief and no secretary of defense? If Aruba decided to invade us, we would have been. But I guess that's how you get a mentally ill dude in charge of nuclear waste who moonlights as a luggage thief. Under Biden, staffers were taking it in the ass at a Senate conference room and filming it. I was not there. And what about Binder, right? Whose job was to sell us all this. She instilled confidence in this administration the way the View instills confidence in Weight Watchers. Didn't matter because the media played along. Hell, they carried so much water, camels tried to have sex with them. But there was no top guy, and it showed with the rest of these clock watchers. When your boss inspires naps instead of nerves, success is never an option because failure is expected. I think the Biden administration's motto was, we do less before 9 a.m. than dead people do all day. But now, it's changed. Entire departments, they're not worried about disappointing the media or the bureaucrats. They want to please Trump and, by extension, all of us. Trump knows leadership doesn't come from special days, hashtags, and platitudes about inclusion. It comes from expectations. It comes from pressure and a vision for what's great. Which is why we went from a president who forgot names to a White House who's kicking ass and taking them. His wardrobe
used to wake coma patients. Who's making money off those business, Charles? His idea of a hot foursome was a barbershop quartet. Boxers contributor Tom Saloon. Basic laughter is the best medicine, which is why he's banned from hospitals. After comedian Steve Byrne. And she's our favorite Madison. After James and Square Garden. Business correspondent Madison Allworth. Charles, it's kind of funny watching Rubio kind of transform from a little Marco to murderous Marco.
Yeah, no, I love it. I do disagree with one mark. That was an amazing monologue. But
Thank you.
My orchid. I think it looks like a ball sack, but not after the polishing. That needs a good polishing. That's all. That's the only way I disagree.
It is tough. He does look like, he looks like he has a few stray hairs. Little wrinkles.
Yeah. So, I'm a big boxing fan.
Yeah.
And when Evander Holyfield was coming out, one of his biggest fights, he moved up to Cruiserweight. He was fighting this guy named Ricky Parquet. And before the fight, they asked Ricky Parquet, what are you going to do? This guy is tough, He said, I ain't going to tell you my strategy. But when I do like that, that's called the slam and jam. So, around, Holyfield was whipping his ass. Next thing you know, Parquet goes down. He looks over at the camera and goes, I swear, Chris Holland did the same thing on that hearing. He looked over one time, he's like, Rubio's whooping my ass. Slam and jammer. They don't know what to do.
It was not pretty because Rubio was on the other side.
Yeah.
He knew what to do, and Van Holland, I keep thinking of Van Halen, but they're much better.
Yeah.
You know what to do. What is it about? And you work with me, and you know what a boss I am, and how great my staff is, which is reflected with my leadership abilities.
Very true. All true.
Yes. Is that what's going on here? They're drawing inspiration from the guy in charge. Absolutely. And Greg is a perfect example of this. But they're taking your steam away, Greg. You were the only right-wing guy out there who was slaying it, who was making jokes about the left. Now Trump and all of his administration is in on the game. I mean, these hearings, these stupid hearings, I'm so glad they cracked the code on this thing. They just come back at them like it's a Kill Tony podcast and they roast them back. Yes, because the whole idea of this, they use decorum against these people. So they said, because of Robert's Rules of Order and the parliamentary procedure, they could say whatever they wanted, and the person just had to sit there and take it. So whenever we saw these hearings, the people would just be sitting there like idiots as the senators laid into them. Now they come back at them.
Yeah.
Rubio was like, that crack about the margarita.
Yes.
And it made that guy look like an idiot. So Van Holland is like, oh, you made you that guy. It was not a margarita. It was a mojito. Madison, did you catch the crazy stuff today with the South African president, all that stuff? Was that incredible? It is amazing how much we're seeing that we never used to see before. At these hearings, C-SPAN is now...
Yeah, the curtains have just been pulled wide open. We can see everything on full display.
Like when I stick in the gap. Anyway, go ahead.
But it's an incredible transparency, which I think is what also wild, because not Van Halen, but Holland was upset, saying, okay, bring this in front of the judiciary. And of course, Rubio was saying, no, just because I'm actually talking to world leaders doesn't mean that you get to get in on the secret sauce. It's like asking the popular kids at the table, like, hey, you got to share with all of us. No, just because former President Biden was falling asleep at G20 meetings, missing these dinners, he didn't have any information to share. Now we do. We open up the curtain as wide as possible, but some things still have to remain a secret. And I love the way that Rubio handled that.
Yeah, I know. It was great. Steve, it's good to see you. I used to selling newspapers on the corner of 6th Avenue. Tiananmen Square. Look, that Rubio was inspiring. It was great. And it's like, to Tom's point, it's like, once it's in the ether, it's like, I take it back. It's like, it's already on Twitter. That's what people remember. But Trump got in there. He's not joking around. Right? Deported upwards of, in 3 months, over 100,000 illegal immigrants back out of this country, and he keeps up at this rate. Like, who's going to be elected for the Raiders? We'll say this. He supported all these people, and so the progressives and left are demanding his due process, right? Courts. Let's back it up. Let's spend millions of dollars on the courts. It's like, That's why I think Trump went in and opened Alcatraz. There's no more El Salvadoran prison. It's going to go to Alcatraz, and it's going to rename it Mar-a-Lago. And you know what? It's going to be a beautiful jail, Greg. It's going to be a wonderful jail. And I love my jail. Let me tell you, the inmates love my jail. The inmates, you know what the inmates say to me, Greg? The inmates, when they sentence them up, they say, I don't want to leave, I want to stay. They say, I don't want you to leave. Nicely done. You know what the prison guards tell me? The prison guards, they say, I want to be an inmate. That's what they say to me. All right, that was beautiful. Before we go, come see me on tour with special guests. Absolutely. Yeah. We will be in not good, but Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're going to head out to Rockford, Illinois the next month. Then Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Arizona, and Texas later in the year. Go to GWL.com for tickets.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Okay, you can go now. All right, let's get into the jokes. Four former Biden aides have agreed to testify at the investigation of a cover-up of his mental decline. Upon hearing this, Biden said, "First you tell me I have dementia, and now I have AIDS?" Sounded like a good AIDS joke to lead off the show. Republicans beat the Democrats in the congressional baseball game by a score of 13-2. And for once, the Dems didn't even shoot anybody. The game was almost canceled when Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib suggested they play shirts against skins. But the game ended up being delayed when someone mistook Nancy Pelosi's face for a catcher's mitt. The game had to be stopped in the second inning when Jerry Nadler started grazing on the outfield grass. The tensions were high when halfway through the game, Chrissy Nome shot the mascot. Yet all in all, everybody was in good spirits since all the players scored with Lauren Boebert. Oh, she would have laughed. All right, she's alive. But LA Mayor Karen Bass is blaming the LA riots, unquote, bad actors, prompting an angry call from John Cusack's agent. Daughter of Congresswoman Ilhan Omar applauded the riots, saying death to the colonial empire. And many people blame her outburst on radical politics, and not because she may be inbred. I'm not saying it.
Yeah, I ain't saying shit.
I neither am I.
We don't know.
And finally, soap made out of actress Sydney Sweeney's bathwater is being resold online for as much as $1,600. Meanwhile, Joy Behar's bathwater is replacing tear gas to disperse angry life. That was a good one. All right. So award season may be over, but it's never too late to give out one more. Yes, it's time for The douche with the most punctual face. It's no surprise he's there behind the eyes. Man above this total space. Bobby is
Tonight, the award goes to this piece of trash. Yeah, it's a white dude with a man bun laughing at a black woman who works for a living to feed her kids. Did the DNC create this guy in a lab? I mean, for a bigger pair of douches, you'd have to visit the feminine care aisle at Costco. See, this is why the media won't interview the protesters and instead prefer to deliver the message themselves. Because when you actually hear their words, you realize you don't want a mediator, you want a terminator. Not a dictator, just someone who can sign his own name that doesn't need his ass wiped after each press conference. It's true. There's this new study out showing that when people feel that society is collapsing, they want a strong leader. Because experiencing a social breakdown causes you to feel powerless. It's like when you're in Larry Kudlow's basement and the techno music drowns out your safe word. But that powerlessness creates uncertainty, and in that uncertainty, what do people crave? No, not my abs workout video. Although it is still available at the News Corp gift shop, right next to Sweating with Brick Hughes. No, people crave decisive action. They don't want Grandpa Simpson telling them about the time cannibals almost ate Al Jolson. They want someone who talks like a bouncer and negotiates like a mafia don. In other words, Donald Trump. So while you think it was MAGA who elected Trump, it was the Dems. After all, they created a world where people can see the society falling apart, where their leaders look clueless, their laws go unenforced, and the criminals get more sympathy than the victims. And when the country feels like a burning clown car, you don't vote for another clown. You vote for the guy who drives a big, scary garbage truck. Can you blame him? There are protesters blocking bridges, stalling traffic, and mocking moms begging to get to work. These aren't activists, they're hostage takers. They're extortionists, like the mafia, but without the chicken parmesan. So right now, the Dems are handing the GOP an amazing re-election video. You don't need Kid Rock or fireworks or Nancy Mason in a bikini. No, not when you have seniors on top of a burning Waymo. Trump didn't just appear in a vacuum, he appeared in a moral and civic one, led by a party more interested in pronouns than public safety. He didn't force his way into office. He was summoned like a bouncer to a bar fight. If the streets had been calm, if the schools worked and cities were safe, and Dems didn't treat every criminal as a misunderstood poet, we might have gotten another useless Democrat. But these times didn't call for cardigan sweaters, called for brass knuckles. That's the irony. The Dems feared Trump. They did everything they could to elect him. So now how the left operates in the world of what if. What would have happened if Trump hadn't sent in the troops? Well, we do have proof. The George Floyd riots proved that lawlessness unchecked leads to worse lawlessness. The Dems operate on the luxury of saying what would happen because we stop them from making it worse. So we'll never know. But that's the point of a strong leader, stopping chaos before it spreads. Trump is the certainty in uncertain times.
After Democrat ruled, you don't want a TED talk, you want someone with brass balls. So now, what is the media doing? Well, Newsweek published a map that listed all the anti-Trump rallies to be held across this country Saturday. And boy, is it organized from the top on down. And what's the goal? Well, without principles, you go for the photo op. They're praying for that one George Floyd moment. They incite and hope you'll bite. Maybe it'll work. But know this, we will no longer be held hostage by a party that denies our safety and then organizes mobs when we say we've had enough. They say hindsight is 2020. Well, it's 2020 that gave us 2024. Comedy raises out to 2 thumbs in their ears. Writer and comedian Joe DeVito. She's our favorite McDonald, not counting that old pervert who had a farm. Host of Evening Edit on Fox Business, Liz McDonald. She's more popular with old men than naps. Outnumbered co-host Emily Capagno. And old ladies pass him around like a tube of polygrip. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and woman. Show that rhymes. In case you didn't notice, isn't it weird how the Dems actually elected Trump by their reaction to Trump?
Yeah, well, if you look at that guy that they had there, he was more bun than man.
Yes. Wait a minute. Why have we not found out who he is?
I don't know. I don't think he's like he's busy at work.
Yeah.
You know? There's a reason why people never say, let's ask this man bun's opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you ask a man bun a question like, why does your yoga mat smell like that? Horrible people. Yeah, you can't. I mean, look at the nerve of him to be saying, "Chill out, black woman. I'm going to show you how to fight white supremacy and the patriarchy." That just the nerve. It's unbearable to look at.
By the way, this is hostage taking. And if you are keeping people from getting where they're going, that is actually taking hostages. I don't know why they're not arrested and charged.
And you can tell he doesn't care about her. He's just like, the people on Martha's Vineyard who said, they have the signs out front that says, "He has no home here," and it turns out migrants have no home there either because they chased them out fast with an ice motive.
Yeah,
So I think it shows how these people like him, they don't care about the people they're talking about. They don't. And I think a funny example is now we're here in California, supposedly Mexican territory.
Yeah.
All this time, what about all these land acknowledgments that were supposed to be Native American territory, where people go up and they would say, "Oh well, this is former territory of the proud."
Yes.
So and now it's like there we go. So they don't care. Maxine Waters doesn't care. She doesn't care. She's not going to get hit in the head with a riot. Her wig would throw it back. So I think what you learn from this is that normal people, they don't like riots. They don't like any of this stuff, and they see it. And this idea, America is a nation of immigrants. No, it's a nation of citizens. And the citizens are looking and saying, who's looking out for us? And it's not the Democrats, it's Donald Trump.
Liz? What do you think of that man bun guy?
Yeah, I mean, is he the new progressive face of white supremacy?
Yes.
I mean, and the Democrat Party is spending $20 million to understand why male voters are running away from the Democrat Party. It's because of guys like that. And when you watched him, he was totally not looking at her. He's looking at the camera.
Yeah.
He too is looking for his own viral moment. And you're right. How do you attract a guy? Nobody knows where he works. Nobody knows what he does. And your point is well taken. We're not going to sit down and talk to the people doing this, doing this to America, because it's so unfair to that minority woman who's trying to feed her family, going to work, and he's not working, blocking her. Americans, they see through this, they see right through it, and they don't like the riots, they like law and order, they safety. This guy is making everybody feel less safe.
Yeah, I hope he does get a viral moment, but it's viral hepatitis. You know what he looks like, Emily, when they put him up there? He reminds me of the killer in Silence of the Lambs. When they go to the door. Buffalo Bill? Yes, he looks like Buffalo Bill. Yes, your favorite guy. You love Buffalo Bill. That's your hall pass.
Thanks, everyone. Fan one and fan two right up there on the board. It's Gollum 1, Gollum 2. They're great. Here's the thing with the Dems. They're
So ironically, this week, right, there's a big article out. Here are the groups that Trump wants to erase.
Right.
And they list every single minority. But funny how the white man, Gavin Newsom, always knows how to speak better than every person of color in this state and every community in this state, right? Maxine Waters knows how to speak better than the communities that are actually being destroyed in these rights. And that's the thing too, like, I don't need these protesters to be interviewed because I went to high school, I know what it's like to talk to someone on acid. It's more like, I want to hear from the people whose communities are being displaced, whose child was raped by a recidivist rapist who's different in sanctuary cities, so they're okay, even though they're illegal. And again, like, talk to those people. Interview that woman who got constructively connected. Here's the thing, this is what I was thinking about, though, the reason that I don't think they're going to charge them with that is because she could technically walk away. Right? Like, but you're right, that if you are prevented from exiting the room, that is charged as kidnapping, but I think
All I want, Emily, besides your ending that sentence, is Tyrus. I want this to happen to you. I want this to happen ever. White woman. I would like to see you use him as a Q-tip.
yeah.
Or I mean, like, if it were me, I would go to jail for murder because I would run him over. But they would find a very clever and creative way of torturing him without ever seeing time.
They never pick me first. I like people standing in front of my truck. That could be cool. No, he would have had action. And but we don't want to punch him in the face, right? Everyone's seeing that. You know, there's old ladies going, I'm a little older, but I've got one in me. You know? we can't.
Yeah.
It's no mistake if you take the dumbest, ugliest, moronic, put him on camera, because patriots see that and they see, and we don't, when they look at that, no one's like, oh, he's messing with a black woman. The average man's going, he is intimidating a woman.
Right.
Period. And the alpha males and the males in this country are like, oh no, that's not going to happen on my watch. This is the new move, is to get our side to react, to get someone like me walk over, snatch him by his man bun, drag him around a little bit, and then put him somewhere.
Yeah.
And everyone will cheer.
They're hoping after this weekend.
But then it will be, oh, it's a civil war. The MAGAs are attacking us. So no matter how much we want to react, and yes, she can play. The good news is it's on film. So her manager, she can show it to him. This is why I was late. So she's going to be okay. But it's important that we do not engage. All this weekend is about getting one video of dude like me, or someone with a MAGA hat, or even someone of great stature with me, 2 baseball bats and whatever, a horse, a pony, sorry, a pony, charging in, you know, leave those women alone, you know, and all it takes, I mean, next thing you know, all we would see would be MAGA agitators are the reason why. So it's very important, no matter how much you want to put hands on him, that we don't, and we allow police to do their job, because the police are back, they are inspired, and they have support.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Sofa Brand is looking for a professional napper and will pay 10 grand to rest and digest for the summer. Finally, a job that I'm qualified for, said one man. Now, true, his qualifications include previously being laid to rest. All right, it was unnecessary. Earlier today, a jury was sworn in for the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Apparently, they took an oath while placing their right hand on the ass of an unconscious male escort. Oh, you like that one? I can't figure you people out.
Finally, federal judges say unsolicited pizza deliveries to their homes are meant to intimidate them. In a related story, guess who wants to be a federal judge? Did that make sense? Okay. All right, monologue time. So right now, the Dems are the Charlie Sheen of politics. The junkie who realizes everyone was right. I got a serious problem and I need help. Take the Dems' resident twerp, DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, who actually said something true on Bill Maher.
Younger men, they would rather vote for somebody who, even if they don't completely agree with, they don't feel judged by, than somebody who they do agree with, but they feel like they have to walk on eggshells around constantly because they're going to be judged or ostracized or excommunicated. Ultimately, what we have to do here is figure out how to bring people back in and work towards the bigger goal of advancing the future of this country. Young people should be able to focus on what young people should be focused on, which is how to get laid and how to go and have fun.
Yeah. Well, I like how he said get laid and have fun. Like the two are mutually exclusive. Although a lover who votes Democrat must be kind of a bummer. She won't let you sleep with her until you admit women should vote. Not gonna happen. But even the loudest, most annoying voices in the party are chiming in. Here's Jasmine Crockett auditioning for a job at Frontier Air. I bet there's a lot of people who are like, oh, let's go find the safest white boy we can find.
There's a lot of people that are like, you know what? Like, let's go find the safest white boy we can find. I mean, I'm just saying, no, for real.
White man's got to
No, for real. And to be clear, when we talk about them, I can tell you that there is one specific candidate. I had a donor on the phones with me telling me that all the donors are lining up behind that candidate. So I can tell, and I tell you, it's not a black person or woman.
Thanks, darling. The money's on the dresser. So now, I don't know what that means either. So now the left knows they must change. Some already are. Do you remember this lady? That's Stephanie Ruhle before Trump. Cute. This is her now. Who does she remind you of? I know. If I were Rachel, I'd be kind of worried. It reminds me of that stalker movie, Single White Female, except it's single white male. What does it tell you? With Trump ruling the road of common sense, the Dems can only move more left. Ruhle wasn't always a left-wing scold. She spent 14 years in finance. Now she's mostly worried about the price of cats. But she's, My guess is Jen Psaki's next. By the second episode of her new show, ratings in the key demo, people 24 to 54 plunged, with 65,000 in the entire country tuning in. I could get that many reading Kilmeade's book on my OnlyFans. So how long before Jen Psaki goes from this to this? Because the Dems, they can't return to normal. On Friday, 3 Democrats stormed an ICE facility in Newark, even though the city's lefty mayor was arrested. I guess he knows that jail is safer than the streets of Newark. But these are the responses to Trump. Theater, outrage, screaming. No wonder Dems have decided they need ideas. But first they need ideas on coming up with ideas. And then you're going to need ideas for that too. You know, ideas that would lead them to ideas, that would help them figure out ideas to create ideas. It's an infinite regress, with each move depending on a precursor. There's no bottom to their problem, because a bottom needs a floor, a foundational set of first principles. That would mean you have to say there's a culture with norms and traditions, rights and wrongs. But the Dems are that elevator shack with no elevator in it. Whatever idea they have immediately falls 60 stories into the abyss. Now, we have a bottom that's easy to express. Law and order, safety and security, free markets based on a fair share of transfer of commodities. It's simple. I did that in 30 seconds. I didn't even have to look up for my online kangaroo porn. But if you lack foundational principles, you're screwed. Sadly, the Dems embrace the mind virus that deems such principles oppressive. And now without the foundation, they're trying to build a house on quicksand. And any crackpot idea can take hold. How did trans hysteria find root in their party? How did squatting and mass theft become acceptable? Why did the Dems circle their wagons around a gangbang? How did Hamas become sympathetic? How did minor attracted persons stop meaning you wanted to bang coal miners? Look at how climate change just disappeared, like the ice caps were supposed to 30 years ago. I guess when you say the planet's going to expire in 5 years, where do you go next? Blocking traffic? Destroying paintings? Calling the patron saint of electric cars Hitler? How do you go further left? On no cash bail, open borders, men and women's bathrooms. It's like Howard Stern's shock comedy. Eventually you run out and turn gay. They've gone so far in the wrong direction, they've lost America. Of course, they could claw their way back to the middle, but it also means sharing the road that Trump owns. Common sense. But first, the Dems must find their bottom. Too bad their heads are stuck inside it. Let's welcome. Yes! He's the people walking out of his house. And his marriage, Dr. writer, comedian Jamie Lizzo. He solves problems the old-fashioned way with physical violence. MMA star Colby Covington. She sometimes stops at mid-sentence to let her fillings cool. I remember co-host Emily Campagno. And he used a whole book of stamps sending out Mother's Day cards. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former neighbor, Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy, you hit rock bottom. Some say many times.
Yeah, I remember once I thought it was rock bottom, and I was like, nope, you can go lower.
Yes, it feels like the Dems are at their rock bottom. And they get, what would you tell them to do at this point?
I would say just quit while you're behind.
Yes.
Can I just stop for a second? During the monologue, did you say kangaroo porn?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. It makes sense. I remember a while ago, I go, what type of porn do you like? And you go, whatever jumps out of me. Did I ever tell you?
I love how you had that whole setup there.
Yeah.
It's like, where's he going with it?
Yeah. My ex-wife wanted to film a porn once. She goes, "You're gonna be the pizza guy." I go, "That's cool." So I deliver the pizza and we get frisky. She goes, "No. After I have sex with that guy on camera, we're gonna be hungry." That ice video is really to see. They've lost their mind, and I honestly kind of believe. I don't know what could possibly bring them out of this rut. That ice video in the video. I don't know if what I read said there was like a dude. I don't know if he was a congressman or something. He body slammed a female ice age. Like, what are they doing? I haven't seen a man abuse a woman like that since the Paris Olympics.
That's what you call a callback. Colby, welcome to the show. We asked this question. We ask this question almost every night. Why are the Dems losing men? You're in the MMA. So I'm sure you have an opinion on this.
They're just a bunch of beta. They don't like alpha men. They don't like toxic masculinity anymore. They want to masculize men, and it's not right. That's why a lot of the alpha males are leaving the damn party.
Yeah, it's not just the alphas, though. Most men are. Yeah. I mean, Jamie left. He's not an alpha male. He's more like Zeta.
Yeah, Gamma.
Gamma, maybe Gamma.
He's an assistant to the assistant alpha male. My God.
What, is there any way could you see, like, guys returning to the party?
They've gone so far in lunatic left that yes, there's no return. The GDI circus stuff that they're parading around and trying to rally behind is just it's unacceptable and it's anti-American, and that's why no alpha male will ever return to that beta party.
The beta party, the master beta party. Emily, you're searching for ideas, but to have ideas, you got to have some basic principles. And I'm trying to think, what is the basic principle of the modern Democrat Party? And I can only think of power. that they see everything through the prism of power. Like that's what identity politics was. If you are of this intersectionality, you have more power than this person.
Yeah.
Is there any other principle? I don't know what other principle there is.
I agree because it's application. Then I would say yes, control. And then the application of that, their strategy is resist. I was on the West Coast this weekend and someone had a huge chalkboard as their garage door. So people walking by could make art. And of course there was someone that wrote a huge resist. And then people after that said, who and what and how? And that's exactly the question that these Dems aren't answering. So for example, all of those lawmakers, by the way, that was a female lawmaker that body slammed. Like I know that it's just confused, but yeah, exactly. Like
what do they identify as?
I mean,
she's fat, so I assume it's a they.
Totally. But the whole point is that they're provoking, right? They provoke to get arrested, so they have that notch on their belt. But then they cry that it's a dictatorship because who else would actually arrest lawmakers? And the irony that I find hilarious is that they actually have oversight. And I said, if you guys had just requested a tour,
you could have a tour.
Yeah, doors are open for you anytime. But when you break in and you body slam ICE agents, then yeah, your ass is going to get arrested because mess around and find out. And it reminded me of when we covered the Green Man protest. The shock of the protesters who were sleeping on the freeway and being like removed. He touched me.
Yeah.
And what do you think is going to happen? The consequences are real. So right now, all they're doing is having a tantrum to try to claw back that control that you talked about.
Tyrus, they could have had a tour, but they wouldn't have got the press.
They didn't come for no damn tour. They came for exactly that. They're going to do some dumb that people who can lose their jobs and are going to risk their jobs. So they can be the toughest guy in the room because they know security is not going to hurt them. So it's just more. This whole, even that stupid interview with the metrosexual DNC guy that talks or whatever.
Is it funny?
No, it's not funny. And I was like, I couldn't believe it's not. It's a joke. They mean to tell me, because you would like that, where the only thing that young people are thinking about is getting laid and have fun. Well, that goes against everything that America's about. You work your ass off, you get to a point. Fellas, once you get the whip in a little pocket in your ATM, you can lay a lot.
Yes. You're absolutely right.
So it just goes back.
Yeah, you're right. He gets the whole point. I guess what he's trying to say is I'm tired of these women telling us is that why you be a man?
Be man up. But that's not the only way this works. And this is a lot like someone trying to give dating tips to a cat lady.
Yes.
Okay? It took a long time for her to get there.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not one thing that's going to get her out. You know where I'm going here? The Democratic Party, the only way it works is mass resignation.
Yes.
You have to get rid of all of them, her, him included.
Yes.
They're not, because they're fake. They are part of the problem. They all benefited during the 4 years of shadow government. They're the shadow government posing as Democrats. The only way is for all of them, one, confess their crime and leave and never come back to government again. They won't do that, so they come out with stupid ass like on Bill Maher's dumbass show going, all we have to do is convince guys that we're not assholes. It's not going to happen. It doesn't matter how you do it, how you change it. They're corrupt. America sees it. There's only one way, a massive clean out, and they're not willing to let go of power.
All right. Let's Up next, Trump notches more wins.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Thank you. I needed that. After not being named Pope. I know. Disappointing. Happy Thursday, everyone. Yeah! Former President Joe Biden was on the View today. Yeah, it's the closest Joy Behar has ever been to a festival in years. Fun story before the interview when the Secret Service patted down Whoopi. Imagine their surprise when they found Peter Dinklage. Joe, of course, was accompanied by his wife, Jill. The View said they were looking forward to interviewing the ex-president, as well as Joe Biden. We'll get to more of that later. On a recent podcast, Simon Cowell said he once turned down a couple's offer of $150,000 to watch them have sex. Wow. These two are getting more and more desperate for viewers. According to a new poll, Colombia was voted the country with the most beautiful women in the world. But come on, any woman looks beautiful when there might be cocaine out so fun. I apologize. Tensions between India and Pakistan are still on the rise. As a result, the rest of the world fears they will have nowhere to turn for tech support. According to a new study, only 39% of Americans would donate an organ to a loved one. But one American actually volunteered to show you his organ. The Trump administration plans to release the audio of President Biden's interview with special counsel Robert Hur, which Hur said revealed a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Vegas odds makers are already taking bets on how many times Biden farts. And finally, Ellen DeGeneres has shared videos of her new life in the English countryside cutting grass. It's not that surprising considering she's been mowing lawns for years. She loves the landscape. She loves
to John Deere for years.
Yes. You people go right to the lesbianism. All right. So Times Square just unveiled a 12-foot tall plus-size statue of a black woman in a pantsuit who looks like she's about to confront her baby daddy on Jerry Springer. This inspiring monument was erected as a quote stark contrast to the two white men who have statues there already. Father Francis Duffy, a highly decorated World War I hero, and George Cohen, who helped to further Broadway and the music industry. The artist claims that the statue's posture is a nod to Michelangelo's David. Yeah. I know. I can barely tell them apart. So the other guy mistakenly called Steve Juicy Charles Payne. Now, we're told the statue should instigate meaningful connections, but it's just steps away from an actual meaningful connection, where a gang attacked two NYPD cops who interrupted a robbery. Why not make a statue of that for warn tourists? Now, Tom Homan is about to deport those Tren-de-Aragua wannabes, but incredibly, ICE was turned away. Because, shocker, New York's a sanctuary city. Meanwhile, at Columbia, pro-Hamas agitators continue to wreak havoc, taking over the school's library. After all, it's full of their greatest enemy, books. It pays to note of the 80 arrested, 61 were female, and some of them even had vaginas. So how did we get here? Well, it's easy. The lefties traded law enforcement for performance art, and the results are written in blood. Remember the defund the police movement? The new study confirms what any sane person already knew: less policing equals more murder. Following the 2020 Summer of Love, police stops and arrests dropped by 40% across 15 major American cities, leading to a massive rise in murder. By 2021, national homicides increased by 7,000 over 2019. It's as if CNN's entire audience had vanished. They tried to lie about crime dropping, but like tickets to see Snow White, people weren't buying it. But from 2021 to 2024, as cities reinstated proactive policing, murders dropped by almost 40%. Wow. Now I understand why we have cops. They aren't just to show up and strip at Kudlow's hot tub parties. Those were good times. And just in time, a poll shows that most Americans, especially blacks, feel that George Floyd's death didn't lead to any meaningful reforms. They probably weren't happy with a bunch of white co-eds telling them they don't need cops in their neighborhood, and then those co-eds leave. So what about all those slogans, all those street heroes? Turned out to be worth as much as Kamala's for president t-shirts. Sadly, we learned that BLM actually stood for Black Leaders Mansions. So we're not safer, we're not more equal, we're just poorer, angrier, and scared to take the subway. And what about the communities that defund was supposed to help? Anti-police policies hurt them the most, blacks in high crime areas. Here in New York, $1 billion cut from the NYPD budget, cop retirements up and recruitment down, and crime soared. Stores closed and loved ones never came home as their subway rides turned into mobile asylums. It's called the Ferguson effect. A rise in violent crime when you reduce the police force. And like J.B. Pritzker in the desert, I saw it coming from a mile away. The Ferguson effect is a real thing. The George Floyd effect is a real thing. We saw this coming. We saw that when the Ferguson effect take hold, that led to destructions of cities, decimation of the police forces, and morale. And now they made it. The result is what you're seeing is the Ferguson effect is now the law of the land. I know what you're thinking. And clairvoyant. That's why I know what you're thinking. In a way, that statue represents America's blue cities, a big hollow gesture that threatens to crush everyday people. Chicago, Oakland, SF, Portland, Seattle, Memphis, you get the idea. So when you hear all the lefty BS about criminal justice reform, think it's a statue. Because like everything, it's all for show. The Dems aren't looking to make you safer. They're stuck on political theater, singing horribly, filibustering nonsense, flying away to brown-nosed gangbangers, demanding due process for millions of unvetted illegals. So as cops get jumped, we get a 12-foot gargoyle. And the people who suffer, not the elites, shopkeepers, subway riders, working women, the same communities the clueless libs claim to help. Hell, if they really want to get people talking, why not sculpt a murder victim? His act is the reason we don't have him on more often. Comedian Joe Mackey. He was once fine best dressed at a nude beach. Host of Kudlow on Fox Business, Larry Kudlow. MTV gave this woman her start, and a loaf of bread will make her fart. Most of the candy saves the world, podcast Kennedy. And he causes more old ladies to faint than open casket funerals. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, philosopher, will take it home. Joe, in the green room, you told me that the woman in the statue was not fat enough for you. Care to comment? And
Greg, that is true. I do love a little bit of chocolate trust. There's nothing wrong with that. More of the woman to love. That's what I say. But I will say this: if you wanted to make a statue of a random black woman that hasn't accomplished anything, you could have made one of Michelle Obama. Just teasing. I will say this: I think this is a great piece of art because art is supposed to reflect the times, here is a large portion of society that doesn't care about actions, results, and consequences. All they care about is group identity to make their judgments. If an in-group does something good, if an out-group does something bad. And that's, when you understand that lens, you can understand the left very well. That's how Disney can protest Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill, and then go to the theme park in Abu Dhabi being gay will get you beheaded. Because it's who's doing it. It's a non-Western country, so they're the in-group. And it's okay for me to say that because a lot of people on the internet, they don't trans.
That is true. Well, it's work.
That's the kid. But that's how you work. No. No?
So it doesn't count. You know,
I didn't know like a little lowercase thing.
I guess the Derby, I won't be heading there. I'm kidding. Larry, sell high, cut low. Are you surprised that funding the police resulted in more killings?
Yes, it's shocking. Shocking outcome. But you know, that whole, you think about it, that whole story. George Floyd, BLM. What changed? What changed exactly? I never understood this. Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think this was a racist country to begin with. Okay. People would disagree, but I don't think it was racist. Do we have bad apples? Yes, okay, on all sides. But we were not a racist country. And I don't think that people should forget all the great civil rights legislation that was passed in the last how many decades, particularly the 1960s, and it was enforced. I do think the left has a fixation on everyone's racist. Everybody does. If I don't like it, it's racist. If I don't like you, it's racist. If I don't like you, it's racist. And I think that's utter nonsense. And the last thought I had is the left wanted DEI before Trump came in and took it out. DEI, okay. DEI and its ultra affirmative action is probably the most racist thing we've seen in decades, and helped to spawn all of this anti-Semitism that is occurring on college campuses and other places as well. So I would say it backfired, it was stupid, and it's just a projection of the left, and that the country is completely rejecting what the left is thinking about.
Well said. All right, Kennedy. I saw what's in that monologue that just shine.
Larry's or yours?
61 out of 80 of the people arrested in Colombia were chicks.
Yeah.
Babes.
Yeah. Why would
Hotties.
Broads.
Yeah.
Why would you, if you were a guy, why would you want to go to college? And if you were going to go to college, why would you want to go to Columbia? You know, it's like, if it's not, and it's not just students who are screaming in your face, it's TAs, it's faculty members, it's the people who actually hold the power over you. You know, it's like you go to a big school like that, the professors aren't the ones who make grades, it's your TAs who are only a couple years older than you. And if you don't fall in line with their group thing and their lockstep, and in this case their group step, then they're going to fail you. You know, it's like it used to be a degree from Columbia, we did something. Now it actually might be better to fail out of the school so you can go somewhere else, to a rational school and grow you a lifeline.
It would be better to go to Columbia where the hot chicks are than Columbia.
Because they have big booties and that Bogota booger sugar that everyone loves.
Oh, but I won't be heading to the college. Oh, little decapitation humor there, Cyrus. Okay.
Don't lose your head.
So, did we need this study to tell us about the predicament effects? Nobody cares.
Well, first of all, I gotta speak on the statute. Because it's all connected. You know, if it wasn't for the Black Lives Matter scam hustle, I don't think it would have inspired a lot of not just black people, but people of color across the country. That doesn't represent me or who I am. It makes no sense. I don't want to be part of it. And I think people more comfortable saying, no, I'm going to stand up for character. And the thing about having a statue is you want to honor life and achievement. People who have become great, they show greatness and they have courage at a time of travesty or whatever. And that's why you have, they talk about, the two white guys. It wasn't Earl and Bob having a Subway sandwich. It was two men of character who just happened to did something that needed to be remembered and stories told. And the other side is we just will take any obese, pissed off, hands on their hip, confrontational, because that's most of them are lives. So they'll identify with that statue. Nobody would want that statue made of them. Even if you look like that. still would not want that statue made like that.
That's true.
No one would want that. You know?
So the actual the saluting of it is like saying you're fine the way it is.
I mean, look at the body language alone. Whoever wants any man to come home from a hard day's work and she's at the door like this, you just gotta back the truck up and you're like, nope, not dealing with it tonight. And that's the problem with the left. Is they bank on the racism and also bank that most of us look like that and have that attitude. And so there's no one going to get behind it. No other person. There's no little girl going, Mommy, I want to be like that statue when I grow up. And if it was about promoting black women, there is thousands of black women in this country who have done amazing things. There's women of color. Well, even I can't. Whoopi Goldberg for her acting roles, Color Purple, you could have made a statue of her. And if you made it exactly like her, I guarantee you when they call the robot, she'd be like, I don't like it almost like that.
All right. Up next, Joe and Jill, get up with you. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our honest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get anywhere else. Thank you. Just leave your room keys at the door. Happy Thursday, everyone. So on a recent podcast, former First Lady Michelle Obama complained about the time Ellen DeGeneres challenged her to a push-up contest. Michelle found it oddly uncomfortable since Ellen insisted on laying underneath her. But she's a legend. Speaking of, Michelle also admitted on the podcast that she fights with her husband over the thermostat. She wants it at 70 degrees, while he wants it up his butt. According to a new book, Joe Biden brought in famous director Steven Spielberg to help with his campaign. They called the operation Saving Diet Biden. According to the same book, Kamala Harris's campaign team held a fake cocktail party without alcohol so she could work on her social skills without a drink in her hand. But she showed them and brought her trusty beer helmets. Good for her. Don't let him change you, Kamala. While arguing about a purported illegal criminal, Eric Swalwell warned Christy Nome that he had to which he obviously had purchased until after he banged that Chinese spy. Speaking of, according to a new report, Chinese spies have infiltrated Stanford University. This became very apparent when all the graduation gowns showed up neatly folded and pressed. Oscar-winning actress Halle Berry says she doesn't know if a woman should ever play James Bond. After all, women already have a license to kill. It's called a driver's license. Yeah. I don't want you to be alone. Thank you. The first great white shark of the season was spotted on Montauk in New York. Officials warned swimmers to beware of the shark and warned sharks to beware of tornadoes. And finally, did you see President Trump's visit to the Middle East? I know, holy cow. I haven't seen that many men in dresses since the WNBA draft. Well, that was a good little run there. Alright, did you hear egg prices have dropped big time? And not just eggs, but groceries overall. It's the biggest drop in 5 years if you don't count Joe Biden's testing. But you want to see how CNN reports it? Here's their headline. Quote, Trump's egg price fiction has suddenly become reality. Yeah, Trump's fiction, not reality. Meaning when Trump turns out to be right, it's only because reality caught up to his lies. In CNN, that headline translates as, I may be right, but he's still evil. Next, they'll say egg prices have dropped, but that's bad for trans chicken. You know they're trans because they tuck their McNuggets. Now remember the I word, inflation? Yeah, these are those the media, because they no longer work for them. And what about the stock market? The media had investors stepping out on a ledge, and not just to drop a water balloon on the homeless guy below. Tariffs were supposed to cause such an economic collapse that it convinced me to stop paying my riders. And what of the assertion that Trump would be a laughing stock on the global stage? Have you seen what's going on in the Middle East? They're giving him jets as a housewarming gift. Oh, Biden wasn't even worth a bark bag and an extra bag of sun chips. You know, it's weird how we're always right and the media is always wrong. So this were a marriage, maybe the husband. But Americans are sick of it. A recent poll found that 49% of voters think media bias is getting worse, compared to just 11% who see it getting better. Meanwhile, 44% of voters agree with this statement. No matter how much you hate the media, it's not enough. You know, I had that same feeling, but it's for sharing an elevator with Rick Hume after he's had his sardine smoothie. Hold on, Chris. Remember the prostate. Yeah, it really does the prostate. Put down the rope of the health. But that's not just losing trust, that's burning down an entire industry and being on the ashes. And this hatred is bipartisan, not just Trump bros and monster trucks playing Kid Rock at max volume. We're talking independents, centrists, even bored libs who keep getting let down because they're being led down the path of defeat. So it raises a new question. If we're tired of the media's lies, why aren't they tired of it too? I mean, I can understand a liar continuing to lie if it pays off. That's how I talk my way past the height restrictions on most roller coasters. But what if the filter you use keeps predicting the wrong outcome? When you get tired of that, when you go back to the drawing board, when you see that it doesn't work anymore, it's like when I realized I can't keep firing my secretaries when they won't take me. Again, it's one thing to make millions selling swampland in Florida, but it's another thing to try to sell swampland and it's you who ends up in the moss and the mud. The grip isn't just not working out on us, it's not working for them either. And surely by now the media exams have heard enough of the criticism. They're out of ideas, they're too woke, too disconnected from voters. But it's clear they still ignore it, because they haven't changed. But what they can't ignore is that the filter you're using to perceive reality predicts nothing except defeat and misery. Think of the mindset that led them to embrace the Maryland dad, that led them to think men could play in women's sports, that led them to think this corpse was conscious, or this clown could win. Their mindset led them to think parents would accept tampons in boys' bathrooms and drag queens in school libraries. I could go on, but then I would be late for my pole dancing class. Thank you. Reduces stress. I mean, imagine if you were a gambler and you had this system that picked horses, but every single time you lost. Wouldn't you dump your betting strategy, or at the very least pick up a healthier habit like chess? When your frame of reference leads to defeat at every turn, shouldn't you use that frame of reference? You think they would, but so far they won't. When it comes to self-reflection, the media is less curious than Elton John around a stack of Playboys. Audiences, drink for him and get off the stage right with Chico DeVito. She's got coffee rights and hollow points, but without all of you. She even
be cheerful, but she'll give you an earful. Outnumbered Phillips and Campano. And the Statue of Liberty looks up to him. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former NWA world champion. So now that egg prices are dropping, will you finally eat a Taurus breakfast or what?
Yes, well, I'm so glad I had my exposure a couple years ago. I'm like the right call. I'm tempted to get Jake Tapper's book just so I can read, acting like it's a revelation for them to admit to the things we've been saying for 4 years.
Yes.
It didn't take investigative journalism to know that Joe Biden was a zucchini this whole time. It's just, they didn't just lie, they insulted us. They said, remember, deep fakes.
Yes.
They said, oh, this wasn't what you were actually seeing. You weren't actually seeing the president needing to be airlifted onto the plane.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's crazy that they have squandered that. The news media's job is to tell the truth.
Yes.
And when they stop doing that, they've got nothing left. You know, and they talked about some of the videos we mentioned. Did Steven Spielberg help with this 30-second promo that he did for his campaign that had 45 eggs in it?
Yeah.
Where it's just like, make my day, I'll choose the he was so clearly incompetent. I just think, I don't know what they're going to do now.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to do because how do you come back from saying, I know we're supposed to tell the truth, but we lied this time, we lied this time. Joe Scarborough said, I wouldn't lie to you when he cursed at you. And you have to look at him and say, is he an idiot? Is he a liar? I say, why choose? Why put limits on the man? He can be both.
Yes, he can be both. You know, Katie, the thing that gets me is like, we give all this constructive criticism to the media. They're not going to take it. So why don't they just look at the outcomes from their filter? If you wake up every morning expecting like a Trump failure and it's not there, there's something wrong with your filter. Maybe you should change the filter.
Well, first, Greg, I'm glad to see that you have new hobbies. I'm very concerned that you have enough to do. So I'm glad to pull back from the statue of your time. That's a great question. And it's because they are insulated still. They're not willing to actually get out and learn and take some responsibility. And they're so narcissistic that they're not willing to, say that they were wrong because now there's money to be made. So the same people who were yelling at Laura Trump in the 2020 election that Joe Biden was just had a stutter, there wasn't an incompetence issue there. And then now we fast forward 5 years, now there's money to be made on their shameless book. And it's because they all do this for each other. They scratch each other's back and they're in this isolationist bubble where they really can't come to the terms of just admitting they were wrong. And so this has a diminishing returns, right? At some point, the circle becomes smaller because some people will leave and they'll have to find something else to do. But they're just not willing to admit it. And they're around all the same people with no different ideology all of the time. So that's why it continues.
Yeah, you know what, Emily? You're a very happy person. You're very bubbly. You light up the room like an arsonist. So I'm stuck on this, the way they do things and how it's always wrong. That has to correlate with the fact that all of these Democrats look so miserable. Imagine getting up and your arch nemesis is always winning, and you have to wake up like a competing cheerleader. And it's like always the best of you, and you're like, I hate this person. And every day that person wins. Isn't it time for you to say, okay, I gotta let this go?
Well, the graceful person did the after school special main character in me would say it only ends with yes. Yeah, it's absolutely right. It's the insular nature, and I think what you're describing, it's so baked in. It's literally impossible for them to extricate themselves from it. It's like learning that someone's, behavior, their depression, was a chemical imbalance.
Yeah.
But there was nothing they could do to actually get over it, to click out of the emperor's new clothes. And the fact that in this machine of media, that this person goes to the producer and says, I'm going to phrase the headline this way. And then they say, oh, yeah, sure, it's signed off on by a million people. There is zero common sense. There's zero auditing happening that's from an outside source. 49%, as you said, of people thinking that the media is dying, right? That it reminds me of the Wicked Witch dying slowly, that we are watching it. We're watching it in real time, but what happens next? Right? We're seeing the rise of the independent journalists, people who actually ask questions and podcasts and like that there is still this industry. And so I don't know where it all goes, but I think it's up to the advertising dollars and it's up to the network heads to shut that down.
Sorry. I think this Biden stuff is big, and it's going to get bigger. And the media, I think, is looking at it and going like, where are we going to end up? They're terrified.
No, the media is like a husband who's been caught cheating and he has a girlfriend and a wife on the side.
And a wife?
Yeah. And you got a guy.
My girlfriend and a wife.
Don't call that me, Justin. He's got a girlfriend and a wife on the side. Okay. I'm going somewhere with this. They both found out.
Right.
Okay? But in his mind, one of them will come back. So he doesn't have to change. So look at me. The media isn't going to change because they still have somebody coming back to them. They're still in their bubble. When they tweet, they still get love from their little world. They're trying to get in front. What are they trying to do? And you pointed this out before anybody did, so I'll give you credit for this. They tried to point out physical things.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be a wheelchair. Like, oh no! You ever heard of Governor Abbott?
Yeah.
He has a stand-up job. He's got. So
it's true. Only the ableist would see that as an insult.
he does. But the point is that they still are the criminal in the corner trying to find a way to wiggle out. They're trapped. They're in the corner, but the American people aren't putting enough pressure on them, and they're still getting the blessings of the people who cut their checks. Because if this was a moment of awakening, if they were like, hey, this cover up and we're going to clean up, the first thing they would do was fire every person on TV who pushed that in their bag. That would be the first thing. And if Jake Cabinet had any credibility, they would resign because they were a willing participant lying to the American people, trying to influence elections. They're still doing it. Even when Trump has a win, and I'm reading the horrible CNN article, he's like, well, at the time when he said eggs were coming down, they weren't down yet, so he lied, and then his lie turned into truth 48 hours later.
Yeah.
So he's still a liar. They're still doing that. They're still the one that goes back to the cheating thing. You catch your wife cheating, she's like, how dare you break into my phone?
Yeah.
What kind of a person goes to my phone? You're sleeping with my brother. It's not about that. It's not trust. And you were in my phone. What gives you the right to be in my phone?
Yeah.
You were doing too much.
I told you that story in confidence.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here. Subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Kane podcast for full episodes right now.
Let us resume our discussion of Janice institutions by looking at the symbolic aspect. The tunnel that just reflects the speculative I'm talking about, what is the weak example that actually and why it's 1392 altitude turning point from the legal theory to the political, obviously connected to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and subsequently the departure of Portugal, which got what I really would like to emphasize today is not so much the evidence of modernity advanced with the supporter aspect, but just to get a little bit of a better sense of where the things are going to go, and just a hint of how they were such destructive elements and push Jewish history into an entirely new direction of the modern day which is just unbelievable. So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we talking about? Who are these supporters? The term Sephardi is a magic word slicing Sephora, which means basically people from Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain. This really includes Portugal as well as the entire Iberian Peninsula, although there is often a distinction made between Spanish exile and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they lived the religion as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destination were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish history. As here, people consider themselves to be at heart and in their core identities clearly Jewish, obviously with respect to their family embrace Christianity, but they really don't want to stay okay. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and have a particular identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own childhood together. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could universities, they could professions, even enter the church. It's considered unusual. So Portuguese Jews in the diaspora are often quite different from the Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, at least from their perspective. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers in the 20th century, which is this man, Rabbi would say, he was the chief Sephardi rabbi in Israel, and I knew that he was very prolific, and he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries and centuries, all the way back to the Temple era, after the Quran, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is that intellectual identification, religious identification, with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who is perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within a larger campus politics. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Israelis, Iraq, Kuwait, historically, and Eastern communities, but many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that Sephardic intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardi, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another example very much is, for example, there's significant complications of non-Eastern European Chabad. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very Ashkenazic movement, but they're not Ashkenazic. So it's possible by version of community identities that they can overlap, so they don't necessarily make sense in the case of the picture. But anyway, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on the indigenous populations that they encountered as those back then. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardim diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. But it's hard to get a good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain. First with the expulsion of 1492, and then with the more gradual areas that we can look at in this video. Three things. So they're very briefly, but just to get a sense of how that fits in practice. We look at the instant leverage management. Specifically, we're looking at the impact of the land in Israel and in some static growth rate, also static control. In fact, that's what we call at this point. Although many concepts like it does persist in context up to the 20th century. And this is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, especially important because it's one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit, because all of them fall within the largely Byzantine Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, although it's that is one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because we save that for other sections. Finally, just a very quick look at the Americans. What happened in the Atlantic, either as Jews per se or more frequently as Versos, as Portuguese Jews, who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those key areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of an absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. I'm going to plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on the Jewish Hebrew Tzfat. It's not that it's here you see a left view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat decades after the Spanish expulsion. And they have this custom of painting their graves with Hebrew, which is understood to be a color that wards off the evil eye. You can also see the background there, the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation, and the medical area. But what happened in Tzfat, guys, is rather unusual. It was really something of a mucking town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly a major center of Jewish activity. But for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of Galilee. And Jews were very active in the textile trade in particular, began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain, later Portugal, and over the course of the 16th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Carl, who we mentioned earlier, is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and Constantinople, but and with this leader in Tzfat. The great Moshe Alshit, fantastic commentator, very Kabbalistic explanations. Rabbi Moshe Cordovera, the figure who talked about so much of the languages, the author of Pardes Romanen, and Torah, other good classics, and his very brief student, because they only spent less than a year together, great Rabbi was not Sephardic in origin, he actually came from Egypt. They were all concentrated in Tzfat in short period of time, creating radical explosion of Jewish creativity in the literary realm that would also coincide with the availability of much cheaper printing into the printing press than suddenly Tzfat just like this flash on the horizon of a great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that afflicted the region. There were earthquakes that affected Tzfat. It went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s, but nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of the Spanish exiles. And one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful moment is that they really my own Messianic era and how Jews reacted to it. Should have saw. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very interesting in this context because they follow the Judean system of Kabbalah, which also has a very strong appearance in behavior and this relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational. So much of this really stems from huge burst of energy that comes out of this factory. We also see in Constantinople, there's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church, then later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders. Is a postcard from the 19th century. And in Constantinople, there's a tremendous number of Jews settled there, primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They're incredibly useful. They are literate, they are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like Tzfat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there was this huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles moved their way there. We also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers in Greece. And it represents three women in traditional costume on the left, a Muslim woman in the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing shaitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman veiled like one of the Manas, but it was good context that I thought was really fascinating. So the Jews of Thessalonica really get huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire that is a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside Europe. Looking at Europe, Italy was one of the most important destinations about these Sephardic exiles, and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their country. And right here you see the gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, the Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, Ferrara city in Italy. There were significant settlements of these exiles, and many of them brought significant wealth with them. And they supported scholarship, in particular, two women we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see a Portuguese document, the consolations for the tribulations of Israel. They say we're from the one sample of Spain, refugees in Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in Rome, and it takes us all the way up to the 16th century and holds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. It's fascinating work of thought and scholarship, and also history of the presented by scholars. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of these Sephardic exiles the Italian Israel is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. You kind of looking at the Italian route, and I pronounce that Mediterranean, I know. And it looks sort of as the back of the cat. You see there's the port of Ancona, and just north, another port of Casale. Ancona was a deeper water port, a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who may settle there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III, and these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. so surprised with Paul McCoy. He also wrote very early on in his career something called Communist Extraordinary, which was a simple role that essentially said it is so absurd, that's the title of the beginning of his book, his document, that something was sent out to the Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially apply their religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the ghetto in Rome. He attacked the Talmud and so on. Of course, in killed 25 of these baptized Jews who are returned to their ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic reaction to very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like huge infringement on everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone, all of the traditional authority figures were scattered, and it took some very strong individuals to assert leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Mendes Nasi. The term Nasi is literally the leader, and it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction. She did come from a firstly background, and she, of course, was incensed that the Portuguese practices on the Jews and actually killed 21 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather beautifully thought-out, used her significant wealth. Jews were very important. Supported, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, also the consolations by the Spirit. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the book of she did this from Constantinople. She had made with it. And this was like shattering that Jewish for the very first time since they lost their homeland 1500 years earlier. She was saying we should internationally organize to exert their collective pressure on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. It is audacious, outstanding. And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that you don't exactly know what she looks like. It's an art portrait. I like it when she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece at the same day. So that's basically. Unfortunately, for this movement, which did gather significance in the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benedicta Abdelrahman from the famous Abdelrahman family that was in Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was from Portuguese extraction, that Benedicta Abdelrahman was from the Sephardic, the Spanish extraction. This is also not a picture, actually, of Benedicta Abdelrahman. It is the portrait of a very brilliant, role portrait of her student, of Toledo, George was but I think it's still worthwhile picture here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benedicta was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be tutor to young Toledo. Believe that these Jewish people knew more about how to behave in polite society than the Christian Jews, which was so chosen. At any rate, Benedicta also very wealthy, also very well connected, and very much skilled in Jewish scholarship. She disagreed with John de Grasse. Two female types disagreed with the moment of great consequence for Jewish Europeans. She said that if the Jews were to break up Montana, then all the Jews living in popular countries, in particular the potato states where she was at the time, they would suffer an anti-Semitic backlash. Furthermore, the court that would have been possibly alternative to the court only of Pizarro was not nearly as good a court as Ankara, and the Duke respectfully but forcefully disagreed with Dacia on her idea of a boycott, and unfortunately, was killed by Palestine as a result of this conflict. So we see that Israel didn't succeed. Nonetheless, Jewish women are able to exert power on an international level, totally unprecedented, and able to be disruptive nature as again, there's a lot more to say about Europe. I'd like to talk more about Holland and Africa, particularly about the South Africa. Let's just conclude this section with a very brief look at the Americas. Some Jews felt that the best way to escape infections with the Inquisition was to adopt a very traditionalist approach and run very, very far away. The furthest away they could run was the Jews discovered territories in the Americas. And although ultimately many of the Jews would settle in America itself, the United States of America itself, you can see here this beautiful piece of the sheet music that captures a bit of the way in which Jews regarded the United States. They see they called it British inclusion of the birth of the land as nature. The famous poem of the Colossus that graces the Statue of Liberty, which of course replies so far to that much of this early settlement was dominated, by the way, by Portuguese Eastern Christians who were allowed to use these kinds of children without as much difficulty. It was settled primarily in the Caribbean and in South American Christian, especially because the Portuguese had significant holdings in Brazil. Jews were very active in many of the food industries they were developing, such as sugar, the sugar cane industry, and the processing of sugar, bringing it back to Europe. There was also some involvement with socialism and the slave trade. Not in any way disproportionate to the numbers of the knowledgeable and immigration speaking of the world, and nevertheless, this is part of the overall trade. So these communities grow significantly, particularly at the end of the 19th century, the United States of America was going to have to go but now we've got a little bit of a sense of the scope of the Southern diaspora, which is the Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you've come to us to refresh and relax. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5,782 according to the Jewish account. Now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, and someone told me that he's been very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more calories than the calendar year number. And it says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry, Judah, I know a lot of you don't like that. I know that I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries to get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century values, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine, Belarus, and Lithuania, where very, very large Jews reside. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because this is part of the Russian Pale of settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures. At any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Peninsula as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to the Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest of Medvedev, which not strictly speaks Russian, but refers to King Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in the particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western side of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the only language of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect with the letters. They're not bringing it down too much on the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in the very early period, is that Jews are serving as oil vendors, making money. Here, have a look at these projects, literally making money, producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it, but some of the earliest coins in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. You can see a few stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol, or Moshka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Yeshko, a 12th century Polish literature. So it's highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now it's fascinating to know why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters, most likely to be widespread literacy, which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who were working with money primarily in small commerce. It became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in the next lecture. We'll talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of the early settlement from about the 10th century onwards. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly, there are both push and pull factors. There are factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here beautiful representation by Emmanuel Gerson, representing King Casimir, who was accepting Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Russian Israelis from Galicia referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology of Hebrew, oh, in here, oh, we will rest, so here we will find refuge. So, in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, as a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Perhaps there will be a numerous clauses that Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax rates that are allowed to take advantage of it, whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, if the police investigate and if they catch the culprit, then they'll have a proper criminal trial and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or as we discussed in the lecture, crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. That's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, with the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class, developed a series of expulsions. In France, in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century, and so there's more and more reasons for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspects of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever been before. Now, there's also pull factors. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onwards. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce things like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you live in concentrated areas, and you can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something from the West called Magdeburg. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes the disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll get to speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe. But Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, the Jewish kretschma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. But bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals who say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to put themselves into the secular environment. But people live within communities. You're part of the Jewish community. You have an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were culpable along with the community for taxes and punishment sometimes, things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety, rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to apply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course, this year very significantly with the Magnitsky Rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Magnitsky Rebellion of 1648, this is a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Courage, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to the kingdom. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in Europe. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border of Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referred to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up like everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by tentative law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Berlin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in the world at the time. It's really a rather amazing thing. By the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minutes books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well in the future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Magnitsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era before Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain, before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis. It was very similar in many ways to the German Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be a topic of a future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I'd like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. So for today, more discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that grew to a population called the Acharon, sometimes spelled A-C-H-A-R-O-N-I-M. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities. And it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishon, who are called the first ones, who we spoke about in previous months. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of the discussion we had in the previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. You read that Torah, the decline of the generation. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charles Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me. I was so when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, and there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then. As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations that considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations that are made, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I here living in the 21st century has at my moment's reach, books that 500 years ago most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing only in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the temple era, second temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanakh, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah. And this goes right up into the 3rd century, early 3rd century. And and they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within these generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things that they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in this series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim. But that's where we are right now. Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that as I hope to discuss in the discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Acharonim? What exactly do they do that's different from the Rishonim? So, the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that I haven't read a lot about it. I just sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say three things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries. Rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader imagery. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first order analysis. And that's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what do they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in rabbinic Hebrew. It's interesting. Non-rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. Like when I went to yeshiva, which is of course a traditional Lithuanian style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim. The Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Acharonim, like all of a sudden we went so fast. We were using so much more text, covering so much more mileage. The language is just kind of like a breath of fresh air. We've shown in every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what the possible ambiguities. Whereas in the writings of the Acharonim tend to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more longer, take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps me with precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. They still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case, and they would use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Acharonim. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of Rishonim and the period of Acharonim. And this is, of course, none other than Maran Petrusevich, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, has this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He's a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as you see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is the title of respect, like El Rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why don't we call him Maran Beit Yosef, also by the way known as Hamachaber, the author, as if to say. This is really the model of all authors. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. In fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon style commentary on an earlier code called the Torah. And what he does with the Torah is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Torah. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. And when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous posts. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was kind of like short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch by the same authors, considered the initial book of the period of the Acharon. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled the great Iberian Jewish population. He was among exiles from the Spanish expulsion. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe and Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which again I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating figure. So that's sort of like what the Acharonim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries that we have been thinking about Acharonim, writing Acharonim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharonim period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are still alive and well, as recognized from Chaim Kanievsky is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected from Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at like new books on Jewish thought, particularly in Halacha, which is where Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated most, it's an interesting phenomenon of hyper specialization, partially assisted by technology. Because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about how these things come to pass. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is what rakia, candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is chocolates and also donuts, which are known as ganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of ganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-achalonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganim, the book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads, it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Achalonic, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. What are the post-Achalonic like? I don't know how long this can last. I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing and getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello and welcome to the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on the discussion I do have already to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the influence of spiritual and literary religious activities that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, Hebrew Sfat, Syriac Sfat. It's a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the age of the Spanish expulsion. In fact, the name is related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the pictures that we get and why these are so interesting. As we have seen on many different occasions, the structure that occurred in the result of Spanish expulsion the subsequent Portuguese persecution and slower migration of the from Portugal created this ripple effect, which the implications of that evil reverberated throughout the entire Europe. Jews were not only scattered throughout the Mediterranean basin in Europe, but also across the United States. One particular group of refugees made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is a fairly logical location, but you should recall that in the 1800s, Israel was still largely concluded by Jews. There was a very, very small tiny Jewish population there. Maimonides had arrived in the 13th century and began to revive the very, very tiny community that was there. And so there was as they lived there, they were especially concentrated in the big city of Jerusalem. Settlers after that time began to revive around much less well known as this tiny town in Japan. It's a fairly high and mountainous town. It's beautiful surroundings looking over the river. But it received a huge diverse population as a result not of Jewish activity, but of the Ottoman Empire activity. You can see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire and its fleet. It's that region of Israel that only recently conquered. The Turks wanted to settle it with people.
Jews were a very natural choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and Portugal. And in fact, even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for even not permission of the Ottomans felt was such a valuable resource. And so there were tax breaks that went into really settled areas in India, and particularly spot connected with the textile trade. So a lot of people were attracted to spot because business services, and they were able to that and spiritual tourism that takes place in spot because of the large number of graves from the Mishnaics, and especially the early Talmudic period, that were found in the region and attracted a lot of transmission of this graves. So this is in the 1500s, this is the early 700s, more and more tourists were coming to Spot, having not only for economic activities, they're coming because they're displaced as a result of the expansion of culture, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons, which is really the atmosphere of areas in this region where we have this religion, which is a Kabbalah. We should just take just a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. So the term itself is translated as tradition. Literally it comes from the word Kabbalah, is the seed, sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically known. Roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past, some mystical passages in the great arts of scripture. There are some really Kabbalistic mystical traditions that we get already in the ancient period, some interesting experimentation with some of the tragedies, for example. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century of the view that is the famous Zohar. Zohar is a huge work of the Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there is a certain amount of particularly certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars have dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi, which was put already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, which was extended by the arguments for their perspectives. But what is known for certain is that Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in a fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in France in particular, such as France, which developed the idea of one of the elements that derives from the concept systematically is this tree of life, or means pattern, or paragraph inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sephirot. The 10 sephirot is how it's translated in English. There's related to sapphire, which is like sapphire, which is related somehow to the word speeder in English language. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending as it were from the Ein-Sof of God into the finite world of nature. Different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's affinity to the finite world in which we live. The terms all have various characteristics of this concept of that substance of these wisdom and understanding but basically Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured. We think about this as the soul, what the human soul is all about. But to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called
that we treat life as not only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic Cleveland description of it, which I think is a kind of like nest of young together. If you can carefully see the features of these different colors, several representatives never take opposite that is represented in the way I showed you a minute ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of the experience about this sort of what is this that we're talking about. So, this slide has the Bible chapter. In a very short period of time, all kinds of people deeply involved with the Bible. Here, for example, this is a really separate event located in Scotland here at the top here of the alphabet. The author of another book of the Bible, he's the earliest communist that came to this region. And then we have his son-in-law and his really people that were not Bishop Portobello, there's Portuguese refugees in Scotland, and then they are not students. The same Chinese the militants so as Buddha nationality came from Egypt, stuff very tied together. Passed away. The immediate survey not much further after that. One of the tragic aspects of activism that died very young. So much of them are concentrated within this short period of time. Really about half a century, and there was 15 others in this region. So there's an enormous amount of activity related to the Bible. One of the distinctions that I didn't mention between the Kabbalah and the Tanakh, Kabbalah and the Rabbi, is that the teacher, that I mentioned earlier, the student of Isaiah, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, specifically with regards to the question of why this evil exists. For the teacher of Rothschild, who was as a bridge to the system that is a consequence of the way the spirit has been kind of was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which in turn was eradicated the bursting of the vessel. But basically, when the universe was created, the divine influence was poured into, to use a metaphor, the clay containers of the spheroids. They could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness and its shadows. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the clay that held the outside of the vessel. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's what it's really doing. That everything that we have, for example, home or this book, or that's what I'm saying that they all have an mixture of godliness, which is somehow very in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is the shell that is from the original vessels that were intended to contain godliness. And the major ideas that emerges from those and Kabbalah Rabbi, which use energize much of the way that you see them, who borrowed much more heavily from the Rabbi and from teacher Rothschild, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That is the role of Jews in particular, and men as a whole, to raise up the holiness that is buried with its reality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind citizens, in particular, the way the constitution of Kabbalah are put together. Fascinating material, all kinds of so many other other papers were active at this time. But let's just turn very briefly and move to one other fascinating paper, and that is the real this image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. After the training, it's great movie. This is a picture of Joshua. I was looking at Joshua. One of the few pictures that I could find on that image is wearing a shirt. Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy, and at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which are in Hebrew as Sifat or ordination. So it is translated this, but literally means the laying on of hands. The hands on a person's head, and you lay on them, and you transfer your authority to them. There's a lot of interesting discussions in this time. In ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, Joshua to Moses, and the problem is not in some ways preserved in the book and many other literary creations of the time, but it was lost as a result of the deprivations of exile from the ancient periods up until the 1300s, where the technology stopped. But living in Rabbi said, ladies and gentlemen, we have the greatest amount of well-concentrated here in this book of Israel time, including, by the way, the great elder sage Rabbi Yosef Karo discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the great Yosef. He was stuff as well. So Rabbi Be'elav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him rabbi, but not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi that Moses gave to him. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others, including Rabbi Peter, Hallelujah. As well as public announcement, so the delicacy at this time, but nevertheless, there's a small group of people, about half a dozen, that put together this movement. And Rabbi Be'elav said, and in so doing, we will establish the great authority of the organization. Although in fact, the most fascinating idea, there's a certain amount of interest in the world. But there are many rabbis outside of Islam. There's a great effect. And unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not really take off. Nevertheless, it was indicative of the great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in this time. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very good discussion. I have lots more videos on my here in particular that I should go to because I spent quite a bit of studying this work. So if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love the ones that some of these people enjoy studying Jewish history as I do. I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled with Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, very large loss of life and significant disruption
through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Rabbi, a very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. And it shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when we get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation of the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all male settlements in fairly remote places such as the Rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in, some kind of, I'm not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malo-Russiane, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation. Although that may not be historically accurate at all, in fact, it might be the other way around, but that's outside the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising emerged. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland, Germany in particular, and beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they're concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles or Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we've also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards the Kremlin, Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farm. You've seen that
actually own not only the land, but the town and all, the bread mill, and the bridges, and all the orchards, and the forests, and all kinds of things. They would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective of raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try to find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. So it could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, like a corvée, which is called Rothschild at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Kurati. The so-called Kretschma, or the inn, which was typically manned by Jewish families, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propaganda, and so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish government. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if you offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is, conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly want to encourage and remain. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer on this. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews as being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. And this man shown here, Bogdan Chmielnicki, capitalized on the dissent that was right among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their, their serf owners and so on. And he gathered them together and did a proto-nationalist movement, led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious repression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain, the Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s. Some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression, they nevertheless were the people who were close by and they felt violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the years 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the decree of Tafletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tafletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms. So really, that kind of archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe for the horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, the other is Sula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as the abyss of despair. This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He has really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Charles Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many accounts from Lippert of Hamon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly written about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on the political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone
a kind of attitude towards Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Magnitsky Rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidemak Rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919, and one may argue even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. But for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-page note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Naigat Neshaleshkis in Kyiv today, a monument to Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th, early 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which they really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic statue, the original draft, actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find on the web, but his original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there is a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated if this draft really had been accepted for the final version that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the 100 years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi, a pretty dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years, there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to the conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi, what did he teach, and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communication. The print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian leaders as well. So there's actually quite a good number of, newspaper articles that are contemporary equivalent of newspapers like Rothschild and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabtai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabtai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you see on the screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities. And he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. And you see this kind of pose with cans or something like that in France. So one of the Austrian, because even Napoleon appears like this. Because many people weren't exactly sure what to think of Shabtai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Tzvi rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We've seen an example of it in none other than the journals of Nicola Hamill, woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. So it reminds me as well of the Holocaust era in the sense that my own grandparents took orphans from Holocaust displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, that's the case like my little brother. So we're talking about like a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways, eager anticipation of the Messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heavy loss of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating under the name of the Arusa of Isaac Jordan, which really poses a kind of apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final repair of a broken world. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought on the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heavy apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also relieving from huge losses and displaced populations of the rebellion. And finally, it's really important to not overlook the technological changes that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today. There is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had with precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms. And women often have much more access to information than they might have had to closed educational circles like the yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabtai impact is felt with the greatest resonance on let's not special. Shabtai was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet, singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were consummated. Later, he engaged in other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah, that was terrible. But anyway, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars, looking backwards, tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle. He would have, and sometimes his moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation, called these periods of illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur, and he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and anxiety, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the radar. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off and disregarded as something that perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah and his otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. And on occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, showing the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to the Messianic era, showing his feet. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabbat's number one propagandist and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabbat's was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabbat's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So, what were the characteristics of the things that Shabbat's was talking about? Was, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, the King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involve antinomian behavior. Antinomianism, which is really defined here, this is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, almost law. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar he once celebrated, the three pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot, all in 1 week. That's spread out throughout the year. He regularly, as I mentioned, pronounced the name of God aloud. He transgressed the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists. But people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws, in particular things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destruction of the temple. But the prophetic teachings say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabbat also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting, certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer apply in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabbatai's community with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Nowitzki massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of Gilead, so he would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through the very end. So this kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he was looking at Max and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he was barred from praying in the middle with them. And when he came in, he insisted on not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional school, he actually invited his friends to come up and read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading Sabbath services. So in many ways he showed really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that there was removing the sin of Eve from the women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seems to have had a significant impact later through Frank's movement in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from Richard book, very open to ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the information of the So what ended up happening to us, the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that printed in German gives you a little sense of what happened. In the 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously, he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding basic on Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly. He was, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove, and his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of the major fire that destroyed the archives in this period. But some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of lucidity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately, what happened was He was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan. Once again, he didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam, that that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the good man. This is really right up to the 20th century. His wife Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman and Amidala. You can see she has exactly the same hairstyle. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers now that he lived there, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude, to still participate in the reading of Psalms and engage in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see the Dunna actually are small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. There's an interesting image of the mosque built in Greece by the Dunna. He also had a significant impact on later anti-Roman quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Vincent Eibishwitz, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Moshe author of the Silk Child, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. They were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression in some of the later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabtai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures, and hope you continue to find them of interest. Today, I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I created an online course that's massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded, so you get a sense of how well you absorb the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input, so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what I observe in the work that maybe I can add in some more details. What areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so you'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume, that is biblical Jewish history. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological records. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below, and I would love to have you in this course. I hope you enjoy the lectures, and take care. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. But one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, which he lived in a time when people still use words like mendacity. Anyway, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time, and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on this great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Luis de Santangel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his group, one Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that were setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba liked to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the world. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constituted 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. You know, actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You will recall that Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews and Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant, of course, will have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, it is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauss, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, who was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community development until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine, landing in New York City Harbor in New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So a small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps there were faith-based or some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially, irritated and energized over the Lutherans, and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins. The Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stargazal was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stargazal was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world in a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are in New York, of course, which we discussed. Also, Newport, Rhode Island, where the Truro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia, in the South, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important city. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population derived more from Ashkenazic lands, kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnabi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retake the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast. You can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time we get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. A lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like the only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of them have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame. Who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this driven migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 60,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive in these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. The only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and is also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and that'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoy their trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and kosher and things like that, and they had a significant impact on the development of American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews who've been reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the the 19th century to the 20th century. And this particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East and Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Aviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800. And that's all of the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase. And much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the US and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy it when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to be speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history and social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers to the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very contemporary view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean Kabbalistic movement that was associated with poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, a great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued the fact that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses, it represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jews. And I think Martin Buber, in his ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches that Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you a sense that the views of what is Hasidism, what is its significance, what is its theology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure. As in 1772, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact, a large chunk of Jews living in this area will be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Lutheran. It's free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living in Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but basically means the region of settlements where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. A lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Mongolia, Bolivia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in the New England to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army, as the or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, essentially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. We'll return to that in a couple of lectures. Anyway, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You can find it in scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The chesed, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to be someone who goes beyond what is naturally required. Someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, illusion or clothing, as things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism? Emphasis on the Veikut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim or the opponents. We'll talk about that in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people who study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that was actually a desiderata. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zucker, someone who just recites songs, that is going through the book, reading the words as opposed to having to do insights into the meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish Empire that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part, particularly known as Baalei Shem, which was simply masters of the name. The name, of course, was the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yohanan Petrovsky-Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when he first met Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century in custom or record books from that time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem, but not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my colleague, my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rothschild of Bar-Ilan University. He wrote an amazing book on the early biography of Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources we found in the tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in the Mission Post, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reviewed to have done this well, that still provides clear water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a bit further for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe. As I love seeing numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet resource. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Misnagdim. And the name literally means opponents because they opposed Hasidism. Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they were also defined by the Hasidism as well. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture. Right? Get it? Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology. And practice is placed first because in many ways, practice is far more significant for the Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreted the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews who call themselves Orthodox and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. So Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So we ask the question: do you believe in 613? The Misnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They might say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. Anyway, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher, how exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to teach kashrut. But they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has part of it, work on it, and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they're in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of Hasidism. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in many ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on.
terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is built there, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Shneir Zalman of Yadi, also known as the Altarist, older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in the way, right? But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. You can see it as we do a map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Arsenio Dvorzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a Hasidic root after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away, and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that, in many ways, the Maggid called themselves opponents. They had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, what is it that we believe that is necessary, possibly different from this Maggid. The most significant, the king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that he adopted by the Misnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, a great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was that Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Berlin and Mongolia, who would want to go to a corrupted famous rabbi? Rather go to a genuine rabbi, rather hang out with somebody who cares about Jesus and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. In fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements, or that Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, it's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restricted prayer times? You have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time, in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just going to gloss over the time. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari. They follow a Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed in the book spot. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter that was disputed over whether the knives should be sharper or duller. Because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure. And both of these things could have impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the communities, which had economic implications. This has been Sion Tikkler's primary contribution to the historiography, saying, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that. That, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim argue that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing, things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is not what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, to spend time studying the Kabbalah
Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Dafnomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray, things like that. That the Lithuanians, really looked down upon. And finally, the accusation that, some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabbatites, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and are going to really be extirpated now before it further affected the Jewish life. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel, perhaps very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to see an audience to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not to an audience. In fact, it's not been counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even sign those works to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just. At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans in this Mishnah, and they also, unfortunately, have book versions. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781 and in 1794 when a rabbi in Minsk, a Mishnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate. He denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Zalman of Yadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with very strong opposition to Hasidim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter and rancor between the Mishnah and Hasidim, the Mishnah were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted justice. So the Mishnah had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmud learning in Lithuania, and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic Renaissance that would expand along with Hasidus. What the Mishnah said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely, you better believe it. You're going to be super attached to text. You're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are for more than anything else is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Mishnagdic tradition was that he was really only for people who already mastered what was called Torah Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you studied Torah Sister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions of the Hasidim were circulated. They weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe it necessarily disseminated these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi associated with Yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChayim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Mishnah. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who's a guy from the University of years of how's it going? I said, well, going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos that has a problem in it, figure out the problem, and then I come home. But I said to Rabbi, I have to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, crossword puzzles. Just my intellectual problems and solving them. I'm just going home for dinner. Right? So he said, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaya. But only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaya, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I had already gotten way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in tremendous writings on what kind of was. And it really changed the way that I went back to study those Tosfos. It made the Tosfos like jump off the page. And, this is really important. You've got to study this right now, and you know what it means because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChaya. So the discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that the Stockton had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called it Tzaddik, sometimes called it Rabbi, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regarded the Rabbi as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to Jewish theology. So they certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary and used to regard very learned people as being secretaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially Rosh Yeshiva, head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a tragic reflection of Hasidism, action, but also the admiration of the Okay, while the Hasidim and Tzaddim are fighting daily at the end of the 18th, the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. Love to include you in that group. And let's turn and look at the challenge that both of us and the Stockton face in use this stuff. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Tzaddim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Stockton territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Stockton movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of the modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Rothschild, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, and an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Holy River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors, like everybody in Ferrara, And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovered the letter of Aristeas and classic and stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. Very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like he woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, Maimonides, who writes the chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of open-minded, syncretic approach. And that oscillates with a kind of internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry, definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population, but then the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become emerging modern thought. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Massidic. Certainly the most important of the kingdom of Massidic was Moses Mendelssohn's self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely preserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily to study the Talmud. But the vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, Joual, Québécois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different, almost not understand each other. So it was very similar in syntax and vocabulary, had huge overlaps, but speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they use different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they know the alphabet, and then they tease out the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century, saying, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He still observes Shabbat, and so on. Who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of
high German society, culture, and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens. Right? They weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, who had lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism, Jewish culture, to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observances, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of his own Maskil, by the way, Maskil is like the singular noun form of Haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTT, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a writing, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, or an autobiography, which is widely studied today, which describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey. In fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of Rabbi the Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time you show up for a minute, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minute. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually make. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which the people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a stairs, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, oh my gosh, this is horrible that there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and articulate a statement that would be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science and Torah and tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of
Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave in general society. So some Maskil, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that Jews believed in Christianity and felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society. Essentially, capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. You see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or parents of Karl Marx who have they would have their children baptized. This is actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson and Flora argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Sproul was way too modern, way too he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed a little bit heavier like this. These were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, and the population was much more inclined to be open to get together and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy leaning towards assimilation. You didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, adaptation to culture, rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation such as Zionism or Jewish socialism, especially as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. Eastern Europe was much more of an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but that's not necessarily the interesting. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups of independence back in Australia. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening in a dire political context. As we mentioned a couple lectures ago, Tsar Nicholas I had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years, noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious canton system that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they never returned to their families. They would end up separated into Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was to attend these so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Rothschild, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and they called left in disgust the government here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Stagim has to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Steinfeld, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu, that was the believers of the Stagim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. It's like shepherd number one, shepherd number two. The Hasidim in Volhynia, to martial devotion, to fan the embers of freedom. Like the Hasidim with their ideals of Dveikus and closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Stagim, who of course was himself observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lap of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzvi that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Stagim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Haskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, Stagim, and the Haskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in this world. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who like it, because one of my increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews prior to their emancipation were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African American experience. They were largely living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So, by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So, before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. We have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights. So people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which is another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi, camerai, regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and lease holding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews have the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate the serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities, industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated Nora Judaica, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were, making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pig's skin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to the sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement, saying that if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let's not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were put to decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white, like Northern Europeans were. By the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well. They were not quite the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that you can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who were also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was proved that was applied specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It's not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate them. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have a situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England, and so the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always in him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the Declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary thinker named Rabbi actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be masculine? So she proposed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French can be defined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time is not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about man. Honestly, it says man and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately the Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germano-tropic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. So what happened in France is in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate, they were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and it really gives an insight as to what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jews. We asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to know that the Assembly of Notables and the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of masculine, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. They said, well, not exactly, it wouldn't precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answer Napoleon wanted, and they provided them with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, so the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when we asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, if he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace, who were, Yiddish speaking, Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort, they would defend France to the very death.
was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers. He said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, it was headed by this man, David Fitzheim, who has an absolutely amazing career. That's I want to have like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of his day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but these are this point, because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about this central film. So, in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were in Austria. And that's very important because rights, as opposed to concessions, is an extremely important notion. And a great step is going towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the General Constitution that was due in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back, the Constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hassan Sofer, a very important Rabbi Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain Jewish integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to the Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there was a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like a great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation, well before it was actually granted. In Germany, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Willing from Rome, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Kretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, the Juden sind unser Unglück, the Jews are our misfortune. And he articulated a position that would later be pushed up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler. And he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Guide. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see at the beginning of the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that's introductory. This is great in the sense that, as long as there has been word of Jews, there have been politics that was part of the nature of the Jewish experience, and possibly in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jews, and in particular the great mass of the population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to do that critical mass move political agendas around. And prior to these days, by and large, Jews were quiescent on political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. So it was a matter of more kind of feudal relationships where the Stadtland, the intercessor that was hired by the head of the Villa, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman, the noble king, or whatever, on behalf of the entire kingdom. And the idea that people Jews break their way from central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews began to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves, but not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's when we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major importance of turning point in both modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date on which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here in the son of his wife. He was a very popular star in Eastern Europe. He was the great star liberator because he was on his watch that the Serbs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution, like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not the front-foot emancipation of the kingdom. And one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties, but nonetheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were originally in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name of Rothschild, People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him. You see these contemporary newspaper accounts of that afterwards. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the People's Emperor, son Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. For a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as some kind of face value, and if we've seen the newspapers, it's heavy as a punch by a police agent to give him some kind of transaction of what is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate prediction of what happened in Russia. In reality, what the events went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government was seeing out of architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. So the entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid
railroad lines that were 1940s, and the Rothschild on that for 2 days, for 3 years, so they stayed for. And it really understood the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rothschild. That is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority hated tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in World War I and extended for years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just felt way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map, and the two charts that I like to show you right now, is really interesting article published in 2019 by Yelena Rothschild, 6.7 Satari, and Yelena Chinovskaya, that points out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The problem, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in the condition of society, and we can tie it to certain church teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews. There's a cross-fertilization that goes back to the Kaczynski rebellion, the Haganah rebellion, and so on. That Jews basically lived relatively alongside the Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors. With only a few significant escalations of violence, like under Chomsky in the 17th century and the Honda in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history was relatively peaceful, not necessarily like